for a fairly significant tithe on somebody's important spell, and just randomly being a 2/1 if you just really need the blocks. Like
even a Timid attacker.
Yeah,
A Timid attacker that can counter spell, and you don't have to tap him to do it.
Yeah, I mean it does things. Whether they're all the things you want all the time.
Anyway, at TC's Rockets, let's fight about this. I'm willing to die on this hill.
But it looks like we've kind of come to a little like everybody's just trying to reset themselves a bit. So, but we have the land. We have the land. We could do Kinnan things again if we want.
And the person that gains the most from this is Tim Necrom. They wanted that Massacre resolve. Okay, now you're gonna play into my Rhystic Study. Easy claps.
They just want everything to happen to everyone else but them.
Yep.
Draw a bunch of cards off of Rhystic Mystic and just wait.
Yep. And this just shows, I think, a turn 1 Rhystic's incredible, but it shows what a patient player Matt is with this. He's just happy to draw these cards.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And it looks like Max is thinking on redeploying this Kinnan. Does tap them out for a turn. Curious why you're not just slamming it. I really want to know what the consideration was of not windmill slamming that Kinnan and get yourself back in the game.
Maybe wondering if somebody has another answer for it that paying again later is going to be problematic.
Chad had a good point. Manamo and Wondering is actually incredible.
Yeah.
Is it worth drawing more cards? But yeah, it's an incredible little engine you set up.
Tippity tap on tap.
We have tippity taps and boopity
Tippity
bobs.
taps and boopity bobs. These are the technical terms, people.
It's true. Google it. We have a Talisman of Curiosity being deployed. Not the good art. It's fine.
Wow, very judgmental.
I will prep. Max and I are friends. I'll tell him after.
I was like, it taps the same way. Jeez.
Not if you tap it to the left. If you tap to the left, you're a criminal.
Oh yeah, I don't understand that.
At TC's Rockets.
I feel like even if you're left-handed, it doesn't seem right.
Oh shit! If you're left-handed, I'm sorry. I didn't consider that. I'm wondering if we deploy the Talion now. You can feign having Fierce Guardianship, Deadly Rollick. It's relevant, and hopefully start drawing some cards. You really need to start outpacing this.
Dolphy. Okay.
Voidwalker.
Okay.
Paying for Rhystic.
Yeah, less cards for you.
This is great. I think this
It does cover a few bases on its own, right?
Yeah.
Not allowing things to go to the yard, super relevant. And you're like, haha, to the Timna player. Like, thanks for the help earlier.
Yeah, let's go.
I will not offer the same anymore. now we're enemies.
Yeah, putting a squeeze on your opponent's graveyards. Kinnan really doesn't care about this.
Yeah, it's Kinnan, that's probably irrelevant, right? Like, that just doesn't really hurt them. But
there's some lines that Kinnan has where you Cephaloid Coliseum yourself and then loop with Endurance, but those are very corner cases.
Yeah, I was like, that seems like probably not something that's gonna. Oh, hey, a little pyro. would you like to pay for it?
Wow, love that Kaiga Folio signature. Foglio, excuse me. The misstep's gone. He's going. You're really gonna make me waste my.
I actually think he was aiming it at the Hermit.
Oh, you think so? Okay.
That's what it seemed like he motioned to.
Ooh, okay.
If that's something that he was trying to do a significant thing with and knows that the Hermit will stop him,
true,
then doing this makes sense.
That's a great point.
It's hard to say.
What are we? We blue elemental blasting?
This is an interesting fight if it happens here. But yeah, yeah. That was at the Hermit. There you go. A point in your favor for the Hermit being a problematic card.
At TC's Rocket, let's fight about it. Giving these to the Dothy as well is a non-zero advantage. I think you're hoping there's some sort of counter war or counter to Adnaz or something happens. That's going to catapult you back in the game if you are if you're in Talion's position. Hashtag Matt Sperling. Rogside deploying the Phyrexian Tower. They're showing Adnaz mana. Surge is a known Adnaz enjoyer. We also could be casting a Necropotence, which I love pronouncing it that way.
I was like a Necropotence? I've never heard anybody say
Necropotence.
I do not claim this energy at all.
At TC's Rocket.
no, don't ask.
At MTG underscore hot dog. Necropotence.
Yeah, you go right for the hot dog with that one.
Yeah, so any Necropotence enjoyers in the chat?
I hope not.
We are casting a demonic tutor, floating a colorless.
All right, and looks like the stream is appropriately back on, so we're not just talking into the dark.
Dang. VOD enjoyers got
Yeah,
something special on that
back.
one.
We're back for the live
Yeah,
enjoyers too. Here.
I don't think he's getting a Necropotence, but see, I'm gonna switch. Depending if we're on VOD mode.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
we're just changing it up. We're just keeping them on their
if
toes.
we're live, it's Necropotence. If we're VODing, it's Necropotence.
Those are things you can say. Those are words, I guess.
Notably, Dothy now has access to a demonic tutor.
Which is pretty neat.
Yeah, word on the street. So it's 1 black, 1 colorless. Search for any card.
I mean, it's literally toss your Dothy and it's free and search
Yeah.
for anything. But whether that's worth actually getting rid of a Dothy for, who can say?
So the ability to cast a tutor will let you search for any card in your deck. That card could be any card. Could be a demonic tutor.
Tutoring for tutor seems a little loose, but you know, if you gotta, you gotta.
I'm
It's
slowly
just for storm count purposes
Yeah.
only.
It's like the beseech lines in Legacy. Like
Oh,
I'm gonna beseech for beseech and a beseech into tendrils.
Yeah, you need to.
Love it.
You need the storm count. It's not. It doesn't really cost 4.
All right, we're hitting. It's almost noon here, which means I'm unraveling already. I'm just kidding. we're easing in though. The Lauren hot takes are gonna
It's
start coming out.
11:45 round 2. He's going down already.
Yeah. Shelby, he's competing today. I don't know what made me think of this. Just while they're kind of doing these tutors, he lives in Vegas now, flew in for this, and he arrives. He goes, "Why is it so wet outside?" It's like
The random rain for like the one day in San Diego.
we're also by the ocean.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's been raining a little bit off and on.
been so nice,
Yeah,
though.
it is pretty nice outside.
Letting the fish die.
I mean, at a certain point, it's starting to lose its value, right?
Yep.
Oh,
Love that
yeah,
idea.
and also under the maybe it's incentive to do you want this? Do you want this?
Thanks for casting the massacre earlier.
Yeah. I mean, our Timna player has a reasonable amount of mana, but not an insane amount. So, like, having to also pay for the upkeep might be a little much for whatever they want to do this turn.
Completely agreed. I think we might see a Timna. Looks like that's Timna mana being tapped. We are casting. Oh, I see. He has an artist proof, maybe. That is a Teferi Time Raveler.
Bounce your Dothy?
So something that I know, little inside baseball on Matt's deck. I believe Matt has a display circuit in Teferi line.
Okay.
So something to be on the lookout for.
I mean, that.
And he's rocking.
Well, he does have the artist proof.
That's a beautiful artist. Chris Rallis, I believe, is the artist.
That's cool. Definitely a neat one. I like that he just showed it like, here it is. Y'all remember what this card does, right?
I wonder if that was for the camera.
Yeah.
I have a feeling he tutored for Winter Orb.
I guess we'll find out. Huh?
That's a card being played right now in Rog's side. Yeah, any Winter Orb sickos in the chat? Deep thinks.
Yeah, I'm curious if this is a bounce line or just a
Bouncing the crypt. I think we're gonna see a kitten.
Yeah.
We have a colorless floating. We have kitten mana, I think can trigger it. Possibly. Oh no, we're just redeploying. Never mind.
Storm count. I think we have a colorless floating still, so
Yeah.
hmm.
Okay, thank you for the camera. Oh,
Yeah.
there's the kitten.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you can still do it. Some of this is contextual based on what he has left in hand, right? But
Here's the yeah, true. Yep. But Crypt and Talisman should get there, right?
assuming no one does anything.
Can't counter with the Teferi though. Unless you could no one has Otawara available.
No, not that yeah, that doesn't seem like a line. They're very corner case scenarios, but yeah, Teferi is kind of a, if this resolves, you guys all have problems now.
So we have a Chain of Vapor targeting the Mana Crypt.
There's a lot of really interesting art in this deck.
They're beautiful. They're painted artist proofs. They look absolutely
Yeah,
incredible.
like, This is a deck built with love.
Notably, oh,
Hey,
and there's the corner
I think,
case.
yeah, see, channel effects for everyone at home. Get around to Fairy Time Raveler very well.
Speaking of channels, thanks everyone for being here on TC's Rockets. Thanks for watching this channel.
Also important to note, that also goes into the Dothy, just like anything else. You can just cast a Sky Turtle if you want.
Big flying boy. That one card in hand now is critical.
So it looks like, you know,
Oh, we bounced the
kitten. Because Teferi can still stay and play. It already is activated, so you
Mhm.
can't do anything again. Kitten costs too much mana to redeploy it.
Yep,
This turn, at least.
and no blue.
And you're aware that it exists. So from all these reasons, like, there's a good chance the Kitten player gets to untap and just kill the Teferi.
Yep.
Or even Matt with talent, like, you just attack the Dothy and kill anything, because Dothy, like, pretty much says unblockable.
Yep.
I mean, show me a card with Shadow on it. Like, it's another Dothy, that's it.
My ill-core looter would like to have a word with you.
I'm not saying they don't exist, I'm just saying they're unplayable.
What, a 1/1 for 2 that loots? That's unplayable? Okay. No, you're completely right.
But yeah, there's no Dothy on Dothy violence here, so I think it would be reasonable to just kill the Teferi.
What do you prefer, Shadow or Horsemanship?
I mean, Shadow for the not being ridiculous. Have you seen the new mechanic? Horsemanship made me think about it. Saddle.
I did. I did.
I mean, it essentially is just like crewing a vehicle. Like mounts are vehicle. But
Yep.
it's just the fact that I'll go ahead and saddle up my mole mount now or whatever they are. Like, it's gonna make some fun limited.
I was about to say something cursed, and I was like, "Oh, we're on stream.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go there." Okay.
Look, this is at least PG rated.
Okay. Yeah. I won't even write it down. I do like the way Matt chose that window to go for it. You're playing around corner cases, granted.
Yeah. Teferi leads you to feel fairly safe once it resolved. There's only a handful of cards that can interact, and all of his opponents were tapped for a reasonable amount of mana, right? So, Sky Turtle, definitely a corner case, but you have to play into it.
100%. Yeah, you don't unless it's known in hand. You don't
Yeah, I mean,
you don't play around the Sky Turtle. Kids at home.
yeah, it was like he had no reason to know it, so it's just you got it, you got it. You don't, you don't.
And I don't want to disparage that Sky Turtle. It's a colossal Sky Turtle. So he's a big boy.
It's colossal.
He's colossal.
Carrying around a lot of stuff on that back.
Yeah.
Carrying part of this game right on the back of it.
Might carry Max right into a win.
I mean, you never know, because this game was definitely looking towards Matt B's favor,
Yep.
and now might go somewhere else.
Momentum has just completely swung, I believe. I think
Yeah.
Kinnan, I think, is now in complete control of this game. Manamo with the ring. You're gonna draw 3. You can draw 7 cards next turn,
It is a lot for very little life invested into it here.
and you'll still have a Kinnan activation.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you need a land drop. You should draw.
1, 2. Yeah, I mean it's not that hard though. You draw 7, cards. There's bound to be a mana source in
100%.
them, reasonably.
If you can't draw a land in 7 cards, it's a deck building issue.
Yeah, you do feel like that's a slight skill issue at that point. It's not impossible to miss, but improbable, we'll say.
Oh,
Uh,
interesting.
Oh, a few more.
Discarding to hand side.
Yeah, I mean, those are all cards under Dothy now. Dothy is just holding everything hostage. Over
Dothy's eating good. Max has 2 cards in hand, but you can draw 7 more
there. Mm-hmm.
and have an activation. I'm feeling great.
Yeah. Like, he's at a very healthy 35. He'll lose, what, 2, 3? Like, I mean, he can kind of do whatever he wants this turn, it feels like.
Yeah. This is Max's game to lose now. I think momentum has completely swung in his favor.
So, draw some cards, maybe do it again. Drawing is kind of also just contextual and, like, what does he still need?
Right.
I mean, you kind of always, like, if you're a blue player, you're kind of just drawing cards because that's like the thing you're supposed to do in Magic, right? But you don't always have to. I mean, you do have to, but you don't always have to draw the extra cards.
So he needs a couple things right now.
Okay.
He needs
So well,
something-
there's the land.
Yeah.
Step one, we already nailed it.
So we have a Kinnan activation and Manamo if we need it, but things that we're looking for right now as Kinnan, we need a way to make infinite mana, which we can do easily with Basalt Monolith, and we need an outlet for that mana in a Thrasios. No, that's like at the base level sort of we need a way to make the infinite and a way to outlet that infinite mana. You can also win through Basalt and a Finale of Devastation very easily, but you're gonna see a lot of cards.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a little bit extra.
I don't think Max has Thoracle lines to like go through his deck.
Yeah, we don't have an actual deck list in front of us for this one, so feel free to conjecture.
I think he did cut Thoracle, if I'm remembering correctly.
I just always assume that that's a line for any blue-based deck in Commander. It seems more rare that it isn't.
True. What else can he do? I mean, he has all of the options in the world, and the more card. The issue though in a deck like Kinnan is if you're overdrawing cards.
Yep, put that back over there.
If you're overdrawing cards with the One Ring, you could draw into what you want to activate. To
Yeah,
find with the
that's what I'm
Kinnan.
saying. It's probably more reasonable to start with the Kinnan line and then potentially draw more cards, depending on what's in your hand, what can hit, like, etc. Right?
Yeah.
Because like, you also probably want some amount of protection in hand if possible.
Mm-hmm.
And if you already have that, well, you're even less incentivized to draw with the ring any longer.
If I'm Max, I don't know if I'm worried about protection. Talion didn't have anything.
Oh yeah, now I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like in the general line,
Right,
but
right.
yeah, right now I feel like things would have popped off on the Teferi turn for Matt B, right? Like
100%.
everybody would have jumped on that, like, because if a Teferi resolves, you assume people do not have a counterspell because
Right.
then Teferi doesn't get to resolve. Like
And
that,
then you get Sky Turtled.
Teferi is the counter test.
Yeah, 100%.
In any format that he's legal, by the way, not just Commander. Like
True.
that's just how that card reads. I don't care what the actual text says on it.
Notably, Max is concerned about what's in the Dothy zone. I don't know if he's maybe seeing what interaction has been used or is thinking about passing turn, has concerns about it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking there's like random removal, counter spell, like these are all things that are face up, right? So good to just keep it in mind that this Dothy can activate at any point for any of those spells that are in that stack for free, for funsies.
Once it's passed, I think it's still summoning sig.
Gosh, it's been so long, I'm not 100% sure when that came in now.
I believe it's summoning sig because he paid the 2 black and then paid for the Ristic with
Okay, sure, yeah.
I think.
I think you're right. I think it's just been long turns.
It really has. Okay, we're just dumping rocks now. We definitely have an activation if we want it.
Yeah. So it could also just be he's keeping it in mind because maybe he realized he can't quite do everything he wants this turn.
True.
So what does he do this turn, and can he get in trouble for something that he can see face up, right? Sure. I think it's just reasonable to always stay cognizant of what's in the yards, what people have access to.
100%.
All the information that's free is the information you should try to absorb.
Yep. Yeah, if I can get a percentile of an advantage by just taking the extra time to look, it's always worth it to do.
Yeah. The difference between people checking your yard to see if you have delirium or not, or just like doing things willy-nilly, like somebody flashing in a Bowmasters to kill a Darcy and then finding out you have delirium and you're like, yep, that's a 3/3, but sure.
GG's. Alright, so we did activate the Manamo, targeting the One Ring, drawing 4 cards with that drawing a card activation.
Okay.
We have a Kinnan activation still on deck. I see 7 mana. If we are able to resolve a Seedborn right now, I think it's GG's across the board. Okay.
Little more mana.
We're a little starved on mana, so that makes sense.
just really trying to get everything into play here.
Okay.
Is that a spell sky?
That is a spell sky. That is telling me he's ready to go for it.
Okay, well, drum roll. Maybe.
Oh, I'm ready. Unless he just like is playing it to play it. I don't think he's doing it flippantly though.
That does seem like an interesting thing to just run out.
Yeah.
Die to a random board wipe scenario. Like, Spellskite's not gonna help you there.
Yeah, it's protecting the Kinnan for sure.
Yeah.
I see.
Because I feel like you're way more likely to lose to, like, a deluge effect of some sort, right?
Right. Or massacre.
Yeah. or any of that. Well, we already saw it.
Yeah.
Happen, but, I assume no one else has one.
Nothing telling until they push to means bad.
So there seems like a few discussion lines here. Maybe somebody's like, yeah. Thank you, Steven. Politics in progress, which could very well mean, are you okay with the spell Skype being in place? Is everybody okay with this? This doesn't seem good.
Yeah, because you're gonna have to. It takes 2 pieces of removal now to deal with Kinnan.
Mm-hmm.
Clearing the spell Skype's huge. The only exceptions, like a red elemental blast can't be redirected, but a power blast could. It's very odd.
Yeah, there's certain, again, these are corner cases that you do have to keep in mind, right? But there are certain cards that do not work to redirect, and then there are others that are perfect. So
Yep. Has to be a legal target to get redirected to Spellskite. Though I did read a thing where you can, like, if someone fetches... Everyone yapping, yeah. Like, if someone fetches, you can activate your Spellskite, and nothing changes, but you can, like, pay the life, because there's an ability on the stack.
You can pay a lot of life to target a lot of things randomly.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that they're any good to you.
Yeah, or does anything. Add Death Shadow decks.
Okay, it looks like we're getting in there. I see Kinnan turning sideways. This seems like progress.
I do like when people enter combat.
So the question is, where's Kinnan going? There's a good chance that it's going into Fairy.
Makes
Yep,
sense.
okay. I
Which
was like, oh, and that looked like just a quick pass after that.
that is terrifying to give to the Italian
So
player.
it looks like the Spellskite is just if you got a board wipe, maybe the Kinnan player has a safety net for that.
I do have some hot tech to disclose about Matt Sperling's deck.
Oh, okay.
Because he bought the card from TC's Rockets this morning. Full
Ooh.
online inventory is on their website.
From us.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs expertise.
I mean, that'll do it. That
doesn't kill a spell.
I was like, it wouldn't kill the Spellskite, but you don't care about killing the Spellskite.
True.
Then it just does the thing, right?
We are rocking
Spellskite can stick around for however long it wants.
True.
Killing his own Dothy would be a little unfortunate.
What number are we going to name?
2? 2 seems like a solid one.
Oh, he just has them ready.
I mean, also reasonable, but I feel like 2 is a good number to start at. 2 stops a lot of things, in general.
It's actually funny. So I was casting with Zane. He designed the Command Tower software at the TopDeck.gg Expo, and we had a chat track because I said 1, Zane said 2, and we had chat track. And at the beginning of the game,
who was right?
Yeah, it was favored 1.
Sure.
It was like 9-1 my favor of like lower trigger.
Sure.
And then late game 2 changed the as the board composition changes, people have mana they're not having to deploy. 2 really became the number to pick.
I think 2 just covers a lot of different kind of mana rogs, certain commander, like even like Thassa's Oracle. How much does it cost? Breach. How much does it like? These are all things that cost you, right? So
I think 2 is the right choice right here with where we're at in the game. Okay, we are sacking the Rog.
Okay.
2 black mana. We just ripping the Nas. Sergio.
We're doing things.
No, or maybe a ring. Nope. I think we're Nazing.
It's going. Yeah.
Damn.
That is an Adnaz.
I don't think this Adnaz is long for this world.
He's like, hold on, let me check my 20 cards in hand and see if that's good.
Or maybe he forces... Matt might have the counter magic and is forcing Max to be in a position where, like, no, like, you're going to try to win. You can deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, you could just let the Adnaz resolve and then go from there, stop the things you need to stop, but that's a little difficult. I feel like Adnaz is a good card to stop on its own. I
think, and this is just conjecture based on how Max is touching his mana, I think he has something and is debating if it's worth it.
Or he's just decent at making somebody think, okay, force negation, a perfectly reasonable option here.
Yep. Hard casting.
Yeah, and the actual hard cast,
Paying for Ristic.
My word.
Yeah.
That makes you feel like they have something else too. Like Force Negation, Force of Will in there too.
Tally notably also has access to an Adonaz now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something to note.
Which funny note, with this Dothy in play, I don't know, there's a lot of interesting lines that are kind of turned off just from Dothy existing.
hmm Yeah, we're not breaching.
You know, I was like, graveyards are not accessible still. Hey, moving down.
If I'm Matt, I think this is my window to try to go for it again. I know that Max doesn't have anything.
I mean, Teferi's dead. Teferi's dead and gone. So the only card we still remember is what, the kitten specifically.
Yeah.
And he has a stack of cards. He's drawn so many off of this Ristic, but are they cards that do anything quickly?
Right.
And I don't know if that's possible right now.
I mean, if you ripped a Thorkel, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we have the mana.
I was like, Italian push here.
I love that pink signature too. That looks really good.
Yeah, I was like, this is very bright.
I like it's not definitive, but signatures that are like, yeah, this card's signed.
Oh yeah.
What of it? I don't think we have a hard counter for this from the Dothy piles either.
Is everybody? Are you sure? Are you sure
Yeah.
there's nothing in here?
Like, we just lose. And you can't cast that Chain of Vapor.
It's funny because the Dothy stuff is all face up. It's like a community discussion. Well, what about this? This is probably worth it, right?
Hey, Michelle, I know I tried killing you last turn,
Yeah,
but we got to work together now.
Could you maybe think about sacking your creature to do this thing?
Yeah. Please.
Yeah. Again, you gotta roll high on those charisma checks.
And the thing with this, too, is Sergio's out of the game. Sergio has nothing to gain from continuing to play.
Yeah, it's difficult, right?
Yeah.
Sergio could be the catalyst to stop someone from winning,
True.
depending on what cards they have available anymore. But
The awkward part in all of this as well is theoretically Talion could add Nas to try to find the force, but even then, like, you're not playing to win, you're playing to not lose at that point.
yeah, it's like, when you're sacking your die to add Nas, I don't know. It's an interesting line to need to take.
Yeah. I really like that pink signature. I keep looking at it, like, gravitating.
Laser focused.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
I feel like they're still discussing if this card has resolved. I'm honestly not sure if it's actually in play yet.
Yeah, they know that if they can't deal with this Grand Abolisher, this game is over. I think Max would have used the pitched a blue card for that force if he had it. He has a Psych Rift in hand.
Well, the thing I was thinking is if he had another force effect, then just paying for force negation makes sense because he could pitch to like force. Like, so if he's just on mono blue cards,
Yeah.
then of course you pay for the force negation. That's
True.
easy.
True. Max did bleed his hand a little bit. He has a Psych Rift in hand.
Okay.
So I don't know if the discussion is, do I attack the mana? Do I attack the Ristic Study to just prevent some of it? I don't know. He can cast a single target Lotus Petal,
Right.
or single target Psych Rift with the Lotus Petal.
Yeah.
But maybe the discussion is, do I bounce something, trigger Talion, we try to just draw more cards as a table.
Tricky.
I don't want to keep referencing Bosch and Roll, but something that he said that I thought was really, introspective on cEDH is cEDH is a series of 3v1s. And I think we're seeing this now.
Oh yeah.
Where now it's, hey, Kinnan just tried to go for it. They drew a bajillion cards. Didn't happen. Talion deployed. Dothy's alive. This is another 3v1 in the series that we've seen. We saw it to get rid of the Adnaz. We saw it to try to stop Kinnan with the Massacre. And now we're seeing it kind of this truly critical moment.
Oh yeah. The political aspect cannot be underestimated here. And okay. So Riftaroo.
What do you target? The Crypt? I'll float mana and then recast it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that was solely for it could be the Ristic Study.
Draw
Wow.
off the wrist instead. I mean, it's a lot
Okay.
of stuff happening.
I don't think Matt has anything, and Sergio's for sure out of this game.
Yeah, the way he keeps putting his hand down kind of makes it seem like he has nothing relevant to offer.
He went all in on that Nas and wasn't stopped. Yeah, you can't even crack like Grand Abolishers on the stack. You can't crack the Dothi and then yeah. I think we're looking at the end game.
I mean,
What a if Matt can pull this out after having been stopped last turn, I'm incredibly impressed.
that just means you kind of had it all, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the drawing a couple extra cards here, but okay. Okay.
I like that altar. It's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
I was just thinking that it's an interesting one.
Another cool signature.
Just also pink, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's funny.
And the mana vault, the crypt and the vault are both pink.
Oh yeah, they match. They're the same.
And the City
same
of Brass.
artist. Yeah.
Shout out Mark Tadine, Marky T.
Okay, so we got the kitty cat that we knew about.
Okay.
Okay.
What is our...
Just keeping track up here, maybe.
Oh yeah, it triggered the Talion
Mm-hmm.
from being a 2/2, which is relevant if this game can somehow continue past the Grand Abolisher. I don't think this is a value Grand Abolisher. We are casting Snapback, pitching a Ristic Study, targeting Dothi.
Yeah, it was like there needs to be a line to get Dothi out of here.
Yeah.
And then go from there.
Wow. He might just be running away with this game. I'm wondering if he
Maybe
needed
he
that.
drew perfectly off this wristing to just have everything he needed. It kind of seems that way.
I'm wondering if he needed the blue card in hand, and somehow pitching the Ristic enabled him.
Oh, that would be. Unless he just had it, like, that's just a good one to pitch now, right?
True.
Like, it's better than pitching probably anything else.
True. Yeah, if you're going for the win,
Yeah, then the wristing's irrelevant. So that would be interesting. It would be interesting if he was just trying to set up and then actually had the line here, but who knows?
What are we seeing?
It's like, okay.
Land for turn.
Dothi in the hand. Graveyards are freed.
Fetch. Can't get blown up by an Oppo here.
Keeping track of life, maybe.
Look, I generally hate rooting for Tim Necrom,
I mean,
but the way he's navigated these twice now, got kind of blown out, and then probably passed the turn thinking he was losing, and now cycled back to him, stopped in
Yeah.
Adnaz, and now is potentially putting another win on the stack.
yeah, I mean, showing off just a solid understanding of his own deck.
Yeah. And this is why Matt, I really look up to. When I'm trying to up my Tim Necrom game, I've talked to Matt on how to play this deck. I think he's an incredible pilot, and I think he's showcasing this patient play. He's been such a patient player, quietly drawing cards, finding his opportune moments, and I'm sincerely very impressed.
Which seems like this is the type of deck that rewards that play style, to just kind of understand what you're looking at, bide your time, do everything at once.
Yep. Yeah, no more mid-range hell. We're here. We're trying to win our games. Okay, Demonic Tutor.
Okay, maybe he didn't have everything. Maybe he wanted one thing.
Also, beautiful Judge promo Demonic Tutor.
Man, I told you, this deck has been built with love.
It was over time, too.
Yeah.
Slowly accumulated
Oh,
the
yeah.
pieces. It was really cool to watch him. Oh, but he has the junky Wheel of Fortune. Come on, Matt.
So judgmental. Immediately throws it out. This one card now. Throw it in the garbage.
Interesting interaction. So he used the Displacer Kitten to bounce the Chromox. ETB'd imprinted the Orcish Bowmasters. So needed that black mana specifically.
Huh.
Wow. He really might just have it all.
Yeah, I mean, most of these were just freely cast from hand, and then find a tutor to get whatever the one thing he's still missing here.
Wow.
We'll see what he grabs, but I mean,
Knowing that, I would be shocked if there wasn't a way, unless there was some drastic misplay. But even can you activate Spellskite through a Grand Abolisher? I don't think so.
I'd have to see the actual wording on it.
Let me read Grandy Bolish.
'Cause unfortunately, it's just a little too small to read on screen right now.
Your opponents can't cast spells or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, or enchantments.
Nope.
So he's not worried about
From that exact wording, absolutely not.
Yeah.
that spell guide is just hanging out,
Yeah.
just watching the game.
just a little artifact creature horror.
A little cutie pie.
Spellskite is handsome.
This spell guy is adorable.
Um,
Is this just
Don't know what that
this just
is.
representing-
A beautiful artist proof.
Yeah, I was like, is this just representing
Underworld
the-
Breach.
Oh, I was like, what's the dragon seem not the same.
So, I think we've won this game. As Matt, we can flicker mana, demonic tutor for
Yeah, it's like with it,
brain.
Displacer Kitten sitting here just kind of means no matter what spell he casts, he can keep re-rolling this mana effectively, right?
And he can start hitting that talisman as well if he really needs to start color fixing. He has 2 colorless floating. I'm gonna eat my own words here live. TC's Rockets. I'm not a fan of Displacer Kitten and Tim Necrom, and I might be being proved wrong right now.
I mean, it certainly offered him a window here to do some things.
It's also a creature. Creatures are traditionally harder to deal with in CDH.
Yeah, than just stopping a non-creature spell. I can't Flusterstorm a kitten.
That's what I always say. My grandfather actually said that
Oh,
growing up.
Oh, that makes sense.
Somehow he
It's
knew.
solid logic.
Yeah, my grandfather always imparted deep CDH meta knowledge to me. All right, we're escaping the demonic tutor.
I mean, it seems reasonable to... I mean, at this level of play, you just make sure that you're... If you're sitting there and you have no answers, you at least make them go through the lines. Show you the way that they win.
Yep, and I think we're going to see Brain Freeze. I can't think of anything that any player would have that would constitute free interaction that hasn't already been used, especially through a Grand Abolisher. We don't have to worry about channel effects now. We have no way to cast them, no mana.
Like the Dothy's gone.
Dothy's gone.
All of the things that existed that were problematic are just gone.
Yep. So we can tap 3 for the Mana Vault. We'll have 4 colorless floating. Tap the Talisman, have a blue, and then reset the Talisman, have more blue, and then we're casting Brain Freeze.
Besage you through Spirit Guide. I would be impressed.
Yeah. We are only worried about the Seiju through Spirit Guide. That is the one thing we're playing around.
Yeah. All right, Brain Freezing. Doing a little quick count there.
Yeah. Yeah. There was one corner case, which is Beseiju.
You gotta look for the outs. You gotta look
I'm
for
just
it.
happy Kinnan got massacred.
Oh. Kinnan didn't even activate once. Kinnan was just swung in for damage. It killed its a fairy.
Just a little guy. He killed a Teferi. Bond with this fist.
Kinnan did their best.
Welcome to the West Coast.
To be fair, there were a lot of turns where it looked like somebody had potential to establish something, right? Like,
Totally.
like it's just always kind of having to keep an eye on the Tymna player is just a true thing you have to do,
Yep.
right? Because he almost won a previous turn, and then they were able to stop it through one big old turtle
Yep.
doing its best, and
Getting channeled.
then still, had a whole extra turn and just going off a different way now.
Totally. So if I'm Sergio, or even if I'm Matt, I'm going, hey guys, we should concede. I think he has it, and I want to eat lunch.
I mean, also reasonable. I'm not sure how much time is left in this round.
Yeah, let me
but
look.
I mean, I imagine we're getting down to probably 15 or less.
23 minutes.
Oh, okay, well, slightly more.
Some psychic.
All right, you
distance.
got a couple extra minutes
Yeah.
to talk it out.
Yeah.
I am curious what they could be talking about, because I feel like if anybody had any way to do anything, that would just be happening.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe looking through the pile, seeing if he has it.
Like,
But
does anybody have any way to do anything? I mean, he's going quite low on life total.
and
here.
now he's getting rid of the tally. That was the one out I think they had. Was hoping he played into it enough that it.
Or that it just killed him instead.
Yeah.
I mean, potential, right? But it seemed unlikely.
And I think we've established that there's no Elvish Spirit Guide into Beseiju. It would have been hit by now.
Yeah, it does seem like a reasonable thing to stop.
We have blue mana floating. All right, let's see how this goes.
Just a little bit of dice movement back and forth here.
I applaud his opponents for making it played out. I'm not as patient as they are.
Yeah, like I said, I think at this level you kind of just have to be like, look, I'm not just gonna concede. Show me that you can do this.
Yeah.
Demonstrate the potentials here, and then maybe we move on.
Storm count's 11. We should be able to just mill our deck and cast Oracle. Okay, and everyone's conceding.
Yeah, I was gonna say that does look like a pack 'em up.
Cool. Well, Matt Sperling's at least done.
I mean, it's kind of a, if you guys want to keep talking it out, I guess you can, but
Oh, wow.
is that Force of Vigor?
Force of Vigor
green
pitching for
card? Yeah.
Atheos.
I mean,
Wow. What a game. Matt started off strong, turn 1 Ristic Study, and then followed it up with a win attempt, and then followed it up with another win attempt that got him there.
yeah.
Incredible stuff.
I
Very
guess-
impressed.
Surprised he didn't, or was he just showing the Force of Vigor? Like, he didn't have it in hand, right?
I
Because
believe
obviously,
he did.
so you just didn't cast it?
Yeah, I think if you're in a position where Grand Abolisher is going to hit, I mean, I think you attack the Mana Rocks, potentially.
Because he could have, yeah, he could have blown up 2 things.
Yeah.
Sure, okay.
Crazy game.
Yeah.
Crazy game by 4 key players, huge players I was excited to watch, and I really think that all of these guys have a chance of making it to top 16.
Yeah, I mean, this is round 2, a couple more rounds to go. Anybody's got a shot of, making it into a top 16 bracket, right?
100%.
So, a lot of powerful decks here, strong players. We'll keep an eye on everybody throughout the day, but it looks like we're gonna roll them up here. Congrats to Matt showing why this deck stays on top.
Yep.
We'll be back. So we got about 20 minutes, give or take. So take a nice little break here, eat some lunch. Don't leave us. We'll be back. We're just gonna go double check the internet and stuff too. Do all the things that we do in the downtime. But yeah, so we'll see you guys in just a bit.
Thank you all.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Fishbowl 3. I'm Michelle Tanner.
And I'm Lauren, also known as MTG_hot dog.
Always the underscore, can't forget. And we're bringing you round 3 of our Commander event. I almost said 2K, but it upgraded to a 3K just from being a capped event, huh? So
Sure heckin' did.
pretty neat when you already signed up early, right? You
Yeah.
just get bonus. But yeah, so we had just a little delay in between while we were setting everything up, and looks like we got some really interesting decks here. Although some similarity to the last round. But what did you bring us, Lauren? Who's up?
So I'm pulling up the data right now to see what this pod comp is likely to come out to. Seat 1, we have Casey on Kinnan. I like this pod. We're the player that I wanted to follow here is Zane Nair in Seat 2 on Rograk Silas. He's actually the creator of the Command Tower software. He's one of the co-owners of Top Deck, who puts on the platinum events, puts on the circuit. So I wanted to highlight Zane here and see this pod's 1-1. So they're kind of fighting for their
Oh, okay.
top
So
16
we got
life right
right in the middle, the winning in essentially or potential winning in. It's still a little early to say, but Commander events tend to have slightly skewed numbers into who actually makes it to top 16 and who doesn't.
Yeah.
So
and we have Casey in Seat 1 on Kinnan. I ran this data through this pod composition, and what's calculated in this pod composition when I'm tracking the data is seat order and commanders present.
Okay.
And while these are common commanders, except Brea kind of being the outlier here, this is another pod that we have never had in our data set before. And I think that's attributed to the presence of Brea, but we are now 3-0.
Look at us forging new roads.
With almost 22,000 games tracked through the Command Tower software. And thank you to Datatog for providing this data for us to use for streams and such. But yeah, I think it's Brea's, I don't want to say fault. Brea being the outlier here.
Just Brea being unique has created another unique scenario. So being 3 for 3 on no pairings previously before is pretty cool.
And we're all familiar with TNK, Keenan, and Rogside. Brea has fallen out of favor a bit.
Yeah, it was a popular deck quite early on, right?
Yep, yeah. A lot of people were not a fan of Timna Crom as partner pairings. Brea just kind of did more in that same color combination.
Brea comes with her own partner.
Exactly. Yeah, couple Thopters, but
sometimes that's all you need.
It's a very potent breach deck. It's something that should not be slept on, and I think the players who are playing Brea and playing it well are a force to be reckoned with. I really like that deck. It's a little scary because if you whiff, you can feed Docksides. Your commander's already a legendary artifact. Also known, I'm going to shout out some of our listeners, El Artigact. If you're on some the Timna Crom Discord. But yeah, I like Brea. I think that deck has legs, and well, I don't know if she has legs because she's like a robot lady.
Some
but
wings. We got some wings in here. I feel like.
Yeah. But I like seeing Brea here, and the fact that Brea is 1-1 is very exciting to me.
Oh, it looks like we're getting started with that beautiful. Is that the secret layer Soul Ring? That. Oh,
it looks like it.
Look at us jumping into just a ring skite go. That feels like a prep for a next turn Kinnan, if nothing else, right?
Weird how same seat in terms of artistry.
Yeah, that wasn't Kinnan, but in that same corner.
In Kinnan, that's same
funny.
art, but different seat order.
Although their Kinnan looks very interesting. That is that was just a token on top of it? Okay. Because I was like, that looks like a wild altar sitting there.
Yeah. I was wondering why Zane was pulling out his phone, but now it makes sense. We're tracking the life total. Thank you, Zane, for doing that.
Well, the pink is incredibly hard to read for some reason. Yep. That's real bright.
Okay, we're playing the Crypt. Springleaf Drum. Okay. We have a lot of mana available to us here early on.
Oh my.
Are we going to see like a Rhystic Study?
This feels like...
Calling the Weak.
Okay.
We might be seeing Eternal Adnauts.
This will make coverage difficult.
So we have 4 black floating, using the colorless. Oh, spending 3. Grim Tutor? I think that is a new inclusion.
No.
Oh, Windfall.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I was like, that's better.
To heck with your mulligans.
Yeah.
We're going out on my terms.
Oh my.
I think Kinnan's happy about this. Kinnan's theoretically wants to let this resolve, get to refresh. You got a little bit of board development.
Yeah,
but
now I was like, now that you dumped out most of your hand, it's not really a big deal.
feels pretty good.
I mean, bad if if the person's winning this turn or something crazy, but like other than that, you're probably like, all right,
Oh wow, Thorkel in the yard, Red Elemental Blast in the yard.
okay,
Full grips. Wow.
sure.
Something to be mindful
Is
of.
that Bowmaster's Land? It's a little hard to see. Mitchell, I don't know if his sleeves are just a little dark there, but it's a little hard to read his cards.
Something to be mindful of here. Mnemonic Betrayal, if Zane can find a blue land or a blue mana production, is scary right now.
Yeah.
And he's bleeding his hand a little bit. I do see a Mnemonic Betrayal.
Oh my.
I mean,
But does he have a way to actually cast it?
No, I think he's gonna cast
Oh.
the Rog and go for it next turn.
Okay.
He should be able to piece something together. I can't quite tell. I see a Soul Ring. I see.
Is this mana being
Secret
used or is
War.
it just going away?
Use looks like 2 black to recast the Rog.
Well, he used that and he still had one
Yeah.
left. So
Okay.
curious if he actually had anything else to spend it on or not.
Wow. We came to play.
Yeah, I mean, if you're like, well, I think I can be faster than the Kinnan deck, that's definitely one way to do it.
It's Tim Necron Discord listening. Thank you guys showing up. Appreciate you. L Artigact. That was a typo someone did for
It was
legendary artifact.
Is this just a Brea just land go?
Yeah,
Okay.
that might feel pretty bad. I
Yeah,
just
I
got
would-
wheeled away.
I would look at what all just happened and feel a little like, wish I had something else to do now.
Pitching Simian Spirit
Okay,
Guide.
okay.
Dockside Extortion.
Not for a lot, but not bad.
4.
I mean, turn 1 dockside for 4 is not insignificant.
I am an enjoyer of making 4 mana turn 1.
Yeah, like that's you could do something.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're winning anything right this second, but not a bad place to be.
Something to be mindful of.
Is that a breach?
That's a breach.
Oh, maybe he can.
Wow. Did he just get wheeled into the nuts?
Yeah, I mean the thing is, right, is we don't know what his hand turned into.
Right. And he has a full yard.
Yeah, that's true. Oh. Said no, thank you. Please stop what you're doing.
So something we need to be mindful of, because Zane did bleed his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Mnemonic Betrayal. Oh.
What?
Curious what that was.
Yeah, I was like, was this just testing you?
Zane has access to Mnemonic Betrayal and then can breach, and has a Pacted Negation as backup.
Mm-hmm.
This is a quick game.
Yeah, I mean, the people are really just popping off here.
Yeah.
Oh, you give them the extra treasures. That's funny.
That's
We have some very different treasure tokens all over, but it's 4 treasure total. That's what's going on.
Zane's a big Ame enjoyer from Hololive, so
Oh,
that's his custom Ame token
Yeah, I
set.
would say Zane really just comes prepared, and I can appreciate anybody who brings all the things that they need to actually play their deck.
Shout out Blood Baron. Good to see you, Mr. Necropotence guy. Good to see you. Bossman Witch with the breach, yeah.
Okay, so pay 3, put Timnin in play. Just
Respectable.
okay. I mean, breach wasn't happening, so sure.
Feel good about putting a Timna out after that. You makes your opponents have to think about Fierce Guardianship and Deflecting Swat now.
Yeah, it feels like you never just kind of want to leave like extra treasures out when you don't have to, right? Just because of you don't want anybody to have a really good dockside turn that's better than yours.
Right. It feels bad just cracking them, but
Yeah, so if you can just crack them to actually cast something, you should probably just do it.
Yep.
Okay, and basically what you expect, Kinnan entering the battlefield.
Who would have thought?
With the Spell Sky backup, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
Will it be good enough, though?
Activating Soul Ring for a Springleaf Drum.
Okay.
2 colorless floating. We're going to be able to make 2 more.
And you can tap Spell Sky for something else if you need here.
Yeah.
So
We see the 1 ring. Oh, okay.
So Talisman. I mean, we're just kind of pumping out mana, I guess. So maybe it's a I can do stuff next turn, hope I don't die scenario.
Yeah. Kind of a
tapping
necessary
Kinnan,
evil.
okay.
You're making 4 mana from this for a Rhystic Study.
Okay, so, sure. got some mana, got plenty of mana.
Yeah.
Mana for days.
Some insurance against
Mana,
the win attempt.
maybe draw a couple extra cards. Spellskite for protection. Spellskite also a decent blocker.
Mm-hmm.
Can just stonewall like a Ragavan or like random small stuff, right?
Notably, if somehow Zane can get access back to that red elemental blast, can't work on the Spellskite. Not a valid target if
Yeah.
you try to hit the Rhystic Study.
So we talked about earlier. There's certain cards that you just can't redirect, and that's definitely one of them.
This is I think this is where knowing Zane as a player and knowing Rogsai as a dedicated turbo list, I think this is where the win attempt is, where we talked about making that window, and I think this is where the window's about to get made.
Yeah.
I don't think, very few cards in hand from Kinnan. They just dumped all those mana rocks.
Yeah.
I think you might just go for it.
I mean, they're gonna draw some cards off their Rhystic Study.
Yeah.
But
I think we're about to see that meme bet.
well, there's quite a few cards there to consider.
Bray has RUB and Bennett meme bet resolved. Yep.
Oh yeah, because I mean, you already saw it. It's there, so
You also have the ability, if you needed to, if that meme bet does resolve, to offer you can't refuse your own stuff to generate treasure.
yeah. This is definitely a question of what did I wheel my opponents into?
Yep.
Do they have answers or no? Like,
And there it is. Rogsai should be tapped. Or Rog should be... Yeah, there we go.
there you go. Oh shit. Maintaining game state appropriately. Good job.
Wow.
I feel like this is discussion time here. Do you have anything? No, do you have anything?
Is this your card? Is this your card?
Draw for a stick. These are all questions.
It resolves.
Okay, that didn't even
Wow.
seem like it didn't even seem like much of a question. It was just kind of a nope, don't have anything.
Yep.
Which again, everybody tossed their hands, so like you just don't. Who knows? They could have just drawn air.
Oh, this might be GG seeing that Dark Ritual.
Yeah.
And for those at home, meme bet mana can be any color. I mean, you're not too color hungry. You can use a colorless to cast a Dark Rit.
Okay. So we're doing a little poke in here. Little.
Wonder if he leads with the REB in some capacity to just clear that Rhystic.
Just in case he can possibly draw a way to interact that he does not have currently.
Right.
Not unreasonable.
This is tight. Regardless of how this goes down, I think mana is going to be pretty tight here.
Yeah, because he's not really working with a lot of resources.
No, the
A
Mox
lot
Amber,
of cards, but not a lot of things that can pay for them.
If I can napkin math a little bit, you have the Dark Rit, 3, Soul Ring, let's just say 4, Mox Amber's 5 mana, and you could always offer the Mox Amber, make 2 treasure, go to 6. This is
Yeah, I'd say
it's tight.
Yeah, it's quick math, not my strong point, but that's one of the things too when you're playing this kind of deck, like being able to do numbers quickly to figure out if you can afford to do everything you need to do.
Yeah.
Is beneficial.
This is where my wheels are turning.
Judging in progress.
I think there was a judge call because he played an Ancient Tomb and took it back to switch the land he's playing for a turn, which you can do if information didn't change.
Yeah. It's definitely one of those things. If nothing else has progressed, it's a pretty easy. Yeah, they can just switch the land.
My wheels are turning though. Rogsai is the deck I'm currently playing. I switched off of Dihada, so seeing this, I'm trying to put myself.
Trying to think, what would I do right here?
Yeah, I'm like, okay, if I'm in the situation, you blindfold me, switch me and Zay, and now I have to figure out how to win.
Yeah.
I know it's like on the tip of my tongue, but it's a tight line.
Also, you can't see his hand entirely, so you're not exactly sure what you're working with there. To be fair.
Yeah, very fair, very very fair. There's a known pact.
Okay, so I think we're still talking through the land here. He's
Yeah.
probably saying, "This is what I did. This is what I want to do," kind of thing.
Yep. Yeah, and I, if I'm remembering correctly, you can change your land if no other game actions or no new information was changed or phases didn't change.
That is, I mean, that is usually how it is for constructed magic. Is a land somebody accidentally puts the wrong one in and then says, "Wait a minute, can I change it?" It's like, yeah. So yeah, so we'll keep an eye on what they're what gets decided here, but
Looks like he is having to keep it, potentially.
or maybe just saying what happened. Still
Yeah.
hard to tell.
Yeah. Judging is in progress, though.
Yeah.
The event's going well so far. As we're I think this is the longest judge call we've had, but
Yeah, I don't even know if we've had any on camera yet. I mean, definitely there's always judge calls in a multiplayer format that can be a little confusing, right?
Yep.
Lot of triggers, a lot of responses, just a lot of overall information to keep track of.
Mm-hmm. Mana's certainly going to be tight.
But yeah, okay, so it looks like the land's in play. We're moving along here. So it looks like it's going for the Ristic, like you talked about. I feel like he's actually describing how this cannot be redirected to Spellsky right now.
Not a valid target.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you could pay the life.
The key wording on that for kids at home is it says destroy target blue permanent, not destroy target permanent if it's blue, which is why Pyroblast can be redirected to a Spellsky, but a red elemental blast cannot be.
Yeah. Subtle wording difference, but it makes all the difference.
Using a colorless to cast a dark writ, pretty cool.
That's a very nice dark crit.
Oh, that I think, in my opinion, the best art.
Oh, it's just it feels like it should be giving you 3 black mana.
The eye.
Yeah, like it's just
So
this
good.
spooky.
Okay, it looks like we are going for a Phyrexian Metamorph, presumably for a Dockside. Maybe not. Your docks. Oh no, I'm sorry. I missed all of these artifacts on Kindred Forge.
Yeah, I was like,
So Dockside for 4.
funny enough, this is what I was saying. He used all his treasures earlier, the Tymna player, effectively, because there would be a lot more mana in play. I mean, sure, you can crack them in response and whatever, right? But like that's not useful to you.
Right.
That's just a expensive Dockside.
Oh. Well, we lost stream with you folks for just a moment.
Yeah, for some reason our video went out.
But hey,
Not 100% sure why that happened.
we're still here with you though.
Yeah, so let us know if we're still online here, because I think we are. Just keep talking over the black screen.
I think this is where some conspiracy theories. Oh,
There you go.
Hold on.
I was like, I imagine maybe somebody kicked a cord back there.
I was gonna say it was weird how Zane starts putting a win attempt and when starts blacking out. I don't know. I was gonna call shenanigans.
Remember,
on
I
that.
fell into a coma in this game. You just wake up. Okay, so where are we?
Looks
We
like-
only missed a minute, but
So we
let's-
cast the breach.
Okay.
We have the breach, and we have 4 treasure and a black mana floating with an underworld breach in play.
Yes.
Seems decent.
So it's kind of a let me look around and what am I doing with these cards?
It might be pertinent to look at a possible intuition line. Brea has an intuition in the meme bet pile. Intuition, if you like, I don't even know what the line would be. I'm not smart enough, but I think that's going to be relevant as far as the game progresses.
So we're getting a couple more. Okay.
We have 5 black, 4 treasure. Packed backup. Oh, Grim Tutor is in hand.
Yeah. Zane, show us your hand so we can make better
Yeah.
calls here.
I saw a Grim Tutor. I saw Pact of Negation.
Well, he's feeling pretty safe at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. So going down. 33 life. You got plenty to work with. You're
You
fine.
grab the Brain Freeze?
Assuming he doesn't already have access to it.
I think you might Brain Freeze, and then you can Grim Tutor for anything you need. Once the Brain Freeze resolves, you have enough mana.
Who's keeping track of storm count?
Yeah. Hey, everyone. Storm count real quick.
Yeah.
Alright, I think he has Brain Freeze 2 in hand. Okay. Thank you, Helenium. Shout
Wow,
out
why is he just stocked on it? He's got like 3 cards, but they're all the cards he needs.
Helenium Gaming. Good to see you. Shout out to you and your wife you're expecting, so congrats.
I feel like he's not 100% sure he was going to get here, so maybe, or just whatever he needs at like the very bottom.
Yeah. Oh, there's a Brain Freeze. Okay.
Oh, okay. So, wasn't in hand, but it will be now.
Yeah. I I mean, to windfall into a meme bet is an incredible wheel, and things us ROG side gamers dream about. And
Sometimes you gotta roll high. That's all.
that's the thing about this deck. I mean, you have a high statistical likelihood, but it's also there's a little bit of a gambling component to it.
Yeah.
You're betting on your deck.
Just enough. This Spellskite is just trying to do something here. It's the discussion.
Oh, they're scooping it up.
Oh, are they just...
Wow.
Do they see the writing on the wall kind of thing here? It looks like.
Absolutely. Wow, they conceded.
You imagine he's talking through what he's doing as it's happening kind of thing, you know?
Yep.
Because it's just... Yeah, show him the hand, show him all the stuff.
Yeah.
Well...
Crazy.
Folks, that was a little bit faster. Yeah, it looks like Zane takes it down. I know that was your personal favorite there, but
Hey, I don't want to be a biased caster. Zane was kind of the player to follow going into this.
sure.
and-
Well, we won't say it wasn't Zane. It was just the deck. It just happened to be Zane playing.
Yeah, I love Rogsai. I do love Rogsai. And I felt this was a clinic on how to pilot Rogsai successfully to an early storm win.
Yeah, I mean the numbers definitely went in his favor to really just play against. They had nothing to stop him from rolling all that stuff into the yard. Turn one?
Yeah.
And then rolled a pretty good hand after that. Like
Yeah.
it's just the ratio that early should be slightly less favored, I feel like.
Yeah.
Given how many cards are in a commander deck. But it is what it is.
And I mean, if players are keeping full grips of 7, you know they're going to have early fast mana. They're going to have ways
you
to develop their
assume.
board. Yeah, you hope, right? So when you windfall into that, granted the meme bet was, I think, the icing on the cake, but you're looking at it and you're like, okay, I'm turn 2 and people are keeping 7s and I'm going to windfall them and hopefully be able to utilize that to my advantage. Incredible showing by Rogsai. I'm really, really impressed by this deck. I know there's a meme where it doesn't really convert the way people want it to convert, but that is exactly what this deck wants to do and it's supposed to do.
And difficult considering multiple blue players at the table and no one could stop anything.
Yeah.
So it's just interesting, right? Oh, and don't forget, if you're interested in the FishBowl 3 playmat, you can have one. For a very, very limited amount of money. It's tiny. It's a little bit. It's just a little bit. But I believe it's up on the Rockets website now. Or if you're here in the shop and somehow also still watching us on stream, that's cool. And they should be here for sale as well. And then they are, bonus if you think you're going to make top 4 today. You just get one for free as just for making top 4. So if you want to roll that dice, good luck.
Good luck, everyone. Yeah, that was... rolling dice, gambling, that's what we just saw.
Yeah, but only a little bit. Only enough to legally still be allowed in Magic.
100%. No ante. No ante. Do you want to play for ante?
Oh, God. Jeez. Never again.
No.
But yeah, so unfortunately, or fortunately, this will be a longer break than normal. Only because with this type of event, it's almost impossible for us to do a backup match. So we might just throw up a replay of a previous FishBowl or something in the meanwhile. But yeah, so congrats to Zane, and we will be back in. Well,
round timer.
yeah, let's say we're gonna check the round timer. I'm guessing at least 20 minutes.
We have 40 minutes left in the round.
Oh, 40. Great. Well, everybody, take a walk, take a little
grass.
break, a little coffee break, maybe. I don't know. But either way, we will be back. So 40-ish minutes. Just put us on in the background. Just mute the stream. It's fine.
Is that a threat? Is that a promise or a threat? We will be back.
Both?
Oh,
it's mostly both.
Ooh, sheesh.
But yeah, so we'll see you guys all in just a little bit. Don't leave us, and yeah, that's it. All right, bye.
Bye, guys.
Alec hasn't won yet. We don't know.
Well,
we'll get that off there.
I could just kind of just get in there with your creatures. I mean, Crom being a 4/4 flyer is a pretty hefty. So we'll see. He's gonna get a Tundra here. Yeah, he's gonna go for
Sure.
Timna. Wants
Seems
to draw
reasonable.
some extra cards.
Yeah,
which
it's
I
like
definitely don't blame him.
if nothing else is happening, you might as well get your commander and play one
Yeah.
of them, and then just
Yeah.
say go.
Why not? Easy peasy.
I do worry that, you know, if I'm at the table, right, like Brandon and Alec both have a lot of mana to work
Yeah.
with currently.
Yeah.
It's more just what can they do with it,
Mm.
which I'm not sure how Brandon's deck interacts with these others. Is he's probably the more creature dominant deck.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with Rocco.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he's gonna attack 1 and 1, gonna take 2, draw 2.
Okay.
Definitely solid.
Yeah, it's always nice to be the Bowmaster's person drawing and not the person against
Yes.
the Bowmaster's player
Yeah.
drawing.
Yeah, good timing with both the black players being tapped out, so no risk of Bowmasters coming in.
Yeah,
For that.
because that just makes you sad.
Yes.
You're like, no, don't flash in your
No.
Bowmasters, then mine will die.
Bowmasters, no masters.
Seal?
Pure seal, okay. I'm gonna do a little tutoring. What are you tutoring for?
Yeah, what are you tutoring for, Brian? What do you want right
Yeah.
here?
What are you feeling? What sparks joy?
I feel like for a lot of his stuff, it's kind of just figuring out what combos he can get with Obnixilis. Which, he's got a handful of options.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you saw game 1, it was kind of like a lot of different stuff going on, so.
Yeah. Seems like he has a few lines that he can take, so he's not exactly priced into if he loses like one specific card, it makes
Yeah.
things harder. Like, you know, with things like Soul Cauldron and Ballista in the Jag, he's got Obi-Wan, like all these different scenario setups.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of good options. Looks like he's made his decision.
We
put that card
we
on
will
the
have
top.
no idea.
Nope.
All right, now somebody mill him.
No.
And just cast that little guy. The little guy. Yeah, it's just a one. He's nothing to worry about.
That's fine.
It's not scary.
Right, gonna roll the tutor in the turn.
Will people allow it? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Worldly Tutor's like
That's
one of the not as scary ones normally.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Funny
you can see
enough,
it coming. Yeah.
You're like, ah, it's green, it's fine.
Yeah. It's like, okay. So this time we do get to see what he's getting, which is real nice.
Yeah. Brandon,
Course,
not too many
tutor.
cards left in hand outside of this either, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, I mean, luckily, since he does have Rocco, like, all of his land... Ooh, Dockside. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Slightly scarier.
Looks like Dockside is going to be on a 3, 4, 5 treasures currently.
Not the most significant one like we saw in that last game, but
Yeah, not making
Not
17,
bad.
16 treasures.
not bad.
Yeah, still always good. I mean, this also sets him up, too, for a couple of different lines with Dockside, too.
Mhm.
I mean, in these colors, you got a couple different looping effects with Dockside, so...
Can't forget to cut. I already knew what the top card was going to be regardless.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter if you do it after. It's
Yeah.
fun.
It's like, yeah.
It's like, well, here's the dock side. Does this resolve? Yes. All right.
Kind of puts him at, let's see.
Quick
what
count.
side is
1,
that?
2, 3, 4. I think it's 5, right?
5? Yeah.
I think you're right.
Something's happening there.
6.
There's a Mana Vault, Mana Crypt, Alex got Soul Ring, Mana Crypt, and then...
No, it's 5. Yeah.
So pretty decent amount of mana here. 6/3. We're gonna see Rocco come in.
Okay. He's gonna...
Ideally for no.
Uh,
Did you just natty draw? Because the thing is really what he's probably one line that he can take here is for Rocco for Team Sabertooth.
I think he did it. It looked like he initially did it for 3, but then it looks like he changed his mind once or twice there. Whether he was
Yeah.
doing it for, well, I guess we'll see what he figured out.
Yeah.
He went up and down on that
For
treasure
five,
for a
six,
second.
seven. Yeah, so he's looks like Rockoing for
Force of will for what? So irrelevant.
Okay.
Should have paid one less.
Yeah. Yeah, totally fine here. I mean, yeah, that's just kind of like a good indication. It's like you have 3 mana up still.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you wouldn't be able to recast Dockside in that situation with only 3 mana, because you can get Sabertooth and bounce your Dockside, but then you're still 1 mana short from recasting Dockside.
Yeah.
So, but still, at least
We'll
happy
never
on the board.
know.
Never
We'll never
know.
know what he went to go get. But yeah, it looks like he's just kind of okay. Go ahead.
Like, okay, that's all we got. That's all she wrote.
Esper Sentinel. Okay.
Mystic Buddy.
Esper Sentinel always feels like it's telling me if I'm one of the opponent. Like you're not gonna kill me this turn. That's for
Yeah.
sure. You don't. You need the draw. You don't have
Yeah.
a whole lot of stuff going on yet.
I need a couple more cards. Odds you take damage. Every time.
How?
Every time. Unspoken
I
rule.
just want somebody to do it differently. Break the mold.
The
Stats.
unspoken.
Well, Jacob's got quite a grip.
Yeah.
Drawn a lot of cards.
Yeah.
Hasn't had to deploy many of them yet.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, he's also got probably the least amount of mana in play, I think, out of anybody. So
Yeah.
that could be hindering him a bit as to how much he can progress his board
Mhm.
state. You know, not really a whole lot of fancy mana rocks for him.
Then going to go back first.
Okay.
Timna, Brandon.
Oh, like that, huh?
Oh, like that. Okay.
Sure.
Just gonna block it.
It's an
But it's a-
interesting choice.
Yeah, it's kind of odd here. I mean, he can cast a spell and then let Esper Sentinel trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Alec will draw a card and then he can deal 1 damage to Dockside.
Yeah.
So he can kill Dockside now, which
That's
is definitely
fair.
solid. Get
Yeah, I
that
mean,
off the board.
Losing a 1/1 orc army is kind of irrelevant a lot of the time, as it will just replace itself
Yeah.
with another one especially if you can force the trigger. You're like, you're reminding your Esper Sentinel trigger.
That's percentage.
Draw your card.
Ooh, get a little more PC. I saw a Reanimate in Jacob's hand. Looks like a Pyroblast, a Chain of Vapor. So he's got a pretty good amount of
So
spells.
he
Looks
definitely
like
wants to
couple
do something.
swords here.
Okay.
Trigger.
Trigger.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Tap.
What if he's just gonna kill the Esper Sentinel though, which is also reasonable.
Yeah.
Now that the extortion, it doesn't necessarily need to die. It did its job.
Yeah.
Now you're right if he has a way to blink it or something like that. But
Okay. It's
so,
gonna pop off.
yeah, it kind of depends on what he's mostly concerned about here, I think.
Okay,
Oh.
so he's swordsing the Esper Sentinel.
Okay. So he just forced it both ways.
Yeah. He's gonna reanimate Dockside. So his
Which is-
Dockside's gonna be a little bit bigger, right? So 2 treasures, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, his Dockside's gonna be for 9.
Which makes sense as to why you ping off the docks. You exiled the other one. You
Yes.
know, you get the one you want here. And now, funny enough, I was just saying he was behind on mana sources. Now pulling ahead,
Yeah, Dockside will do that.
and with still a decent amount of cards in hand. So I don't know. So far, it seems like Jacob's kind of holding on to a tenuous lead.
Yeah. Yeah, and Brandon's in the rough spot here. You know, sometimes when you're sitting on treasure tokens, you're just like, I'm just gonna sack these one, put his Dockside, give 2 of those treasures. But I don't know if he really wants to do that.
I feel like he needs them.
Yeah.
He doesn't have so many colored resources that he can just give away treasures willy-nilly. Breach.
Okay.
Sure.
Interesting.
He doesn't have a lot in the yard though.
Yeah, he's got
He can do like one thing here.
gamble. Oh, okay. That's sweet. Okay.
Okay.
So you'll be able to gamble here for brain freeze.
Sure.
So it doesn't matter if it's.
Well,
in
I was
mean,
like,
it does actually kind of matter. If it's in
yeah.
your- No, it doesn't, because he's got 4. So it doesn't matter if you discard it or you just get it.
I like that he just put the dice on extortion. Like those,
Yeah,
like we don't have individual treasures
Now
here.
these treasures, like,
You all
We'll
know
get
what these are.
this Magic the Gathering.
Are we keeping count?
Storm count.
Yeah.
Storm count is at 3. I believe he does have a Thoracle in hand too, so really it's just looking for LED here, which I mean, it's not really looking for LED when you can just always be able to. I mean, you'll get 12 off of this first Brain Freeze, and then the second one you'll get 15, and then the last one you'll get 18. So
yeah, it's it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
It seems like he all of a sudden went from a spot of not looking like a very big threat to all of a sudden is he about to
yeah,
is he about
like,
to,
whoa.
to knock somebody out here?
Mhm.
About to win? What's happening?
Oh, what is he discarding? 2 discard.
Okay. And it's
Pact.
okay.
It's kind of an unfortunate discard. He probably would have liked to hold on to that, so he could just
Yeah, maybe.
go off. Brain Freeze. Yep.
So we're
For
at
myself.
1, 2, 3,
So
4.
that's at 4, so it's going to be a mill for 12. Targeting yourself. Oh, it's going to handshake. Okay.
I have to imagine
There is
he spoke what was about to happen. Like,
Yeah.
you know, maybe he showed them the card. Like, again, these are the things we can't see because of the
Yeah.
fact that, like, a lot of Commander plays is
Yeah.
vocal.
Yeah. And I guess, too, like, you take out the EV with Gamble, too, because you can
Yeah.
just gamble for your LED instead of maybe not milling it with Brain Freeze.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he'd be milling... What is that? It's 14... It's 12, and then 15, and then 18.
It's a lot of math.
Yeah,
Yeah.
12 plus 15 plus 18.
That's a lot.
45 cards. So it's like half his library. So I mean, there's a good chance he gets LED, but guaranteed.
You have a decent percent. It's
Yeah.
not 100 though.
Yeah,
Maybe he just has enough ways to
yeah,
ensure the win regardless.
yeah.
Again,
yeah.
he could have verbalized all of this,
Yes.
you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, not
Yeah.
not where I was expecting him to go. He kind of
Yeah.
just took over with a handful of
Mhm.
spells.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what we were talking about earlier. Just every single deck that has blue and red in it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just like, my opponent might just breach Brain
Well,
Freeze.
look,
Like, I might
be
just-
fair. He has 4 colors of commander.
Yes,
he's
yes.
only short green in this
Yeah.
case.
No,
So
a lot
it's like it could have been anything. Could
Yeah.
have done anything there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, and funny enough, he didn't even use his like he reanimated, you know, poor Brandon's
Yeah.
dockside and used that
Yeah.
to
Can I
to
can
do
I borrow
the.
this? Can I
Yeah.
borrow this?
Eh,
Just for a little bit.
Take it.
Just for like,
take it.
I don't know, 5 minutes. It's fine. It's just a little bit.
And funny because if he wouldn't have blocked with it, I don't know if it would have died. I don't think he only had
Yeah.
one trigger.
Yeah.
He could have pathed it, but that's not what he wanted.
Yeah.
He wanted it to die.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's kind of funny that just the choice of
Mhm.
blocking. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Rockets and our FishBowl 3. How's everybody doing this morning? I'm Michelle Tanner, and I'm joined by a special guest today, Lauren, otherwise known as the MTG Hot Dog. That's what he told me, so
Yes.
I'm believing him. But say hi to the people, Lauren.
Hello, people. I'm Lauren, also known as MTG Hot Dog, cEDH tournament grinder, event caster. I recently got sponsored by Dragon Shield. I have a podcast called Punt Pals where we cater to the 75% of players who don't win their Magic games.
You know, they need love too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm very good at losing. You know, when in doubt, if you're on a losing streak, just make content. So
Yeah, which is why we're sitting back here about to talk about some magic. But it's wow, we have a packed house today. We have 128 players with a wait list. I mean, we just had people, you know, everywhere in here. So no buys for this tournament. But it's looking to be a pretty stacked day. So right now we got a couple of players on stream, and I know that you picked this pot on purpose. Now, why is that?
so I picked it for Tim Nook there. I believe in seat 3, Tim Nook is somewhat notorious in the cEDH community for his Themberchild deck, and he's looking to prove something. You know, there was murmurings, kind of turned out to be a little bit of a meme that he went 3-0 at the Silicon Dynasty 2 Redemption event,
Okay.
and he took that personally, and he brewed it. he brewed an actual cEDH Themberchild deck. It does win with the Themberchild in the command zone. And it's also just a very potent red deck, and he's kind of looking. Tim traditionally, I know Tim as a personal friend, doesn't play commander.
Okay.
But he kind of has a chip on his shoulder, wants to prove something, wants to show that like you can creatively brew in the CDH space
Oh,
and
yeah.
still be competitively viable.
Look, I get that, and like as everyone knows, jokingly but not jokingly, I don't play Commander either. But I enjoy talking about Magic no matter what the format, so I can appreciate his stance on it. And also, like, just look at Amber Child; it's so cute. Like, it was good in the movie; it's good here. I think we can make it work. But who else we got?
So seat 1 we have Lex and Najila. Looks like that is the Warhammer reskin of Najila.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what turn order is. I think Tim Nook's actually seat 3. So it looks like is that the Naya? That's the new Naya Wolf commander. And I don't think it's not Vona.
Volja, I believe is.
Oh, Voja. Okay, yeah.
Which is literally just got those as the promos and like the pre-release kits for. So I mean, it literally almost as new as it could be.
Yeah.
Without coming from Fallout specifically.
I don't know if that is like an elf ball sort of deck or if it's like a token win through combat damage deck. I'm excited to see this. I haven't seen that in the CDH space yet, and of course, seat 4 Timnacrom, tried and true.
Pretty standard, even for somebody like me who doesn't play. Like I've definitely seen this deck more than once. Now, obviously, with commander decks, you can have a few, let's say, flex slots into what you like to play. But it looks like our Voja player is starting out. Yes.
I'm curious what you go for. I don't have access to the deck list, and I would love to see what this deck's aiming to do.
What they're gambling.
Yeah, gambling. They can't crypt into a Rhystic Study. I am very excited to see what this deck, and I think it's safe to say this is the first time ever on a command tower tracked game, and I think the inclusion of Voja and Themberchild are the reason for this, but this is the first time ever this pod composition has been tracked in over 22,000 games.
Wow. I mean, we're over here setting records already. It's only round 1.
Sharky, yes, there is Themberchild on stream. We are playing a CDH tournament, and we have Themberchild. The deck is very good. Went 2-1 last night when we were goldfishing. I think a lot of people sleep on it. There's a lot of AB combos in mono red, and it can win on turn 2 pretty consistently. So I'm
But you can barely ask for much better than that.
especially in mono red.
Oh, okay. Oh no. Oh, we had a spill on Isle Voja here. I think that's gonna be a little reshuffle here. I believe he got the card he gambled, but then the rest of the deck went down with it. So it shouldn't be an issue. You know, he was already going through his deck anyway. So it shouldn't be a judge concern. But yeah, definitely difficult when you're dealing with a large stack of cards to. Okay. Here's the gamble. 3. Let's flip it.
We are pitching a
Sacred
Sacred Foundry.
Foundry?
Probably not the gamble target.
Yeah, we would imagine, unless he kept a really interesting hand. But maybe the gamble's just to set something up for later. But I guess it's, because gambling with a bunch of cards in hand, you're pretty unlikely to lose the thing you gambled for.
Right.
Never 0 though. Never 0%.
Looking at this pod comp, and we've seen Najila deploying the Mana Vault, I think the bottom half of the table is much better poised than the top half. I think a lot of these decks are creature-centric. Najila's going to have a tough time swinging in.
Oh, yeah.
I know Themberchad has like 20 creatures in the deck. We have pitching a Rite of Flame. Oh, no, we're casting the Rite of Flame.
Yeah.
Is that a Chrome Mox? I thought that was a Mox Opal, but it looks like it's a Chrome Mox pitching a Rite of Flame.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little difficult with all the different arts to tell what is what, especially when it's upside down.
We have Tim Nook
Hey,
with the Mox
starting out with the
Diamond.
beautiful just mountain to look at this. This is just classy.
I'd like to say all the mountains are snow-covered mountains. There is a Scred in the Themberchat list.
I really enjoy this list.
We
I don't
have a
know if Faithless to
Okay.
go get. Maybe something cool.
I think Mono Red just traditionally has problems drawing cards.
Yeah, I mean, every red spell is basically, sacrifice your firstborn to draw a card
Which
kind
I've
of
done
thing.
before.
But they're never free. There's never a red spell that doesn't ask a price.
If I'm T and K, I'm feeling really good though about
Okay.
Discarding a Goblin Welder and a
Welder
Mana
and a-
Geyser.
Yeah, okay.
I'm feeling great if I'm T and K, especially if I did the early dockside deployment. I mean, I'm gonna be docksiding for at least 4.
Oh, the dockside will be huge.
Yeah. But I really think the bottom half of the table is the better positioned decks sitting here.
Yeah, I mean, they do have access to just a little, probably more well-rounded ways to win, too.
It is amazing seeing Themberchat. I still can't get over it. It's like surreal. This deck's good.
All right, so got an LED.
Oh no. Okay. An Imperial Seal.
Sure.
I have to say, that Imperial Seal is high risk, high reward. You're
Yeah.
looking down 3 decks that I'm willing to bet all run Ragavans.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to put it on top and say, well, please don't attack me.
Yeah.
Leave me alone. I'm not doing anything. Meanwhile, you're playing some of like the most high-end commanders possible.
Yeah,
so
including
so you always look like a threat.
Yeah. Oh, I see. You T and K being the.
Oh,
I see
yeah.
what you're saying.
You can't really leave the deck alone, right? They
Right.
can kind of just win out of nowhere.
Exactly.
Um,
And I think the opponent's not deploying creatures puts Najila in the driver's seat right now.
oh yeah, with
Um,
being that far ahead on Manitou, you kind of just hope to throw something down and hope it sticks and
Exactly.
go to town, right?
Yeah, you can deploy the Najila. You're gonna swing through pretty confidently and start developing a critical mass of warriors.
Mhm.
If everyone was playing a turn 1 creature, I would feel again the bottom half of the table, but seeing sort of this game plan of early mana development rather than true,
Yeah.
even threat or board development.
It definitely lends towards the aggro-centric deck to kind of jump in and shoot their shot, as
Yeah.
it were.
Yeah, I'm feeling good if I'm Najila.
Which, look, I'm gonna cheer for the mono red deck. I want to see some things happen.
Bat Dragon is I think the name of the deck.
It's so cute, and I feel some sort of way about it now. Now that you talked it up, I'm just like, okay.
You've learned to love it.
I want to see it. I want to see it do well.
And Tim really only plays pre-modern, so the fact he went from pre-modern to Thundercloud
That is an interesting line there. All right. So
Drannith Magistrate.
okay. Well, I mean, that's a creature.
That is a clutch creature in this pod.
Yeah.
TNK is probably tooting for an early Timna or Crom. I'm assuming I could be a breach. I don't think it's going to be a breach, but
It does feel a little early to just go get the breach now and then
Right.
possibly not have it for later.
don't even have to
Especially-
worry about it now, though.
Yeah, I mean, now it's just a little. It's always interesting because we can't hear the players, but you see everybody's hands like kind of lean into accepting things as they go.
Yeah. So Windswept Teeth pass from Najila, that's telling me that player banked around having that Najila early.
Yeah.
That is, Brian Koval. I love Brian. We're friends. Bosch
Mm-hmm.
and roll. Something that he says in his videos is your opponents will always tell you what's in their hand. You just have to be able to look.
Yeah.
And those are the signals where I'm going Windswept Teeth pass. That is telling me. The only other exception could be like an end of turn Adnaz,
Mhm.
but if I'm sitting at that table, I'm seeing okay. Land pass in a Najila deck, you mulligan for that.
Oh yeah. So what do we got going on here?
I think we had a mountain pass, and
Is
then we
this-
had a underground sea pass.
It's a very interestingly kind of slow start to everybody so far. Like, kind of here's some mana rocks and go. I guess.
I'm gonna read what Voja does. I don't know if Voja's a combo piece.
Well, Voja has almost every keyword on
but
it.
it's keyword soup.
I think it's like Vigilance, Trample, Ward 2, Ward 3. It's something excessive for like a 6-mana creature. Or 5-mana creature. I think it's like a 5-mana 6/6. It's very large.
It's a 5-mana 5/5 with
5-mana
Vigilance,
5/5.
Trample, Ward 3. When it attacks, put X 1/1 counters on each creature you control, where X is the number of elves you control. Draw a card for each wolf you control.
Hmm
We're playing Wolf Elf Ball.
Yeah, you would expect to see some amount of maybe tokens or something with wolf on it, you know?
I have to applaud the attack with the Drannith. I think that is a
Getting in there.
See, I think it's an unnecessary risk.
It's
you
a
see
bit
your opponents
aggressive.
have open mana. I mean, they can flash in the Orcish Bowmasters, double block, kill the Drannith, and then
yeah.
unlock the next turn. That's a risky attack.
It is, especially when everyone's at a healthy 40 or like, I mean, it's not killing anybody.
Right.
What do we got upside down there?
We have a Birds of
Oh, it's a birds,
Paradise.
okay.
And we had Ancient Tomb, Birds of Paradise, presumably passing. I'm
This is
assuming that,
a million mana for the Najila player to have access to.
and that Birds of Paradise can pretty confidently was drawn. Otherwise, we would have cast it last turn.
Yeah.
So we know we know what their newest
Yeah.
card was, and I'm assuming that no Adnaz, even with all that mana. Is that really a Themberchild? Yes. Yeah, that's really a Themberchild. What enchantment did Voja play? That is a Howling Moon, I believe. Let me pull that up. It's like a weird werewolf card.
Yeah, it's the super dark version too, which for us, unfortunately, is really hard to read. Oh wow, a brand new card.
Crime Novelist.
Which is very it's a cute little guy. I love the little scribe sitting there just writing his little book about, you know, murder mysteries or whatever he's into. But yeah, every time artifact, you know, they sack an artifact. Oh, and just how you mentioned, there is a Bowmasters there.
Howling Moon, to those asking in chat, is a 1 green, 2 colorless enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target wolf or werewolf you control gets +2/+2, and whenever an opponent casts their second spell per turn, create a 2/2 green wolf creature token.
I wonder where this Bowmaster's going. It seems like an easy, like, kill your birds.
Might be killing the crime novelist.
Crime Novelist is, like, naturally a 1/3, though, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Oh, I thought it was a 1/1.
I believe it's a 3-drop 1/3. Yeah, they killed the bird. Which is a reasonable choice. I mean, you bolt the bird. You always do, right?
It is a 1/3. I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's like it's a 1/3, and then like whenever you crack an artifact, it gets +1/+1 counter on it, and then you add a red.
Can quickly become a threat in the.
Oh yeah, it can get huge with enough like treasures and things. But right now it's a reasonable size.
Yeah.
So birds off the table, Bowmasters in play. Nobody seems in the lane of drawing a bunch of extra cards right now for this Bowmasters to be super scary, but
I have to assume that's what they aim sealed for.
yeah. It does. I mean, it seems like a reasonable choice, right? Even
Yeah.
if somebody had Ragavan them, they were just banking on not having that happen. They were like, nope, couldn't be me.
What a feature match, though. Again, we've never seen this bod comp before.
Yeah,
I am so curious what this vote is.
that's what we're bringing you in the FishBowl 3. New stuff,
Second,
new and interesting things.
yeah, second largest ever West Coast CDH tournament.
Which is crazy. There's so many people in here.
So to all those haters, you know, as a West Coast guy, all those haters that say West Coast doesn't show up, you know, we're here.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, we have people from all over. We got people from Vegas. We got people from out of state. I mean, it's just everybody wanted an event.
Yeah.
So we got it.
Love it. I had friends flying from Vegas, San Jose,
Yeah.
and we have a Ristic study.
Finally, well, see, you can only you want to be the person with the Bowmasters and play if you have a Ristic study.
Yeah.
No one else gets to draw cards profitably.
I think it's safe to say this is resolving. Doesn't seem like anyone has too much action. Yep,
Yeah.
Ristic is resolving.
It would be hard. They'd all be hard pressed to be countering things given the comp here. Not to say impossible, but difficult.
I was pulling for Red Elemental Blast.
Yeah,
A boy can dream.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a kid, it's a difficult one to be like, yeah, get that Ristic out of here, and then they just combo off and kill you or
Right.
something.
I'm still feeling good about the bottom half of the table being the better position decks right now.
I mean, it looks like the Tim Necrom deck is slowly just kind of doing their thing, right? Gotta point to that Ristic. This is where it starts.
Paying for a mana dork and a known Orcish Bowmaster. I like the courage.
Actually insane.
One person doesn't pay their taxes on the Ristic, that Elvish Mystic's gone.
Yeah, I mean, any extra triggers just eats any poor little mana dorks that enter the field here.
If I was a gambling man, I don't think that Elvish Mystic's long for this world.
Yeah, I mean, maybe no one will draw an extra card.
That's what I always say. When my opponent...
Except for the person with the Bowmaster, and then it doesn't count. It's basically fine.
Oh, true. I forgot how that works.
Yeah, it's free.
Yeah, I have egg on my face now. That's my hope though. Whenever someone plays a Ristic study, I'm like, yeah, I really hope they just don't draw cards.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're like, I will pay it.
Pay your taxes.
Look, it's no fish, all right? You can pay one sometimes.
I'll be honest. I tell people to pay their Ristics. And I just try to. I'm like, okay, thank you everyone for tapping out to pay your taxes. I'm just gonna try.
All right, the Najeela player has a plethora of land and mana over there, really just getting set up.
All gas, no engine.
Oh yeah, I mean, something will happen eventually.
Thumberchild in the tank.
That is an interesting, like what thoughts could be had over there?
Possibly a bolt or a scred to get rid of the Bowmasters. I don't know what he's scared of right now.
Yeah, I mean, Bowmasters has the highest ceiling of being a problem, right?
Yeah. Very well said.
I think if you have anything, which Mono Red tends to have some way to interact with creatures easily, they also could be thinking maybe lines to increase their novelist, because there's some lines of, and a quick reminder that the FishBowl 3 has an exclusive playmat, and you say you actually know the artist.
Yeah, Gold Sabretooth, Tim Toronto, Gold Sabretooth. Oh, we have a dockside
Oh.
from Tim Nook.
If this resolves, this crime novelist is about to be writing a story, because it will have potential to become gigantic.
Wow.
And
What's count right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I think you're right. Assuming there's no artifact hiding that I can't see. So an excessive amount, especially considering Crime Novelist gives you a red back.
And paid for the Ristic.
So like you can crack a bunch of treasures for free. Essentially, you know, you're floating double mana, whatever he gets.
Wow.
So he can do like and this does seem to be just resolving here, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be a lot.
And that's telling me if I'm Tim, no one's countering this dockside for 6, and no one's cracking the treasures. 1, they're not respecting my deck, which is offensive. But 2, they
How dare you?
They don't have anything. I mean, if I had a force, I'd be forcing this.
Oh, you absolutely think that you just have free reign to do whatever you want now.
Maybe
And
false sense of security though, but
that turns this crime novelist into a beast, a gigantic creature. Like he can just swing. He just swing on
unfortunate.
somebody.
Yeah.
But also the fact that you can just make extra red. So like if you have 6, so you have essentially 12 red to work with. That's a lot.
Unfortunately, can't cast a Thember though. Thember almost wipes the board
Yeah, I was like,
if
please,
you can resolve it.
please, we just want him in play.
Creepiness ogre.
That quick point, are you paying? He's like, yeah, I guess you're drawing a card.
Wow.
Which, interestingly enough, if he has all that mana, maybe he needs it all.
And we did have a Howling Moon trigger for the first time in the game. So
No, well, wolf! We got people drawing cards, we got wolves. We have very, very many treasures.
I'm curious what the payoff is on this for Tim here. Looks
I-
like 1 card in hand.
Oh, we were all just waiting to see him flip something with this,
I'm
right?
shaking.
Because it's just gotta be something cool for him to decide this is the time.
Yeah. I'm so excited for this. And Tim's a smart player. He knows he's not going to play that dockside just to have it get a copy.
Yeah, that's what like you don't here's a dockside and then I will pass turn. Like you just don't do that, right?
No.
Dockside resolved. Okay, we're doing some things.
Okay. Oh, we're cracking all the mana.
Okay.
Being very methodical too, making sure he's not missing his triggers. And Crime Novelist just went from a 1/3 to like a 7/8 or a 6.
What does it have 4 counters on it
yeah,
now?
5/7.
Yeah. All of a sudden, just a heavy hitter.
Oh, an Imperial Recruiter.
So many triggers from this Ristic study already.
Easy to pay right now. I'm wondering if there's a Twin Flame in hand, and this is when he goes for the dual caster line.
I mean, he has 2 cards. It looks like he has 2 cards in hand currently.
Yep.
So a reasonable assumption is that he has half of what he needs.
Yeah.
Right. So this does seem to be if he doesn't like let's go like right now, this is gonna be a fun line to watch.
I like it. I like it a lot. And the Imperial Recruiter, I think, is potentially an undervalued card in this deck. It can grab Kiki Jiki, it can grab Dual Caster Mage, it can grab Dockside if you really need it. He has basically infinite mana.
Well,
with
that
the
looks like a
Treasonous
Kiki
Ogre.
Jiki to me.
That does look like a Kiki Jiki. Tim Nook might be winning this on Thunderchat.
I mean, at this point, if anybody has a way to interact, you feel that it would have happened, right?
I think so.
There's certain like steps in a game where if you let a person go to a certain point, you should have stopped them earlier. You just it's just showing that you don't have it, right? It's like you already have only one person that probably has an actual counter spell.
Hopefully you have the REB or something.
Yeah,
I want to
like-
see this deck win. I'm like shaking right now.
Well, it was your choice to put it up here, so and you wanted to see that adorable dragon. Go
No
the
one believed in
distance.
it. Fat dragon doing its thing.
It is a cutie pie.
Wow.
It might never have to enter the battlefield to just win.
Any Thunderchat enjoyers? Any Thunderchat believers in the chat? Can I get a roar in the chat if you believe in Thunderchat right now?
Looks like the rest of the treasures are popping. So we got a lot of red mana just floating along here.
And you have the Treasonous Ogre. So mana's not an issue.
I think this is a quick point at like here's why I have all this mana.
Yeah.
Between crime novelists and everything else, it's just there's a lot of stuff's happening, a lot of triggers. The novelist is huge.
Maybe Pigeon asking, do Thunderchat believers exist? If there are no Thunderchat believers, I'm dead.
Kiki Jiki, Ristic draw?
I would
mean,
just pay the 3 life.
I mean, at any point, like, what if they just drew the counter they didn't have? Like, what if you just draw the force off the top? Easy,
Yeah.
right? Like,
you can pay with the okay.
but it resolved, so
We are activating Kiki Jiki. Targeting the Imp Recruiter. Okay.
I don't believe that's actually an 11/11. It's just standing in there. There you go, an
There-
actual
yeah.
copy. I was like, not to confuse anybody at home. Sometimes you just use what you got. That is a really cool copy token. By the way.
Yeah, it's beautiful. That looks like Metropolis art for like the
Yeah, it
I
really
like
does.
a lot.
This is the fun thing you get to see in pods is just who brought the most interesting tokens.
Tim notoriously does not carry tokens. So.
Well, somebody brought some treasures in red mana, so
Really hot orc army, really hot copy. Yeah, no, the Shane S is bringing their A game on the tokens.
Yeah.
My friend makes those tokens. That's hype.
oh, that's cool.
Love a good token friend. Wait, no, that's a friend who makes tokens.
We enjoy art creators here.
Tim's in the tank on this.
Yeah,
tutor.
it seemed like the first one was easy. You just grab that Kiki Jiki.
Dual caster.
Okay, so I mean, he didn't have either of these cards in hand, but this was also a reasonable line, right?
Is
so
that last card Twin Flame?
I mean,
I hope he doesn't goof the combo. If Thember Chad has a million fans, then I'm yes, exactly.
yeah.
That's me right now. Thember Chad believers. I'm gonna take another photo of this damn board state.
I feel like at this point the other players are somewhat just kind of F6'd.
It seems like that.
We're just waiting to see if he has a way to kill everybody.
I really hope we see a Twin Flame, and I hope Tim sequences this properly because he might just have the win.
Well, so far so good. So we're gonna we're gonna say he's doing a good job. So quick shuffle, which takes at least 5 minutes in Commander.
Yeah. My heart is racing right now. Thember Chad, exactly.
Denver Chad. That does seem accurate in this piece. Cut the deck. Will it matter? I guess we'll find out.
He just has to stick that Twin Flame onto a dockside, make all the
Well,
mana he needs.
I believe he still has like the same like 2 cards in hand. So, went ahead, put the. I wonder if he has everything he needs this turn.
Maybe he doesn't.
Because now that I'm like, how does he pay for anything else?
Treason Soaker. You can pay for your life to make a red mana, so he can make 10, or he can make 11 mana,
Mm-hmm.
and then the combo for Dual Caster Twin Flame is 5.
Sure.
Theoretically.
He did go to combat though, so maybe he's just trying to see about getting in some damage first.
Mm-hmm. I suppose the Kiki token goes away.
Mm-hmm.
He's moving to end step passing.
Yeah, he
could have saved the Kiki to then Imp Recruiter on somebody's turn. Interesting line by Tim. There also could be table talk of going like, hey, I have a counter spell if you're gonna play into it.
Yeah, I mean, that is also the thing that we are never 100% sure of is like the political aspect of a Commander game.
Right.
When we can't hear the players, there could be talks and deals and things happening that we just don't know.
Right.
Um,
Wow. I'm gonna get epilepsy from the Jeez.
So anything's possible there. I mean, he does look to be in the I untap and win board state.
Yeah.
So
If he can't, it's a skill issue.
yeah, so it does seem like it could very possibly be that somebody let him know that that would not happen.
Yeah.
But we just can't say for sure. So we'll assume that he had a reason for just passing the turn there.
Yeah. I'm amazed though that if I'm sitting at the table and
A
see them-
horrifying board state for sure.
I think we're about to see a dockside.
I mean, Simeon Spirit Guide does seem like
demonic
no, that's a
tutor.
demonic tutor. The very fancy
Okay.
one too. I like that.
I like
art.
that one. Okay. We are tutoring. We have an LED.
Mm-hmm.
We have pretty much we know the rest of the table doesn't have interaction.
Yeah, I mean, this does seem like the test at this point. Plus, our Tim to play, like, they drew quite a few cards off of that heuristic, so
Mhm.
like, whereas they might not have had a whole lot going on previously, they might have drawn everything they needed now,
Yeah.
and whatever they were missing, well, you tutor for it.
My heart's like still racing from that member chow turn. That was almost like Icarus, a little too close to the sun, but God, it was good to see.
The hot turn.
That was so good. Wow. I can't believe this deck did that.
The dockside count not as high as it would have been given all the treasures and everything has cracked, but I mean still a reasonable one.
Yeah. I mean, dockside count would be 1, 2,
think it's
3,
the s-
4,
yeah.
5.
I think it's the same as it was before, yeah.
I think 5 is reasonable if you can turn 2 mana into 5, but I don't think
Mhm.
you're tutoring for that.
No, that seems slightly awkward to already be paying for the privilege of making a few extra treasures.
Pay mana to make mana.
Yeah.
My assumption is this is it has to be some sort of an attempt. You have the LED. I don't know, depending on what the cards are in hand, you could be
Yeah.
going for your breach, especially if one of them is brain freeze.
Yeah. So you could either have a line to possibly try to combo off this turn, or grab some sort of protection to stop the Themberchod player from going off on their turn. Both of these lines would be reasonable depending on what's in his hand, right?
I have to say, if you are tutoring to stop the Themberchod deck,
Then they've already won.
they've already won the game. Breach, you just win here with 10 size. Should. I mean, you would breach. You'd be able to recast one card. DT. Oh, yeah, that should win. You wouldn't have the blue. Oh, yeah, you have enough mana. Yeah, breach should win. You, cast breach, cast Lion's Eye Diamond.
Well, let's
for-
see it.
Oh.
He's just gonna toxic the board away. That is also a upsetting line.
Yeah.
You still have Dranith Magistrate, Mystic.
Oh,
these-
you have the Draenith.
Yeah, that's it. This is where he has to start.
You have the Draenith.
This
Whoopsie.
poor forgotten Dranith over here, really doing its best.
So I will say, I'm going to throw myself under the bus a little bit. I've cast a lot of tournaments, and I, again, have a podcast about losing in Commander.
You're
I am
you're just trying to stick to your guns.
Yeah,
here.
I'm notorious for like casting, and I'm like, oh yeah, this person just has the win, and then someone in chat's like, there's a Draenith. I'm like, oh,
Easy to focus on the person directly across from them that has a very lethal combination of cards. But this deluge will also clean a lot of that up
Yeah.
too. So, pretty good one.
Stacks is for
Pretty
nerds.
solid deluge.
Hate bears are for nerds. Notably, I think this puts Tim McCrom in the driver's seat.
Hmm.
Tim will just have their crime novelist left, which I'm not extremely concerned about.
Yeah, which is huge, but not going to win a game on its own.
Yeah.
Right now.
If you're min-maxing as T and K, you might have wanted to swing in for 2 to get 2 points of damage on Najeela. If Najeela wins by 2 life, that's extremely relevant.
I mean, some of this is also contextual based off of what's in your hand and stuff. But yeah, I would imagine those life points probably not relevant.
Hopefully.
You hope that they're not.
Nomad Damon says, shout out Pun Palace. Thank you, Damon. Appreciate it. Our logo's also by Gold Sabertooth.
This is all just one large sales pitch for
For me.
Oh yeah, just every punt we keep.
Oh, yeah.
we keep track today.
Yeah, the pun count.
Yeah.
Not the players, but my own.
Yeah,
for,
just yours.
For missing Draenith. Yeah, that's why they're there and I'm here.
Well, we went from a very interesting board state to
A Sylvan
a
Library.
very clear one. This Ristic really just drawing some cards.
Looks like they're paying.
Although, I mean, if he has nothing else to do, they absolutely pay it. Don't
Yeah.
let him have more cards. He just toxic the board away.
Yeah. After tutoring, you have to assume that tutor was.
Yeah,
toxic.
that just seemed like the most reasonable choice there.
The T and K player tutor toxic to deal with Themberchod, they already lost. I think that's actually true. If you're devoting resources, none to Najeela.
I mean, there's a pretty good shot that it was gonna be to kill the Draenith, and they would have just all they needed was a targeted spell, right?
True.
They could have, but toxic gets to clean up 2 different problems.
That's true.
Seems good. But now the Najeela player, actually getting a little action here.
Usually, being toxic causes me more problems, but it looks like in this toxic it dealt with problems. So we have a Najeela, paid the taxes on that, fetching for a Volk. Big follow-up. Let's go. Are those Pokemon sleeves? I can't tell. They're kind of sick, though.
I think they are.
Shout out to the
Thank
person
you.
using Pokemon sleeves. Love it. Soul Ring.
Okay.
Paying taxes on it, too. That's the Pride secret lair.
Yeah, nobody wants this this Ristic study to draw any more cards.
I look deep into the art. They have a Marsha P. Johnson reference on that Soul Ring art, which I think is like incredibly cool.
That's funny.
Shout out to Marsha P.
So how are we rebuilding over here with our Themberchod stuff? We went from what, 3 cards in hand to drawing to 4. I mean, kind of depends, right? But he only has 2 mountains in play now, so
If I'm Tim, I'm not casting anything, and I'm using that dual cast. Okay,
Oh.
Dash Dragavan. I'm using that dual caster to maybe grab somebody's tutor or something like that.
Ragavan also good here though.
I do like the Ragavan.
Getting a treasure, not irrelevant.
And I'm probably attacking into the Najeela, see if they take the trade, and if they don't, they're also a deck that uses their life total as a resource.
It also seems reasonable to go directly across the
Yeah.
board here though, especially if he wants a clean attack.
Yeah.
Or he splits it up to be a little more diplomatic, like crime novelist at the Timna player, and then Ragavan over at the Voja player. See where this goes.
My only argument against that is I think you want to attack Najeela, hope they take the trade, or attack the TNK. Their card quality is going to be much higher than the Voja deck, and you have access to just better tutors.
I think it might come down to, does he really need that treasure?
That's true.
If he needs it, then you don't take the risk,
True.
right? Because you have to guarantee that you're hitting.
Mm-hmm.
But again, that's more of a contextual based off his hand, and I think, no, he's just putting the monkey bag and pass and turn. So
We still have access to Dualcaster.
it looks like
You crack the treasure, trigger Crime Novelist, and then you have the extra red.
he's just gonna have to wait another turn and hope that he does not lose in the meanwhile.
Oh, I'm saying you can Dualcaster if just to try to get back in the game. If someone Demonic Tutors or Imp Seals even, you Dualcaster
Sure.
it,
Uh,
Jeweled Lotus.
okay.
I think we're going to Crom time. I suppose if their hands just doo-doo, you can Timna and Crom. And we're
Okay.
seeing Crom. And entering my favorite when I'm playing TNK, Crombat.
Please.
Thank you. I'll be here all day. This is round 1 and we're already getting going.
Oh yeah, this is only round 1. Oh lord.
As she's sipping her coffee
Yeah.
out of spite.
Need the energy.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like just Crom and pass here. Maybe.
If I'm Voja, I'm taking 8 feeling great. You know that Crom is on the defensive protecting their life total.
Yeah, I mean, being at 24 is not insignificant with this like giant crime novelist and some other things.
Taking 8 feeling great. I love it. Love it from the Voja deck.
So, got a wolf. Got a couple of things over here. Nothing
You do have a 2/2.
nothing insane going on though.
No.
Just a little bit of everything.
Someone said too early for Crombat. If you think I'm delirious now, just wait till I get hit true delirium. I have 4 card types in my graveyard, and then I just go sicko mode.
So I have to wonder what the Sylvan Library found, but it looks like Voja's just coming in hot.
I like it. We're gonna start getting
I mean,
some
it's a
damage in.
difficult card to get off the field. So, like, Voja's here now, and if somebody doesn't win the game soon, this Voja could just clear things out just by combat.
It's interesting.
Yeah, that's right. Swinging with the wolf.
See,
You're not blocking.
I think he's swinging into the Najeela. But here's the sort of the prisoner's dilemma now that Najeela has. They can't profitably swing in. There's a known Dualcaster in Timnook's hand.
Yeah.
So you just block the Najeela, kill it. You can't swing into Voja or Crom.
Yep.
I'm not feeling great if I'm.
It feels like they just ended up being like a turn behind,
Mhm.
where they had a window and it just seems like it kind of went away.
Very well put.
So I'm curious where they're. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I guess he's just okay with that happening.
Maybe just digging for the Twin Flame. Maybe he actually just you might be 100% correct. Just need that treasure to go for the Twin Flame combo right now.
So yeah, without knowledge of all the cards in his hand, it's just kind of a we can only guess what his options are.
I'm excited to
All
see
right,
if
well,
this is if there's a window.
it's
this
like we
is
know
it.
2 cards. We know Ragavan and we know Caster, right?
Yeah.
But everything else is a mystery. Well, we know another one, a mountain.
Scred getting better and better for every mountain played.
Okay. Is
Dashing-
this just monkey again?
Probably.
Because then I
Yep.
think. Yeah, I guess just draw your card. He doesn't have the extra mana to play around with.
Swinging in probably to Najila.
I mean, at this point, Najil is the only safe attack.
Yeah.
So if you're going there, crime novelist probably could still swing. Yeah, I was like,
Nice,
still swinging
nice.
across because if you're not blocking with Crom, and if you are, great, and if you don't, great.
Are we about to see a chain of vapor? A chain of vapor.
Ooh.
Dang.
Well,
Tim
uh,
leaning over to read it.
yes, it unfortunately does just go ahead and bounce your very, very cool stacked novelist that you can replay, and it will just. Oh, okay.
That mana's gonna empty. Oh, maybe dual caster on the.
I mean, this
chain?
is still in combat, so like you assume that it has to be something at instant speed here.
Hard cast deflecting swat.
Hey, okay,
So-
okay.
Tim pointed to what he's going to be redirecting the targets to. I want to point out deflecting swat just targets the spell. Upon resolution of deflecting swat is when you actually change the target, so you don't need to announce what the changes are going to be.
Yeah, I think he was just kind of a little quick on it, just maybe
Yeah.
just assuming, yeah, this is gonna resolve.
It's probably going to.
I
but-
mean, it's a hard card to fight over specifically.
Where are those trigger tokens on the blue? I don't know what blue farm is. I know what Timna Crom is. I don't know blue farm. But yeah, I'm curious as to there should be more announcement of triggers for the Ristic study and for the Crom draw as well. We have the Connect, and that is a Lord of the Rings card.
Yeah, I was like, I actually can't read that. I'm not super familiar with that art.
Combat stuff? No, it can't
Oh,
be
wait.
combat stuff. Oh,
Oh.
Grim Reaper Sprint from Fallout.
Oh, so we got the newest of new cards in here. Dang, they must
Okay.
have grabbed that last
What does that
night.
card even do? Yeah. Cracking those collector's
Yeah.
boosters.
I was like, look, I'm not saying I didn't also open Fallout packs yesterday, but I don't remember seeing that card. So
Grim Reaper Sprint. Let me pull that up real quick. It's from New Vegas for what it's worth, and Fallout 4. It is 1 red, 4 colorless, enchantment aura with morbid. It costs 3 less if a creature died this turn. Enchant creature. When it enters the battlefield, untap each creature you control. If it's your main phase, there's an additional combat step. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 in haste. Makes sense to put that in
okay,
Najila.
yeah,
Especially if you can like diabolic intent into it, get that the morbid trigger, and then
yeah, that seems like a fun one. A little spicy.
yeah, I like it. I like seeing the innovation. Like seeing
Okay.
the brewing.
So
We have a Boromir. Boromir sacks and does a Ranger Captain effect, if I remember correctly. There's like 4 Boromirs though.
yeah, I was like, which is the he's like, what is he, like a 3-drop, like 3/3 with vigilance or something like
Yes,
that?
I believe
And then-
so. So Boromir, Warden of the Tower, is a 1 white, 2 colorless, 3/3 with vigilance. When an
Mhm.
opponent casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counters it. So it does the Lavinia effect.
Yeah.
And you may sacrifice it, and creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. The ring tempts you.
Ah, that's what it was. Yeah.
So it's
It's not quite a ranger one. It's a similar idea
Yeah.
though.
the indestructible. I got it confused. So it's like
Yeah.
a Lavinia mixed with a selfless savior.
Yeah, just no free spells. Get out of here.
Kind of cool. Good Timna attacker.
Yeah. I mean, vigilance is nice. You can get in your little bips and baps while just kind of being on defense.
Are those technical terms?
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you're just getting in for 3 damage, that's not much more than a bip.
Yeah.
It's the same as
Drawing
a
a card to the bop,
it's
right?
the same as a little cat just booping you on the nose.
We have
Is that a Llanowar elf
the
like secret lair?
lair. Have you seen the full art? There's a corgi in that art.
Oh,
actually
no,
pretty awesome.
that's cute. Though.
In the bottom left corner, there's like a corgi that's hidden by the text box.
Secret corgi.
Yeah. It's Commander Secret Corgi.
So the Vosha player has like a significant menagerie over in front of them. not looking to be a deck that just kind of wins on their own turn, like out of nowhere, but I'd be happy to be surprised.
I'd like to shout out the Menagerie. If you know, you know. Menagerie forever. Menagerie for life.
Voja's a pretty good attacker here, though. I mean, Vigilance, Trample, Ward 3. Like, what can it not do?
I'd be hard pressed. I don't know if I want to pressure T&K's board. They just wasted a Chain of Vapor and a land to get rid of the Crime Novelist, so they are concerned about their life total.
Yeah, I mean, it's dwindling.
Or if I pressure Najeela's life total. Looks like we are attacking Najeela.
So maybe it's tokens going over here. Maybe it's a little bit of everybody. Like, let's throw a little damage here, a little damage there, and keep everybody lower than me, you know?
Yeah.
Which is a reasonable line to take in a four-man pod here. Four-person pod.
Memo, yes, this is the Tim Nook of Silicon Dynasty 2 fame. It is the Tim Nook on Themberchild.
I don't know why I thought I immediately went to Animal Crossing in my head.
Oh, you should see the shirt he's wearing.
He's
He's wearing the Tom Nook shirt.
That's funny.
That was I'm here with Alex.
All right, so
AKA
Boja's so Boja's stacking some counters here. We're doing some interesting stuff.
Okay. Sorry, I was showing Hire. I took a photo of Thunderchat's board state from earlier. Hire's our TO for this event. I had to show him the chattening. Taking loans and taking lives.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, we have triggers.
Yeah, so our tokens are just getting a little bit bigger. Which, not as scary just yet, but I mean, another turn or two, and this is a very lethal board state for somebody.
And we did block one of the 3/3 wolves, and that
Yeah.
shows TNK
Yeah.
is fighting for every point of
Oh.
damage they could possibly receive right now.
Yeah, I mean, being below 20 is not an insignificant number here.
Right. Notably, the Llanowar Elves, something I didn't consider with Voja, that is a cantrip from Voja's ability, so that's a really cool synergy.
And also interesting now, currently, you know, the Timna player has no creatures in play. They are looking like...
Oh, jeez.
Oh, is that a Ranger Captain?
That is a
Okay.
Ranger Captain.
So, Ranger Captain, solid choice for multiple reasons here. Having the very specific ability that you can just go ahead and sack it and stop somebody from comboing off early if you need to.
Did we miss our search? Oh no.
No, they're doing it right now.
I was like, what the heck just happened? That's like half the value of the card we just missed. I'm checking time in the round. 28 minutes left in the round here.
Which you probably say there might just be more mana dorks to grab or something that fulfills that. Although it looks like Esper Sentinel and maybe something else here.
Okay, Ragavan. Something to consider as well, most of the lines in Najeela are going to be creature-based lines. So that Ranger Captain really is only keeping the Timna Crom deck in check.
But perfectly good at that.
100%.
I would sack it off immediately. I mean,
100%.
You just, nope, I would like you to not do anything during your turn.
And we have a Eldritch Evolution.
Oh, okay.
X equals 3, possibly a Derevi, if they're just going to go for it.
Yeah,
which
I mean,
I think
if they're
this is
playing the
your window.
Ragavan just to evolution it, they have reasons.
Yep. Derevi just wins the game. If that's what they're grabbing. You have open attack. Oh, we have Swan Song on the Eldritch with a Fierce for 6-day trigger. So okay, the table is realizing that this is the end game right now.
Yeah, everybody's kind of in that same boat where they have about a turn to just win here. So,
and I think we saw every player kind of try to take that opportunity. Voja, it's a little hard in a combat centric deck, but
yeah,
I feel TNK did try to stabilize to open that window. Thunderchow definitely did try to win. I'm assuming we're gonna see a Derevi hit the field, and if that is the case, that is going to be GG's with the amount of warriors that we have, because we will have 4 Najeela triggers with open attacks, and you'll just hit a critical mass. Tim don't got this. Not quite scorish. Thank you for showing up, though, buddy. Good to see you.
yeah, I mean...
Oh, we went for a... We cannot grab a Grim Hireling. Eldritch Evolution says X plus 2 or less.
There's no going down. You only get... I mean...
It's X plus 2 or less, but Grim Hireling's 4.
Yeah, it was like
There's no
it was a Ragavan, right? So I was like, it's only 3.
Yeah. So we are in the end game. This is going to be, unless there's some sort of trick to get rid of the Najeela or the Derevi, Najeela will attack, make the tokens. You can double target on the combat damage from Derevi to untap your lands. You can make 5 mana very easily with 4 warriors.
It's like our Voja player is pretty tapped out and not looking to have probably any answers here. I mean, Timna tried with the Swan Song, just didn't work out.
And this is where I have egg on my face a little bit. It's a creature-centric combo. If that Ranger Captain was cracked, though, we would have stopped losing.
I mean, it's a little difficult to say though, because you have
100%.
to do it immediately, and you don't necessarily expect, because if they just raw cast the card, then you lose anyway, right?
100%.
So I think it would it's totally reasonable to hold it for the Timna player,
Yep.
and just hope and pray.
Yep, yeah. It was a gamble for sure. And I think if I'm in Voja's seat, I don't crack the Ranger Captain.
I would, if I was in their seat, I wouldn't have either. So
Hindsight's 2020.
yeah, there's nothing you can do when it's like, oh, a spell I could have stopped. Well, it is what it is. There's nothing you can do there.
So we are demonstrating now how we can untap, reactivate Najeela. We're going to make a critical mass of warriors, continually untap, make infinite combats, make a bajillion warriors. And the table probably is going to start scooping up here shortly.
Yeah.
Um,
Unless they want to make them go through the motions, which you can do. You can just have people play out their combos.
yeah. You can inflict psychic damage by doing that. Yeah, I think it's
I was like,
GG's.
this is usually everybody looks around and talks and says, anything?
Angel's Grace.
Oh my.
Wow. So that's almost like a Final Fortune, right? Like
Angel's Grace means they don't lose the game right now.
Right.
So the Najeela player can do whatever they want.
The TNK is getting one more turn, but then the second they pass it, they've lost the game.
Yeah, but they don't have to pass their turn.
Exactly.
So
the other thing to
a stunning upset.
Yeah. The other thing to consider as well is you can't profitably attack into. Oh, eventually you can. Never mind. I was gonna say you're gonna make a bunch of warriors.
I mean, you could attack the Timna player as many times as you want to create as many things as you want, and then split everything off, right?
Yeah.
If that's what if you're worried about losing like Najeela specifically,
Exactly. You'll make a million warriors, and then you don't care about that board.
then it doesn't matter. But the main problem is, then 2 people are dead, and you're passing to the Timna player.
Yeah.
Who, if they can win on their turn, that makes this game super interesting.
I'd be very impressed if the Najeela player has enough tokens to represent.
Oh yeah, this is. Although they're all Pokemon, it's cute.
They're very cute. Najeela still wins. Put commander damage on the Angel's Grace player. Yep, very true. Yep. That is true. Yeah.
Yeah, so like if they specifically attack, which I don't think they had a choice anyway, because they couldn't just throw Najeela into. Well, I mean they could have attacked the Themberchod player at first for some reason.
Yep.
That could have also been a thing.
Yeah, you are completely correct. They do die on the next turn if that is the line they're going for. In terms of putting commander damage on, I don't think a lot of players, know or realize that. So something to consider is that is Shane's out right now, is just hoping that Najeela is not hitting them.
Yeah, which we don't have the best way to tell where these are going.
Yeah.
It actually looks like they're going at the Themberchod player first.
Yeah.
He's officially at 0.
Yep.
That was a
good run.
Yeah, solid start there. Really, really close.
Tim Nook doing the thing. Very impressed by that showing by Themberchod.
Oh yeah, like he definitely had a turn where it was very close to just being over. He just wanted to give us a little more to talk about for a while, so props to him.
Did it with style. Did it with style for sure.
Look at the storm counters.
Oh, I think that's every combat that we have. So we're going through right now.
Yeah, I was like, it's a storm of tokens.
Lex has won this game unless they are not putting commander damage on Shane.
Yeah, see, here's the thing that we're just conjecturing on, right? But just because something seems simple from the outside, when you're like in a game, it's different, right? When you're thinking through things, might not necessarily be apparent.
100%.
But it does seem reasonable for them to just attack.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. What are they? Oh, we might have a Court of Calling.
Oh. Board
Might-
for what? I mean, it would be for 3.
This game might be far from over. Is there some sort of board wipe that can grab? I don't know.
Or did he have a way to just turn all these? No, there's nothing that turns his stuff sideways, right?
Not that I can think of.
So I would admit, I'm not sure why these creatures are turned.
Maybe to show that they've damaged or blocked? This is the hard part of not being in the room.
Because even if they, I mean, if they're not dead, they're not dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very curious why those are tapped. But, yeah, unless commander damage... Oh, Derevi's tapping them. Okay.
Okay, I was
Got
like,
it.
I feel like they were tapped on purpose, not.
Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. I forgot that was another line of text that card can do.
You're like, how often do people have creatures to tap it?
Right.
You're like, never.
I thought we were going to see some spicy Convoke. I was jazzed for
Which
it.
would have been super interesting out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Just- I'm not sure what would have been good here, but it's
Platinum
not.
Angel.
Yeah, Chord for 3, Platinum Angel.
Oh, dang.
I don't.
You saw the line?
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work out how you want it to.
Damn. Okay, it looks like this player might be missing the putting the combat damage.
But maybe it's just clear out everybody else and then him. I mean, who knows, right?
Yeah. Accurately tracking life. I have to applaud our players.
Yeah, not something you see every time when somebody just kind of pops off is actually still keeping track anymore.
I think Shane's just gonna put themselves to 1. Okay.
Because they would have to specify they're going to keep attacking here.
Yeah.
And if they do not do that, then Shane gets his turn back.
Yep.
So we'll see. We are all waiting to see how this goes. Man, they're over there doing the math on their phone. Appreciate them.
I would just like I'm at
appreciate them.
100 probably. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if the life total, like, could you imagine? I mean, they're not gonna win by killing you with the life, so it's probably not super relevant. But appreciate that they're actually trying to keep track.
Yeah. I'm just like mesmerized by this board state right now. I need to like get back in it right now, but
So it's like, really interesting decks with Demerchot, Voja, like super cool. Now
Okay.
it's just kind of up to the Najila player whether they're gonna keep attacking or not.
was that an indication of passing turn?
I'm not sure. Oh,
We did
yeah,
not.
see, there you go.
Holy heck. Okay. So basically a Final Fortune turn.
I mean,
now.
I definitely. This is why I always stick to just play it out, and sometimes your opponent doesn't see it.
Yep. And we have a great example of that. Shane
Yeah.
might run away with this game.
I mean, do you often kill people with Commander Debt? What is that? An Enlightened Tutor? Okay,
Might get
I
it
mean,
for
this,
breach. We have the LED. We're winning this game. You have a demonic tutor in your yard?
and that's the thing, right? Is sometimes it's like I said, it's just somebody's in the game, and it's a little hard to see all the aspects of winning.
Wow.
So
How much commander damage? I believe 6 points of commander damage. It's 1 or 2 attacks. Actually, maybe just 1.
it might have just been the last one attack,
Wow.
because I think Najila went at everybody else like
Wow.
the majority of times.
That's incredible. This game was stolen. And granted, Lex might have some piece of counter magic.
I mean, we're about to find out because, I mean,
Wow.
Shane has to win now.
Yep.
Which very well could.
Yeah.
Definitely has the technology to do so.
Okay, so we line tutor upkeep. We're drawing breach for turn. We have the lotus petal or excuse me, the lion's eye diamond.
Mhm.
We crack that for black. Search for the use demonic tutor. Find brain freeze and then win the game.
Mocks just for fun.
Okay. I like that.
Yep. Just toss a land to it. Great.
And I think we're gonna see a breach.
Maybe.
Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh.
hey. Ooh.
What a swingy game this
Okay,
has been.
a breach,
Yeah,
a breach.
GG's. And we can just demonic tutor right away for
I mean, what? Keeping storm count.
yeah. And that's probably why they cast the Mox Diamond as opposed to just pitching into Lion's Eye Diamond.
Yeah, which is fine.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yep. Crack that for black. We have the blue available for the brain freeze. Escape and GG's. Oh, we have the Crom in hand.
Yeah, Crom, get out of here.
I maybe would bin it. I mean, you don't need it, and it's more fuel. You can always just move it when you're breaching anyway. You have an extra
Yeah,
card.
I mean, at this point, it kind of is just an extra card.
Scorish said Pun Palace. Thank you, Scorish, my #1 fan. Yep, 3 black. D-toots for... Unless Najila has an Angel's Grace. Oh, no mana.
Well, they have... It's just... There's no color to their mana, so...
The other thing we should note, too, Najila should have ended their loop with untapped lands.
Yeah?
That's just,
I mean,
yeah.
at this point, it is what it is. Really.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. Wow, probably won't do this next game. LOL. Yeah, I'm curious if they realized or not.
I mean, it's one of those things, right? How often do you play the deck? How often do you have to win that way? These are all things to
Right.
consider.
It's all a learning curve. So we are tainted pacting instead of escaping the...
Oh,
You have to stop there.
yeah. Hello.
Oh,
uh,
we just don't care.
okay.
Okay.
Little mnemonic betrayals.
How do
and
you
some other
win
stuff.
now? How do you win with... I mean, you Praetor's Grasp and hope that they have Authorical? And this is... we have such a privileged position of being able to see this very objectively.
absolutely.
It's so hard when you're actually sitting there,
Yeah, and it's definitely we try to be kind to the players because
but 100%.
sitting there actually playing and just being in the privileged seat of watching and judging.
Yeah.
these are two different things.
Something to be mindful
Fieldred
of.
just for funsies.
Pyrexy Metamorph. Maybe a Lab Man? I don't know. What do you gamble for now? I'm super confused.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like he's stopping at the gamble, but okay.
Gamble for Brain Freeze? Maybe they're just trying to Brain Freeze Najila? I'm very confused. But I'm sure they have a reason. They're playing. They're here for high stakes. There's a reason players play the way they do.
Yeah.
I'm so curious to
I
ask
was
them
like,
after the game.
he's clearly talking through whatever he's doing with
Yeah.
his opponent here, so.
B&K tapped Command Town instead of UC. Yep. I mean, what are we escaping?
1, 2.
I'm mesmerized.
Yeah.
And this is part of the issue. I've talked
Okay,
about this
get the LED
before.
back, sure.
The first round of a tournament, especially a full 4-player multiplayer tournament,
Mm-hmm.
the first round is, I don't want to say make or break, but you're easing into being in that tournament brain,
Yeah.
and you're also kind of
It's
warming
the warm-up.
up.
It's
Yeah,
the warm-up. It
yeah.
is.
So you have 3 red, 1 black,
Mm-hmm.
access to blue. They might just be trying to go through their storm count and then brain freeze Najila
Yeah.
for the win.
Maybe they didn't want to do the hard math of the Oracle. They're just like, you know what? I could just. How much you got? Let's just go for that line.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
excited
well,
to
here's the
talk to this
gamble.
player after the game and just kind of learn what that thought process was.
See what they were talking about.
Yeah, because maybe there's
Find out
something
the
that I
hidden
missed.
details that we
Yeah.
don't know about either.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I'm gonna check time in the round as well, because that's also something to be mindful of. We have 12 minutes.
Yeah, 12 minutes. That's more than enough to
Yeah.
do whatever is happening.
Yeah,
here.
we'll be all right.
I was like, I mean,
Okay.
Okay, so-
finish the brain freeze. So it looks like they're just gonna brain freeze themselves and brain freeze Najila. Yeah, that is a way to do it. You can get pretty high on Storm, you can mill your whole deck and then
yeah.
just pass.
I mean, Storm Count's at a pretty decent level at this point.
I think you have to hit your own brain freeze now to fill your yard and then start looping LED.
Yeah, because otherwise you're short on cards.
Mm-hmm.
just raw payables, I guess we could call them.
All right, we're pitching the gamble. Interesting.
Well, it's already in the yard. He's just using it to pay. But
Real loops with Angel's Grace, I suppose. I suppose it does.
That doesn't seem necessary.
It could be the line they're going for.
Also, that does seem a good way to die to Commander if you for some reason had to pass the turn again.
So we're gonna mill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 30?
Yeah. I mean, let's assume it's probably about half the deck in the yard at least
Yeah.
now.
And now you just brain freeze
Yeah.
your opponent.
You should have more than enough to pay for this a couple more times.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably, yeah, I was like, he's probably literally having the Najeela player count right now.
Yeah.
How many do you have left?
Yeah, cards in deck. No reason.
The math is important. If you're even one off, like, it's the big difference,
Feels
right?
terrible.
So you probably sit here, count now, and go, okay, I can do this X amount of times. Is that enough?
Yep.
Which you would imagine 2 times has got to be enough. But
has to be.
in case it's slightly short.
I think you can pretty comfortably, if you mill yourself for like 6 at a time as well, you can pretty comfortably do this 3 times.
Yeah, because you're also adding additional storm every time, like, you get, like, an LED back in place of 2, right? So it's like, you... Well, good afternoon, and welcome back, everybody. We're in round 4, finally, of the FishBowl 3. Hi, everybody. I'm Michelle Tanner.
And I'm Lauren, aka MTG_hot dog.
We're never going to get away from the underscore. There can't be that many MTG hot dogs, that's all I'm saying.
My podcast co-host is always like, no, you're not MTG hot dog, you're MTG_hot dog.
But yeah, so still, you know, a long day, but we're moving along. Round 4 of 5 here. So we're getting kind of close to the point where, you know, we're starting to see some people locking up their spots for top 16. But who did you choose for us for this round?
So yeah, I chose this pod. This is pod number 5?
4?
Pod number
I
4.
think you said 4.
All of these players are win and in, so this game has huge implications for these players' own personal records. We have Rodrigo on Yeva, Shelby on Rog Sai, Shane S on Tim Necrom, who I think was on the stream earlier, and Owen B on Kinnan.
We cannot get away from the situational, the seedings. Like, Kinnan's always apparently going to be on the left, and Tim always, like...
Absolutely crazy. But this game, I think, you know, as the day starts to come to a close, these players need this win. I know Shelby, Rodrigo, all of these players, I looked at their records, they are all in a position where if they can win this game, they are going to be locked, in my opinion, locked based on points for a top
Assume
16.
at least soft locked, if nothing else, just numbers at that point. Yeah, this is going to be some interesting Magic. A lot of these decks we've seen.
Yeah.
Which I don't think you can really get away from that to a degree, right? Like, tier 1 decks are considered that for a reason, right? They're all powerful. They all do the things you want to do, which is win the game.
Exactly. They're tried and true. These decks win. Kinnan knows how to win. TNK knows how to win. Rogside knows how to win. Yeva's the wild card deck here. And I'd be willing to bet we haven't seen this pod comp either, with Yeva being that wild card.
I hope we're 4 out of 4 for unique
I can look.
matchups.
I can check the almanac after this. Shout out to Datatog on social media, who uses command tower data from topdeck.gg. There's only almost 22,000 games tracked through this data, and we are 3 for 3 in our previous rounds on having unique pod compositions never before seen for those 22,000 games tracked on command tower. And I'm gonna check now to see.
I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed. I want to keep it going. It's gonna be the most unique EDH event possible.
So let me pull that up here real quick. We have Shane. Shane is actually going to be seat 1 in the bottom right corner. Seat 2 is Kinnan. Seat 3 is Yeva, and then seat 4 is Rogsai. So Rogsai a little tough in seat 4, but you know, you're a dockside away from just going nuts.
Oh yeah, I mean, we definitely saw. We've seen a little bit of Timna win, a little bit of the Rogsai deck win. So I feel like Kinnan's been the one that's unfortunately not popping off on stream, at least. Not for today. Obviously a great deck, but just falling on some bad luck, I think, throughout today.
That's all right. It does happen. Can't win them all. It's a high variance format.
Well, not with that attitude.
I mean, I want to win them all. I sure do try. Okay. So it looks like there are 0 games that have this
Ha-ha! We did
composition.
it! 4 out
We
of
are
4,
4
baby.
4, and I love seeing this in tournament play. I love seeing new pods, new pod composition, new data being collected. It's like super exciting to me, just both, as a tournament caster and a tournament grinder. I love seeing when new decks are hitting the field. Yeva, a deck that a lot of people slept on. I know it was popular years ago. Kind of thought a favor when Selvala got popular as the de facto mono green commander.
Right.
Super exciting to see Yeva still being played. And we're in a position with winning in, so it's not like this deck has done poorly by any means. This deck, I think, 1-0-2 with 7 points.
Yeah.
12 points should lock them in if they can win this.
Definitely a little difficult facing down 3 other blue decks.
Yeah.
Just off the top, right? Like that's just that could run into some issues. And all decks that have a way to just win very reasonably quickly by themselves, right?
Exactly. If I'm Yeva right now, my key card I'm looking for is Allosaurus Shepherd.
Oh yeah, I feel like that's where you have to start, right?
Yeah.
And just kind of hope that they don't just not care about your things. Just
Exactly.
you cast whatever you want, and then I'll just pop off on my turn. It doesn't matter.
Easy peasy. GG. Game's easy. Yeva, I've played with Rodrigo a little bit in the Los Angeles area. Something that Yeva brings to the table is some stacks pieces, things like Collector Roof and Null Rod, which can completely starve these decks on mana. All of these decks are very, very dependent on early game board development and forms of fast mana and mana rock. So, I mean, Rodrigo could also be looking for, like, land, Elvish Spirit Guide, Collector Roof Pass. Like, that'd be a reasonable...
a solid start if that was the case. Because that's the thing, too, is like fast mana stuff. You need every single bit of mana that you have to effectively go off in, like, a turn earlier, right?
Yep.
Or things like that. So any kind of tithe effect or, like, things that just straight up turn off your mana rocks, they're just things. They're just baubles on the field.
Cheerios.
Like, just sitting there waiting to not do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, these are all things that are relevant. And not everybody has access to Oof.
Yep.
A very distinct green card that most decks don't have green.
Yep.
Besides the Kinnan decks that we've seen, but they're not necessarily looking to lock down their own stuff. So Oof is a very specific card, right? Because you play it, but you can't. You have to be able to capitalize on it without hindering yourself.
Exactly. And I think that goes into the bigger picture of stacks pieces in cEDH. I've gone on a lot of rants and different content and such discussing stacks in cEDH and how you need stacks to augment your own game plan. You don't want stacks to be your game plan because usually someone can get out from under you.
Okay, so we got a little action here. I felt like we had the same lands just dropped in here.
Yep, yeah, two Lord of the Rings gemstones.
It's so funny that they're the same art.
Glittering caves of something or other. Looks like Shelby and C4 mold to 3.
Oh no!
Brutal start. I'm not feeling too great, but
it didn't look like that much of a mulligan before. Oh my gosh!
No, it sure didn't. Okay, so we have fast mana. We know we're probably going to see the turn 1 Kinnan.
Yeah.
And possibly an oof from Rodrigo.
I mean, an oof would even things out here, I suppose, right?
Yeah, quite a bit.
But I feel like, the Rogsai player is going to have a little work to do probably, just based off of only having 3 cards to start versus these quick early mana drops from 2 players.
Yeah. I'm wondering if that's land cryptistic.
That would be a place to try.
Yeah.
Try to make something happen.
People aren't going to be too scared to play into it, and you're going to slowly just get yourself back in the game, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
So fetching an Underground Sea with the Marsh Flats, followed by a Mox Diamond. Fast mana for days in this pod. We are all gas, no breaks. This is very quick board development from all parties involved. The pitching of the Mox Diamond from the Gemstone is an interesting pitch.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what the outcome of that is. And we have
Is a Vamp Tutor?
Yep, that's the Richard Kane Ferguson art.
Yeah.
Looks really nice.
All of the tutors that he did look really interesting. I found that art to be slightly divisive. People either love it or they hate it for some reason. I like it. I think it's nice.
I'm a big fan of it. Everyone has their subjective opinion, but I love seeing these old school artists do playable cards. That's
also the argument. Will this card ever be played anywhere?
Yeah,
But yeah, Vamp Tutor, yeah, it's pretty playable.
it's a decent card.
It's pretty playable.
I played it once or twice. I hate how many good pieces of art exist in Magic that are just on completely unplayable cards.
I mean, that's fair. That's usually a question for the artist is like, what art did you love that they put on just a terrible card?
They get excited. They like light up at that question too, because like no one asks. Everyone wants the Planeswalker or the legendary, big legendary, but no one asks their favorite. It's exciting. To learn
Yeah,
that
no one
stuff.
asked for the random uncommon. It was like, limited playable.
Yeah.
Like that's a. Looks like this tutor's taking a minute here.
Possible misstep. People are really thinking on this.
Yeah, I mean it could have been one of those test the waters. Oh, this resolves. Okay, let's now. What are we getting, kind of thing, or just
Oh, it looks like he picked the card. Maybe.
yeah. I think he just grabbed something. It could have just taken a minute to find it. It is a
True.
gigantic deck. So
That's the worst part when I'm like, okay, this spell's for sure gonna get countered. I'm just gonna put it on the stack, and then it resolves. I'm like, okay,
you're like, no, I wasn't ready.
I wasn't ready for this reality.
Like, what do you mean? I actually get to do the thing.
I didn't even want a Vamp Tutor.
And then we move on, and as you'd expect, Kinnan hits the field as
Yep.
fast as oh, and we got a little extra
Ooh.
mana just for funsies.
A
No,
3-mana
nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about.
A
More
Mirage Mirror.
Okay.
Wow.
So what do you mirror in?
So there is a line where you, oh geez, what is it? You have a way to untap the Mirage Mirror. So
Mhm.
you make the Mirage Mirror into a land to make the colored mana.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You infinite with Basalt, and then Mirage Mirror copies a land, and then you tap that to make your colorless
okay,
mana,
sure.
and then make it a copy while that's on the stack.
So
of
we
a-
need at least one more card to do something with it.
Yep.
Which may or may not be in hand. We don't know.
You make it a copy of Basalt so it gets the untap
Mhm.
while it's a land, and then you can, with your infinite colors, then make infinite colored mana and then dump it all into
And just Kinnan
Yep.
roll until something happens.
exactly. So if we see the oof here, maybe we will.
That would be a the oof would be an oof right
Oh
now.
yeah, I mean, oof.
Like how many artifacts is that in play?
Enough to party.
Yeah.
We have a growth spiral. Or Utopia spiral.
yeah, that looks like a Utopia Sprawl.
Yeah, that's the same from the like Mystic Remora secret lair, right?
Your guess is as good as mine. That sounds
Priest of Titania.
okay. I mean, not an oof.
Not
Not an oof.
not an oof. Kinnan might just be able to run away with this.
Maybe.
It also could be from Rogsai if they do land crypt wheel.
Mm-hmm.
That's another real, very, very like real possibility from that deck.
So we got a little,
Eat
Okay.
the Rog.
sure, talisman.
Oh wow.
And just go. I mean, they are lacking cards here.
Yeah.
We know that they're working hard to establish something.
Yeah.
So
They're starved. Hungry deck. If no one really gets any game plan going, Kinnan might just
okay,
Oh.
well, just a flat out oracle.
wow.
All right,
It could be for value.
to value oracle, sure.
Yeah, we just have a cute little value oracle.
Anybody have anything to say about this?
I love this play.
Oh God.
I am a diehard of team cast your spells, and people are casting their diggity dang spells.
When you see people start shuffling their hands real fast, it can mean that there is nothing to stop this.
and you can't see me right now. I'm moving my hands. This is what politicking looks like. When
Yeah.
this isn't happening, you know that things are resolving.
So right now, I'm not 100% sure if both of these are still in the stack. One's on the stack. It's a little hard to... Oh no. Is that just the game? Or are we just agreeing that the game's over?
Yep.
Oh gosh.
He was gonna
Okay.
win next turn with the Moon Silver Key. You grab your Basalt Monolith, and he was gonna win.
So he was just showing off that, like, I had this, but not a way to stop you.
Yeah, that's my. I'm gonna
Okay.
poke fun at myself as a commander player. That's that's my favorite thing to do as a commander player. Be like, oh, you beat me. Well, if you didn't, I was gonna win. Like,
Oh, well, yeah, you gotta let them know how close they were.
Yeah.
They were close to death here.
close is only
I mean-
matters in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Well,
So
that's what they say, but wow, all right. Well, a little bit faster than we were expecting it
Wow.
to be. And by faster, I mean a lot faster. That did not look like much of a board state, and then all of a sudden it's just here's here's 3 mana worth of spells.
I love that
Do
play.
I win?
Yeah. I love that play from Shane. I think that was your window to go for it. Obviously,
Well, that's one of your
with-
safest like times, right? Is like you don't really expect the Yeva player to have anything probably,
Yep.
and you definitely need to get out before like oof or anything else like slows you down,
Exactly.
right? Like the Rockside player had like no cards, probably doesn't have any interaction, so you're just kind of leaning on maybe the Kinnan player has something, but if they don't, I win the game.
Exactly.
I think that's a reasonable line to take and just try to pop off.
Yeah, it's completely reasonable to assume Shelby does not have anything, and
Yeah,
Owen for sure doesn't. But
Yeah.
wow, what a win.
yeah.
What an incredible...
A whirlwind. And the Tim Necrom deck just coming through
I'm
again,
like-
saying, "This is what I do."
Yeah. I'm not even, like, comfortable in my chair yet. Like,
You're like, I just got here. I
Yeah.
just finished eating lunch.
I ate
Like,
lunch. I was ready for this game. What the heck just happened?
Well, what happened is this deck just keeps showing why it stays towards the top of the list. Well, gosh, friends.
We can just talk about things for a little
Yeah,
while.
I mean,
Like,
the whole thing is, there's still one more round.
yep.
Anything could happen. Most likely, we'll end up bringing you somebody who's a pod that's kind of in between, another Winnanen, let's say, because once we get to the last round, a lot of the top ones end up drawing just because like they want to lock themselves in, and so we'll see. Well, we should hopefully get another interesting matchup.
I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful. Huge congrats to Shane. I mean, there is
Yeah.
real prize for it, real cash on the line.
Oh
so
yeah,
that-
I mean this is a $3,000 event, and let's not forget it's a top deck. This is a gold level event, right? So the points matter.
Yep.
A lot of people are here for the points more so than the money. Although the money's nice,
Yeah.
nobody's gonna snub their nose at dinner and gas money,
True.
to head out.
yeah, first place walking around with $1,000 or walking away with $1,000 for this event. Like,
Yeah, so nothing insignificant, right?
Yeah.
Like you're really trying to just make it towards the top.
yeah.
And if you can do that quickly within 3 turns or less,
Yeah.
you're probably gonna try.
That's gonna be like, it's not a restaurant, but 3 turns or less sounds like like a sketchy game store. You can play here, but only if you're playing 3 turns or less.
Oh, then they just kick you out. You're like, you're too competitive. You're
Yeah.
too strong.
Yeah. 3 turns or less. What could that be? That's like a good podcast name.
Too good. 3
Yeah.
turns or less.
3 turns. It's like a crappy blockbuster. 3 turns or less. Like, I don't know what you
I
want.
feel like you're showing your age with the Blockbuster.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Vivid memories of going to Blockbuster after school. I had to explain Blockbuster to my
The concept.
to my 10-year-old cousin, and I was like,
People used to get these hard discs.
yeah,
And then these tapes, and they bring them home, these physical things.
yeah.
I mean, I remember having Netflix when you still had to get the DVDs
Yep.
in the mail. So
I
like,
told him that because you couldn't just stream from your device. I was like, what device?
what stream?
My
The internet?
PS2.
You guys are crazy.
I'm not a-
And let's not forget, while we devolve into conversation, that anybody who wants it, the FishBowl 3 playmat available right now. If you go on the TCS Rockets website in our store, you can get it. If you're here in the shop, go buy it. And then, top 4 get them for free, but just them, no one else. So you buy yours.
Beautiful art by Gold Sabretooth.
yeah,
shout out
shout out.
Tim Toronto, Gold Sabretooth. Fellow Dargo enjoyer. Incredible art.
But
You
yeah, some
knocked us
fun
out of the
art.
park.
Sit there, take a look at it. It's enjoyable.
Kind of hurting my eyes if I just stare at it.
Well, it's also because it's on all the playmats in the background.
Yeah.
You're getting a little inundated right now.
Oh, jeez.
But okay, so let's take a look at the clock and see roughly how much time we have.
Yeah.
As much as we can sit here and talk at all of you, I'm sure at some point you'll get bored.
61 minutes left in the round.
No, that sounds inaccurate. 60?
61.
Okay. All right, so everybody, maybe watch a movie in the meanwhile. Go out, get your steps in for the day.
Listen to Pun
Play now.
Pals if I can plug Pun Pals.
Yeah, hey, go ahead, plug the plugs.
Yeah, for those, since we have the time for me to plug myself. Oops, did not mean it like that. Yeah, my name's Lauren, also known as MTG Hot Dog, MTG_Hot Dog. I have a podcast called Punt Pals, where statistically on average, you're gonna win 25% of your Commander games. We are for the 75% of players that don't win their games. We talk about losing, losses in a comedic Magic the Gathering podcast. Our most recent episode just came out on Wednesday, where we get a little less funny, but we really delve into like mental health and how Magic the Gathering community as a whole can either help or hurt your mental health, and how you need to take care of your mental health in the Magic community.
That is fair.
I am also sponsored by Dragon Shield, so if you need sleeves, check out Dragon Shield. Pick them up here at TC's Rockets as well.
I live and die by matte black Dragon Shields. Those are on pretty much every deck that I've had for forever. I get some art sleeves every now and again just for funsies, but matte black, you can't go wrong with them. You can't go wrong. They're perfect.
I'm a fiend on the Soul ones that just came out.
Oh, okay, sure. I did like the blood red ones. They're just a little hard to find sometimes, but look, we love Dragon Shield here. And then, well, that'll be it for us for now. So, yeah, we're going to play some replays. If you guys missed any of the first couple rounds.
Any Thunderchild enjoyers?
Yeah, please. Please check out round 1. And then all the VODs and stuff will be up later, too. So just in case you don't feel like watching replays now, check us out later. You know, we always keep stuff on Twitch. We have a YouTube channel. Everything's just at TCS Rockets. So go check them out and let us know. But go ahead and set a timer. We'll be back in, an hour or less. Maybe everyone will finish super fast.
Everyone has turn-2 consoles.
We can dream. I'll go out and just kind of yell at them all until they finish, right?
Yeah. Guys, come on.
Just everybody play faster.
Yeah. You can't judge on players.
Yeah. He tanked for 2 seconds too long. But yeah, so we will be back in about an hour. Sorry for the delay, but again, just backup matches are not really feasible with this layout. So we'll see y'all in a bit, and yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
See you soon.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Rockets and our FishBowl 3. How's everybody doing this morning? I'm Michelle Tanner, and I'm joined by a special guest today, Lauren, otherwise known as MTG Hot Dog. That's what he told me,
Yes.
so I'm believing him. But say hi to the people, Lauren.
Hello, people. I'm Lauren, also known as MTG Hot Dog, cEDH tournament grinder, event caster. I recently got sponsored by Dragon Shield. I have a podcast called Punt Pals where we cater to the 75% of players who don't win their Magic games.
They need love too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm very good at losing. You know, when in doubt, if you're on a losing streak, just make content. So
Yeah, which is why we're sitting back here about to talk about some Magic. But it's wow, we have a packed house today. We have 128 players with a wait list. I mean, we just had people, everywhere in here. So no buys for this tournament. But it's looking to be a pretty stacked day. So right now we got a couple of players on stream, and I know that you picked this pot on purpose. Now, why is that?
So I picked it for Tim Nook there. I believe in seat 3, Tim Nook is somewhat notorious in the cEDH community for his Thunderchild deck, and he's looking to prove something. There was murmurings, kind of turned out to be a little bit of a meme that he went 3-0 at the Silicon Dynasty 2 redemption event, and he took that personally, and he brewed it. he brewed an actual cEDH Thunderchild deck. It does win with the Thunderchild in the command zone. It's also just a very potent red deck, and he's kind of looking. Tim traditionally, I know Tim as a personal friend, doesn't play commander.
Okay.
But he kind of has a chip on his shoulder, wants to prove something, wants to show that you can creatively brew in the cEDH space and still be competitively viable.
Look, I get that, and as everyone knows, jokingly but not jokingly, I don't play Commander either. But I enjoy talking about Magic no matter what the format, so I can appreciate his stance on it. And also, just look at Amber. It's so cute. Yeah. It was good in the movie. It's good here. I think we can make it work. But who else we got?
So seat 1 we have Lex and Najeela. Looks like that is the Warhammer reskin of Najeela. I'm not sure what turn order is. I think Tim Nook's actually seat 3. So it looks like, is that the Naya? That's the new Naya Wolf commander. And I don't think it's not Vona.
Volja, I believe is.
Oh, Voja. Okay, yeah.
Which is, literally just got those as the promos and like the pre-release kits for. So I mean, it literally almost as new as it could be, without coming from Fallout specifically.
I don't know if that is like an elf ball sort of deck or if it's like a token win through combat damage deck. I'm excited to see this. I haven't seen that in the CDH space yet, and of course, Seat 4, Timnacrom.
Pretty standard, even for somebody like me who doesn't play. Like I've definitely seen this deck more than once. Now, obviously, with commander decks, you can have a few, let's say, flex slots into what you like to play. But it looks like our Voja player is starting out. Yes.
I'm curious what you go for. I don't have access to the deck list, and I would love to see what this deck's aiming to do.
What they're gambling.
Yeah, gambling. They can't crypt into a Rhystic Study. I am very excited to see what this deck, and I think it's safe to say this is the first time ever on a command tower tracked game, and I think the inclusion of Voja and Themberchild are the reason for this, but this is the first time ever this pod composition has been tracked in over 22,000 games.
Wow. I mean, we're over here setting records already. It's only round 1.
Sharky, yes, there is Themberchild on stream. We are playing a cEDH tournament, and we have Themberchild. The deck is very good. Went 2-1 last night when we were gold fishing. I think a lot of people sleep on it. There's a lot of AB combos in mono red, and it can win on turn 2 pretty consistently. So I'm.
But you could barely ask for much better than that.
Especially in mono red.
Oh, okay. Oh no. Oh, we had a spill on Isle Voja here.
Isle Voja.
I think that's going to be a little reshuffle here. I believe he got the card he gambled, but then the rest of the deck went down with it, so it shouldn't be an issue. You know, he was already going through his deck anyway, so it shouldn't be a judge concern. But yeah, definitely difficult when you're dealing with a large stack of cards to... Okay, here's the gamble. 3. Let's flip it.
We are pitching a Sacred
Foundry?
Foundry. Probably not the gamble target.
Yeah, we would imagine, unless he kept a really interesting hand, but maybe the gamble's just to set something up for later. But I guess it's, you know, because gambling with a bunch of cards in hand, you're pretty unlikely to lose the thing you gambled for.
Right.
Never 0 though. Never 0%.
Looking at this pod comp, and we see Najila deploying the Mana Vault, I think the bottom half of the table is much better poised than the top half. I think a lot of these decks are creature-centric. Najila's going to have a tough time swinging in.
Oh, yeah.
I know Themberchild has like 20 creatures in the deck. We have pitching a Rite of Flame. Oh, no, we're casting the Rite of Flame.
Yeah.
Is that a Chrome Mox? I thought that was a Mox Opal, but it looks like it's a Chrome Mox pitching a Rite of Flame.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little difficult with all the different arts to tell what is what, especially when it's upside down.
We have Tim Nook
Hey,
with the Mox
starting out with the
Diamond.
beautiful just mountain to... Oh, look at this. This is just classy.
I'd like to say all the mountains are snow-covered mountains. There is a Scred in the Themberchild list.
I really enjoy this list.
We
I don't
have a
know
Faithless.
if Faithless to
Okay.
go get. Maybe something cool.
I think Mono Red just traditionally has problems drawing cards.
Yeah, I mean, every red spell is basically, you know, sacrifice your firstborn to draw a card
Which
kind
I've
of
done
thing.
before.
But they're never free. There's never a red spell that doesn't ask a price.
If I'm T&K, I'm feeling really good though about
Okay.
Discarding a Goblin Welder and a
Welder
Mana
and
Geyser.
Yeah, okay.
I'm feeling great if I'm T&K, especially if I did the early dockside deployment. I mean, I'm gonna be docksiding for at least 4.
Oh, the dockside will be huge.
Yeah. But I really think the bottom half of the table is the better positioned decks sitting here.
Yeah, I mean, they do have access to just a little, probably more well-rounded ways to win, too.
It is amazing seeing Themberchild. I still can't get over it. It's like surreal. This deck's good.
Alright, so got an LED.
Oh no. Okay. An Imperial Seal.
Sure.
I have to say, that Imperial Seal is high risk, high reward. You're
Yeah.
looking down 3 decks that I'm willing to bet all run Ragavans.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to put it on top and say, well, please don't attack me.
Yeah.
Leave me alone. I'm not doing anything. Meanwhile, you're playing some of, like, the most high-end commanders possible.
Yeah,
so,
including
so you always look like a threat.
Yeah. Oh, I see. You T&K being the...
Oh,
I
yeah.
see what you're saying.
You can't really leave the deck alone, right? They
Right.
can kind of just win out of nowhere.
Exactly.
Um,
And I think The opponent's not deploying creatures puts Najeela in the driver's seat right now.
Oh yeah, with being that far ahead on mana too, you kind of just hope to throw something down and hope it sticks and
Exactly.
go to town, right?
Yeah, you can deploy the Najeela. You're gonna swing through pretty confidently and start developing a critical mass of warriors. If everyone was playing a turn 1 creature, I would feel again the bottom half of the table, but seeing sort of this game plan of early mana development rather than true, even threat or board development.
It definitely lends towards the aggro-centric deck to kind of jump in and shoot their shot, as it were.
Yeah, I'm feeling good if I'm Najeela.
Which, look, I'm gonna cheer for the mono red deck. I want to see some things happen.
Bat Dragon is I think the name of the deck.
It's so cute, and I feel some sort of way about it now. Now that you talked it up, I'm just like, okay.
You've learned to love it.
I want to see it. I want to see it do well.
And Tim really only plays pre-modern, so the fact he went from pre-modern to Thumbertown.
That is an interesting line there. All right.
Drannith Magistrate.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a creature.
That is a clutch creature in this pod.
Yeah.
TNK is probably tooting for an early Tymna or Crom. If I'm assuming I could be a breach. I don't think it's going to be a breach, but
it does feel a little early to just go get the breach now and then possibly not have it for later.
Don't even have to worry about it now, though.
Yeah, I mean, now it's just a little. It's always interesting because we can't hear the players, but you see everybody's hands like kind of lean into accepting things as they go.
So Windswept Teeth pass from Najeela, that's telling me that player banked around having that Najeela early.
Yeah.
That is, Brian Koval. I love Brian. We're friends, Bosch and Roll. Something that he says in his videos is your opponents will always tell you what's in their hand. You just have to be able to look.
Yeah.
And those are the signals where I'm going Windswept Teeth pass. That is telling me the only other exception could be like an end of turn Adnaz. But if I'm sitting at that table, I'm seeing, okay, land pass in a Najeela deck, you mulligan for that.
Oh, yeah. So, what do we got going on here?
I think we had a mountain pass, and then we had a underground sea pass.
It's a very interestingly kind of slow start to everybody so far. Like, kind of, here's some mana rocks and go, I guess.
I'm going to read what Voja does. I don't know if Voja's a combo piece,
well, Voja has almost every keyword on it.
It's keyword soup.
I think it's like Vigilance, Trample, Ward 2, Ward 3. It's something excessive for like a 6-mana creature. Or 5-mana creature. I think it's like a 5-mana 6/6. It's very large.
It's a 5-mana 5/5 with
5-mana
Vigilance,
5/5.
Trample, Ward 3. When it attacks, put X 1/1 counters on each creature you control, where X is the number of elves you control. Draw a card for each wolf you control. We're playing Wolf Elf Ball.
Yeah, you would expect to see some amount of maybe tokens or something with wolf on it,
I have to applaud the attack with the Drannith. I think that is
getting in there.
See, I think it's an unnecessary risk.
It's
you
a
see
bit
your opponents
aggressive.
have open mana. I mean, they can flash in the Orcish Bowmasters, double block, kill the Drannith, and then unlock the next turn. That's a risky attack.
It is, especially when everyone's at a healthy 40 or like. I mean, it's not killing anybody.
Right.
What do we got upside down there?
We have a Birds of
It's a
Paradise,
birds. Okay.
and we had Ancient Tomb Birds of Paradise, presumably passing. I'm assuming that
a million mana for the Najeela player to have access to.
And that Birds of Paradise can pretty confidently was drawn. Otherwise, we would have cast it last turn.
Yeah.
So we know we know what their newest card was, and I'm assuming that no Adnaz, even with all that mana. Is that really a Thumberchild? Yes. Yeah, that's really a Thumberchild. What enchantment did Voja play? That is a Howling Moon, I believe. Let me pull that up. It's like a weird werewolf card.
Yeah, it's the super dark version too, which for us, unfortunately, is really hard to read. Oh wow, a brand new card.
Crime Novelist.
Which is very. It's a cute little guy. I love the little scribe sitting there just writing his little book about murder mysteries or whatever he's into. But yeah, every time artifact, they sack an artifact. Oh, and just how you mentioned, there is a Bowmasters there.
Howling Moon, to those asking in chat, is a 1 green, 2 colorless enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target wolf or werewolf you control gets +2/+2, and whenever an opponent casts their second spell per turn, create a 2/2 green wolf creature token.
I wonder where this Bowmaster's going. It seems like an easy, kill your birds.
Might be killing the Crime Novelist.
Crime Novelist is naturally a 1/3 though, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Oh, I thought it was a 1/1.
I believe it's a 3-drop 1/3. Yeah, they killed the bird. which is a reasonable choice. I mean, you bolt the bird. You always do, right? I mean, you bolt the bird. You always do, right?
It is a 1/3. I
Yeah,
apologize.
yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's like it's a 1/3, and then like whenever you crack an artifact, it gets +1/+1 counter on it, and then you add a red.
Can quickly become a threat in the.
Oh yeah, it can get huge with enough like treasures and things. But right now it's a reasonable size.
Yeah.
So birds off the table, bowmasters in play. Nobody seems in the lane of drawing a bunch of extra cards right now for this bowmasters to be super scary, but
I have to assume that's what they aim sealed for.
yeah. It does, I mean, it seems like a reasonable choice, right? Even
Yeah.
if somebody had Ragavan them, they were just banking on not having that happen. They were like, nope, couldn't be me.
What a feature match, though. Again, we've never seen this bod comp before.
Yeah,
I am so curious what this voter.
that's what we're bringing you in the Fishbowl 3. New stuff,
Second,
new and interesting things.
yeah, second largest ever West Coast CDH tournament.
Which is crazy. There's so many people in here.
So to all those haters, as a West Coast guy, all those haters that say West Coast doesn't show up, we're here.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, we have people from all over. We got people from Vegas. We got people from out of state. I mean, it's just everybody wanted an event.
Yeah.
So we got it.
Love it. I had friends flying from Vegas, San Jose,
Yeah.
and we have a Ristic study.
Finally, well, see, you can only you want to be the person with the bowmasters in play if you have a heuristic study.
Yeah.
No one else gets to draw cards profitably.
I think it's safe to say this is resolving. Doesn't seem like anyone has too much action. Yep,
Yeah.
Ristic is resolving.
It would be hard. They'd all be hard pressed to be countering things given the comp here. Not to say impossible, but difficult.
I was pulling for Red Elemental Blast.
Yeah, I was like-
A boy can dream.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a kid, it's a difficult one to be like, yeah, get that heuristic out of here, and then they just combo off and kill you or
Right.
something.
I'm still feeling good about the bottom half of the table being the better position decks right now.
I mean, it looks like the Tim Necrom deck is slowly just kind of doing their thing, right? Gotta point to that heuristic. This is where it starts.
Paying for a mana dork and an known Orcish Bowmaster. I like the courage.
Actually insane.
One person doesn't pay their taxes on the Ristic, that Elvish Mystic's gone.
Yeah, I mean, any extra triggers just eats any poor little mana dorks that enter the field here.
If I was a gambling man, I don't think that Elvish Mystic's long for this world.
Yeah, I mean, maybe no one will draw an extra card.
That's what I always say. When my opponent...
Except for the person with the bowmaster, and then it doesn't count. It's basically fine.
Oh, true. I forgot how that works.
Yeah, it's free.
Yeah, I have egg on my face now. That's my hope though. Whenever someone plays a Ristic study, I'm like, yeah, I really hope they just don't draw cards.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're like, I will pay it.
Pay your taxes.
Look, it's no fish, all right. You can pay one sometimes.
I'll be honest. I tell people to pay their Ristics. And I just try to. I'm like, okay, thank you everyone for tapping out to pay your taxes. I'm just gonna try.
All right, the Najeela player has a plethora of land and mana over there, really just getting set up.
All gas, no engine.
Oh yeah, I mean, something will happen eventually.
Thumberchild in the tank.
That is an interesting, but like, what thoughts could be had over there?
Possibly a bolt or a scred to get rid of the Bowmasters. I don't know what he's scared of right now.
Yeah, I mean, Bowmasters has the highest ceiling of being a problem, right?
Yeah. Very well said.
I think if you have anything, which the mono red tends to have some way to interact with creatures easily, they also could be thinking of maybe lines to increase their novelist, because there's some lines of, oh, and a quick reminder that the Fishbowl 3 has an exclusive playmat, and you say you actually know the artist.
Yeah, Gold Sabretooth, Tim Toronto, Gold Sabretooth. Oh, we have a dockside
Oh.
from Tim Nook.
If this resolves, this crime novelist is about to be writing a story, because it will have potential to become gigantic.
Wow.
And
What's count right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
Yeah, I think you're right. Assuming there's no artifact hiding that I can't see. So an excessive amount, especially considering crime novels gives you a red back.
And paid for the Ristic.
So like you can crack a bunch of treasures for free. Essentially, you're floating double mana, whatever he gets.
Wow.
So he can do like and this does seem to be just resolving here, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be a lot.
And that's telling me if I'm Tim, no one's countering this dockside for 6, and no one's cracking their treasures. 1, they're not respecting my deck, which is offensive. But 2, they
How dare you?
they don't have anything. I mean, if I had a force,
Yeah.
I'd be forcing this.
Oh, you absolutely think that you just have free reign to do whatever you want now.
Maybe
And
false sense of security though, but
that turns this crime novelist into a beast, a gigantic creature. Like, you can just swing. You just swing on
unfortunate.
somebody.
Yeah.
But also, the fact that you can just make extra red. So, like, if you have 6, so you have essentially 12 red to work with? That's a lot.
Unfortunately, can't cast a Thember though. Thember almost wipes the board
Yeah, I was like,
if
please,
you can resolve it.
please, we just want him in play.
Treasonous ogre.
That quick point, are you paying? He's like, yeah, I guess you're drawing a card.
Wow.
Which, interestingly enough, if he has all that mana, maybe he needs it all.
And we did have a Howling Moon trigger for the first time in the game. So two-
No, well, wolf! We got people drawing cards. We got wolves. We have very, very many treasures.
I'm curious what the payoff is on this for Tim here. Looks
I
like 1 card in hand.
Oh, we were all just waiting to see him flip something with this,
I'm
right?
shaking.
Because it's just got to be something cool for him to decide this is the time.
Yeah. I'm so excited for this. And Tim's a smart player. He knows he's not going to play that dockside just to have it get a copy.
Yeah, that's what like you don't here's a dockside and then I will pass turn. Like, you just don't do that, right?
No.
Dockside resolved. Okay, we're doing some things.
Okay. Oh, we're cracking all the mana.
Okay.
Being very methodical too, making sure he's not missing his triggers. And Crime Novelist just went from a 1/3 to like a 7/8 or a 6.
What does have 4 counters on it
yeah,
now?
5/7.
Yeah. All of a sudden, just a heavy hitter.
Oh, an Imperial Recruiter.
So many triggers from this heuristic study already.
Easy to pay right now. I'm wondering if there's a Twin Flame in hand, and this is when he goes for the dual caster line.
I mean, he has 2 cards. It looks like he has 2 cards in hand currently.
Yep.
So a reasonable assumption is that he has half of what he needs.
Yeah.
Right. So this does seem to be if man, if he just like, let's go, like right now, this is gonna be a fun line to watch.
I like it. I like it a lot. And the Imperial Recruiter, I think, is a potentially an undervalued card in this deck. It can grab Kiki Jiki, it can grab Dual Caster Mage, it can grab Dockside if you really need it. He has basically infinite mana.
Well,
with
that
the
looks like a
Treasonous
Kiki
Ogre.
Jiki to me.
That does look like a Kiki Jiki. Tim Nook might be winning this on Thunder Child.
I mean, at this point, if anybody has a way to interact, you feel that it would have happened, right?
I think so.
There's certain like steps in a game where if you let a person go to a certain point, you should have stopped them earlier. You just, it's just showing that you don't have it, right? It's like you already have only one person that probably has an actual counter spell.
Hopefully you have the REB or something.
Yeah,
I want to
like-
see this deck win. I'm like shaking right now.
Well, it was your choice to put it up here, so and you wanted to see that adorable dragon. Go
No one
the
believes in
distance.
it. Fat dragon doing its thing.
It is a cutie pie.
Wow.
It might never have to enter the battlefield to just win.
Any Themberchat enjoyers? Any Themberchat believers in the chat? Can I get a roar in the chat if you believe in Themberchat right now?
Looks like the rest of the treasures are popping. So we got a lot of red mana just floating along here.
And you have the Treasonous Ogre. So mana's not an issue.
I think this is a quick point at like here's why I have all this mana.
Yeah.
Between crime novelists and everything else, it's just a lot of stuff's happening, a lot of triggers. The novelist is huge.
Maybe Pigeon asking, do Themberchat believers exist? If there are no Themberchat believers, I'm dead.
Kiki Jiki, Ristic draw?
I
mean,
would just pay the 3 life.
I mean, at any point, like, what if they just drew the counter they didn't have? Like, what if you just draw the force off the top? Easy, right? Like,
you can pay with the okay.
But it resolved, so
we are activating Kiki Jiki. Targeting the Imp Recruiter. Okay.
I don't believe that's actually an 11/11. Just standing in there. There you go, an
There-
actual
yeah.
copy. I was like, not to confuse anybody at home. Sometimes you just use what you got. That is a really cool copy token. By the way.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That looks like Metropolis art for like the
Yeah, it
I
really
like
does.
a lot.
This is the fun thing you get to see in pods is just who brought the most interesting tokens.
Tim notoriously does not carry tokens, so
Well, somebody brought some treasures in Red Mana, so
really hot orc army, really hot copy. Yeah, no, the Shane S is bringing their A game on the tokens.
Yeah.
My friend makes those tokens. That's hype.
oh, that's cool.
Love a good token friend. Wait, no, that's a friend who makes tokens.
We enjoy art creators here.
Tim's in the tank on this.
Yeah,
tutor.
it seemed like the first one was easy. You just grab that Kiki Jiki.
Dual caster.
Okay, so I mean, he didn't have either of these cards in hand, but this was also a reasonable line, right?
Is
so
that last card Twin Flame?
I mean,
I hope he doesn't goof the combo. If Thember Chad has a million fans, then I'm... Yes, exactly.
yeah.
That's me right now. Thember Chad believers. I'm going to take another photo of this damn board state.
I feel like at this point the other players are somewhat just kind of F6'd.
It seems like that.
We're just waiting to see if he has a way to kill everybody.
I really hope we see a Twin Flame, and I hope Tim sequences this properly, because he might just have the win.
Yeah. Well, so far so good. So we're gonna we're gonna say he's doing a good job. So quick shuffle, which takes at least 5 minutes in Commander.
Yeah. My heart is racing right now. Thember Chad, exactly.
Denver Chad. That does seem accurate in this piece. Cut the deck. Will it matter? I guess we'll find out.
He just has to stick that Twin Flame onto a dockside, make all the
Well,
mana he needs.
I believe he still has like the same like 2 cards in hand. So, went ahead, put the. I wonder if he has everything he needs this turn.
Maybe he doesn't.
Because now that I'm like, how does he pay for anything else?
Treason Soaker. You can pay for your life to make a red mana, so he can make 10, or he can make 11 mana,
Mm-hmm.
and then the combo for dual caster Twin Flame is 5.
Sure.
Theoretically.
He did go to combat though, so maybe he's just trying to see about getting in some damage first.
Mm-hmm. I suppose the Kiki token goes away.
Mm-hmm.
He's moving to end-step passing.
Yeah, he
could have saved the Kiki to then imp recruiter on somebody's turn. Interesting line by Tim. There also could be table talk of going like, hey, I have a counter spell if you're gonna play into it.
Yeah, I mean, that is also the thing that we are never 100% sure of is like the political aspect of a Commander game.
Right.
When we can't hear the players, there could be talks and deals and things happening that we just don't know.
Right. Wow. I'm gonna get epilepsy from the playback. Jeez.
So anything's possible there. I mean, he does look to be in the I untap and win board state.
Yeah.
So
If he can't, it's a skill issue.
yeah, so it does seem like it could very possibly be that somebody let him know that that would not happen.
Yeah.
But we just can't say for sure. So we'll assume that he had a reason for just passing the turn there.
Yeah. I'm amazed though that if I'm sitting at the table and
A
see them-
horrifying board state for sure.
I think we're about to see a dockside.
I mean, Simeon Spirit Guide does seem like
demonic
no, that's a
tutor.
demonic tutor. The very fancy
Okay.
one too. I like that.
I like
art.
that one. Okay. We are tutoring. We have an LED.
Mm-hmm.
We have pretty much we know the rest of the table doesn't have interaction.
Yeah, I mean, this does seem like the test at this point. Plus, our Tim to play, like, they drew quite a few cards off of that heuristic. So,
Mhm.
like, whereas they might not have had a whole lot going on previously, they might have drawn everything they needed now.
Yeah.
And whatever they were missing, well, you tutor for it.
My heart's like still racing from that member chow turn. That was almost like Icarus. A little too close to the sun, but God, it was good to see.
The hot turn.
That was so good. Wow. I can't believe deck did that.
The dockside count, not as high as it would have been given all the treasures and everything has cracked, but I mean, still a reasonable one.
Yeah. I mean, dockside count would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I think it's the same as it was before, yeah.
I think 5 is reasonable if you can turn 2 mana into 5, but I don't think you're tutoring for that.
No, that seems slightly awkward to already be paying for the privilege of making a few extra treasures.
Pay mana to make mana.
Yeah.
My assumption is it has to be some sort of an attempt. You have the LED. I don't know, depending on what the cards are in hand. You could be going for your breach, especially if one of them is brain freeze.
Yeah. So you could either have a line to possibly try to combo off this turn, or grab some sort of protection to stop the Themberchild player from going off on their turn. Both of these lines would be reasonable depending on what's in his hand, right?
I have to say, if you are tutoring to stop the Themberchild deck,
then they've already won.
They've already won the game. Breach, you just win here with hand size. Should. I mean, you would breach. You'd be able to recast one card. DT. Oh, yeah, that should win. You wouldn't have the blue. Oh, yeah, you have enough mana. Yeah, breach should win. You, cast breach, cast Lion's Eye Diamond.
Well, let's see it.
Oh.
He's just gonna toxic the board away. That is also a upsetting line.
Yeah.
You still have Drannith Magistrate, Mystic.
Oh, you have the Drannith.
Yeah, that's this is where he has to start.
You have the Drannith.
This poor forgotten Drannith over here, really doing its best.
So I will say, I'm going to throw myself under the bus a little bit. I've cast a lot of tournaments, and I have a podcast about losing in Commander.
You're just trying to stick to your guns.
Yeah,
here.
I'm notorious for casting, and I'm like, oh yeah, this person just has the win, and then someone in chat's like, there's a Drannith, and I'm like, oh.
Easy to focus on the person directly across from them that has a very lethal combination of cards, but this Deluge will also clean a lot of that up too. So, pretty good one.
Stacks is for
pretty
nerds.
Solid Deluge.
Hate bears are for nerds. Notably, I think this puts Tim McCrom in the driver's seat.
Mm-hmm.
Tim will just have their crime novelist left, which I'm not extremely concerned about.
Yeah, which is huge, but not going to win a game on its own.
Yeah.
Right now.
If you're min-maxing as T&K, you might have wanted to swing in for 2 to get 2 points of damage on Najeela. If Najeela wins by 2 life, that's extremely relevant.
I mean, some of this is also contextual based off of what's in your hand and stuff. But yeah, I would imagine those life points probably not relevant.
Hopefully.
You hope that they're not.
Nomad Damon says, shout out Pun Palace. Thank you, Damon. Appreciate it. Our logo is also by Gold Sabertooth.
This is all just one large sales pitch for
for me.
Oh yeah, just every punt we keep.
Oh yeah,
we keep track today.
Yeah, the punt count.
Yeah,
not the players, but my own.
Yeah, just yours
for missing Drannith. Yeah, that's why they're there and I'm here.
Yeah. Well, we went from a very interesting board state to
a Sylvan Library.
Very clear one. This Ristic really just drawing some cards.
Looks like they're paying.
Although, I mean, if he has nothing else to do, they absolutely pay it. Don't let him have more cards. He just toxic the board away.
Yeah. After tutoring, you have to assume that tutor was.
Yeah, that just seemed like the most reasonable choice there.
The T&K player tutor toxic to deal with Themberchild, they already lost. I think that's actually true. If you're devoting resources, now Najeela.
I mean, there's a pretty good shot that it was going to be to kill the Drannith. And they would have just, if all they needed was a targeted spell, right?
True.
They could have, but Toxic gets to clean up 2 different problems.
That's true.
Seems good. But now, the Najeela player, actually getting a little action here.
Usually being toxic causes me more problems, but it looks like in this Toxic it dealt with problems. So we have a Najeela, paid the taxes on that, fetching for a Volk. Big follow-up. Let's go. Are those Pokemon sleeves? I can't tell. They're kind of sick, though.
I think they are.
Shout out to the person using Pokemon sleeves. Love it. Soaring.
Okay.
Paying taxes on it, too. That's the Pride secret lair.
Yeah, nobody wants this this Ristic Study to draw any more cards.
I looked deep into the art. They have a Marsha P. Johnson reference on that Soul Ring art, which I think is like incredibly cool.
That's funny.
Shout out to Marsha P.
So how are we rebuilding over here with our Themberchod stuff? We went from what, 3 cards in hand to drawing to 4. I mean, kind of depends, right? But he only has 2 mountains in play now, so
If I'm Tim, I'm not casting anything, and I'm using that dual cast. Okay,
Oh.
Dash Dragavan. I'm using that dual caster to maybe grab somebody's tutor or something like that.
Ragavan also good here though.
I do like
Get-
the Ragavan.
Getting a treasure, not irrelevant.
And I'm probably attacking into the Najeela, see if they take the trade, and if they don't, they're also a deck that uses their life total as a
It
resource.
also seems reasonable to go directly across the
Yeah.
board here though, especially if he wants a clean attack.
Yeah.
Or he splits it up to be a little more diplomatic, like yeah, crime novelist at the Timna player, and then Ragavan over at the Voja player. See where this goes.
My only argument against that is I think you want to attack Najeela, hope they take the trade, or attack the TNK. Their card quality is going to be much higher than the Voja deck, and you have access to just better tutors.
I think it might come down to, does he really need that treasure?
That's true.
If he needs it, then you don't take the risk,
True.
right? Because you have to guarantee that you're hitting.
Hmm.
But again, that's more of a contextual based off his hand, and I think, no, he's just putting the monkey bag and pass and turn. So
Oh, we still have access to Dualcaster.
it looks like
You crack the treasure, trigger Crime Novelist, and then you have the extra red.
he's just gonna have to wait another turn and hope that he does not lose in the meanwhile.
Oh, I'm saying you can Dualcaster if just to try to get back in the game. If someone demonic tutors or imp seals, even you.
Oh,
Dualcaster
sure.
it,
Uh,
Jeweled Lotus.
okay.
I think we're going to Crom time. I suppose if their hands just doo-doo, you can Timna and Crom. And we're
Okay.
seeing Crom. And entering my favorite when I'm playing TNK,
Mhm.
Crombat.
Please.
Thank you. I'll be here all day. This is round 1, and we're already getting going.
Oh yeah, this is only round 1. Oh lord.
As she's sipping her coffee
Yeah.
out of spite.
Need the energy.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like just Crom and pass here. Maybe.
If I'm Voja, I'm taking 8, feeling great. You know that Crom is on the defensive, protecting their life total.
Yeah, I mean, being at 24 is not insignificant with this like giant crime novelist and some other things.
Taking 8, feeling great. I love it. Love it from the Voja deck.
So, got a wolf. Got a couple of things over here. Nothing
You do have a 2/2.
nothing insane going on though.
No.
Just a little bit of everything.
Someone said too early for Crombat. If you think I'm delirious now, just wait till like I get hit true delirium. I have 4 card types in my graveyard, and then I just go sicko mode.
So I have to wonder what this Sylvan Library found, but it looks like Voja's just coming in hot.
I like it. We're gonna start getting
I mean,
some
it's a
damage in.
difficult card to get off the field. So, like, Voja's here now, and if somebody doesn't win the game soon, this Voja could just clear things out just by combat.
It's interesting.
Yeah, that's right. Swinging with the wolf. What?
See.
You're not blocking.
I think he's swinging with the Najeela. But here's the sort of the prisoner's dilemma now that Najeela has. They can't profitably swing in. There's a known dualcaster in Timnook's hand.
Yeah.
So you just block the Najeela and kill it. You can't swing into Voja or Crom.
Yep.
I'm not feeling great if I'm.
It feels like they just ended up being like a turn behind,
Mhm.
where they had a window and it just seems like it kind of went away.
Very well put.
So I'm curious where they're. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I guess he's just okay with that happening.
Maybe just digging for the Twin Flame. Maybe he actually just you might be 100% correct. Just need that treasure to go for the Twin Flame combo right now.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, without knowledge of all the cards in his hand, it's just kind of we can only guess what his options are.
I'm excited to
All
see
right.
if
Well,
if this is if there's a window,
It's like we know 2 cards. We know Ragavan and we know Caster, right?
Yeah.
But everything else is a mystery. Well, we know another one, a mountain.
Scred getting better and better for every mountain played.
Okay. Is
Dashing-
this just monkey again?
Probably.
Because then I
Yep.
think. Yeah, I guess just draw your card. He doesn't have the extra mana to play around with.
Swinging in probably to Najila.
I mean, at this point, Najil is the only safe attack.
Yeah.
So if you're going there, crime novelist probably could still swing. Yeah, I was like
Nice,
still swinging
nice.
across because if you're not blocking with Crom, and if you are, great, and if you don't, great.
Are we about to see a chain of vapor? A chain of vapor.
Ooh.
Dang.
Well, is it?
Leaning over to read it.
Yes, it unfortunately does just go ahead and bounce your very, very cool stacked novelist that you can replay, and it will just... Oh, okay.
That mana's gonna empty. Oh, maybe dual caster on the...
I mean, this
chain?
is still in combat, so, like, you assume that it has to be something at instant speed here.
Hard cast deflecting swat.
Hey, okay,
So-
okay.
Tim pointed to what he's going to be redirecting the targets to. I want to point out deflecting swat just targets the spell. Upon resolution of deflecting swat is when you actually change the target, so you don't need to announce what the changes are going to be.
Yeah, I think he was just kind of a little quick on it, just maybe
Yeah.
just assuming, yeah, this is gonna resolve.
It's probably going to.
I
but-
mean, it's a hard card to fight over specifically.
Where are those trigger tokens on the blue? I don't know what blue farm is. I know what Timna Crom is. I don't know blue farm. But yeah, I'm curious as to there should be more announcement of triggers for the Ristic study and for the Crom draw as well. We have the Connect, and that is a Lord of the Rings card.
Yeah, I was like, I actually can't read that. I'm not super familiar with that art.
Combat stuff? No, it can't
Oh,
be
wait.
combat stuff. Oh,
Oh.
Grim Reaper Sprint from Fallout.
Oh, so we got the newest of new cards in here. Dang, they must
Okay.
have grabbed that last
What does that
night.
card even do? Yeah. Cracking those collector's
Yeah.
boosters.
I was like, look, I'm not saying I didn't also open Fallout back this year, but I don't remember seeing that card, so...
Grim Reaper Sprint. Let me pull that up real quick. It's from New Vegas for what it's worth, and Fallout 4. It is 1 red, 4 colorless, enchantment aura with morbid. It costs 3 less if a creature died this turn. Enchant creature. When it enters the battlefield, untap each creature you control. If it's your main phase, there's additional combat step. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 in haste. Makes sense to put that in
Okay,
Najila.
yeah.
Especially if you can like Diabolic Intent into it, get that the morbid trigger, and then
Yeah, that seems like a fun one. A little spicy.
yeah, I like it. I like seeing the innovation. Like seeing
Okay.
the brewing. We
So...
have a Boromir. Boromir sacks and does a Ranger Captain effect, if I remember correctly. There's like 4 Boromirs though.
Yeah, I was like, which is he's like, what is he, like a 3-drop, like 3/3 with vigilance or something like that?
Yes, I
And
believe
then-
so. So Boromir, Warden of the Tower, is a 1 white, 2 colorless, 3/3 with vigilance. When an
Mhm.
opponent casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counters it. So it does the Lavinia effect.
Yeah.
And you may sacrifice it, and creatures you control gain indestructible in time of turn. The ring tempts you.
Ah, that's what it was. Yeah.
So
It's not quite a ranger one. It's a similar idea
Yeah.
though.
the indestructible. I got it confused. So it's like
Yeah.
a Lavinia mixed with a selfless savior.
Yeah, just no free spells. Get out of here.
Kind of cool. Good Timna attacker.
Yeah. I mean, vigilance is nice. You can get in your little bips and baps while just kind of being on defense.
Are those technical terms? Bits
Oh
of it?
yeah, absolutely. If you're just getting in for 3 damage, that's not much more than a bip.
Yeah.
It's the same as
Draw
a
your cards to the bop, right?
it's the same as a little cat just booping you on the nose.
We have
Is that a Llanowar elf
the
like secret lair?
lair. Have you seen the full art? There's a corgi in that art.
Oh,
actually
no,
pretty awesome.
that's cute.
In the bottom left corner, there's like a corgi that's hidden by the text box.
Secret corgi.
Yeah. It's Commander's secret corgi.
So the Vosha player has like a significant menagerie over in front of them. Not looking to be a deck that just kind of wins on their own turn like out of nowhere, but I'd be happy to be surprised.
I'd like to shout out the menagerie. If you know, you know. Menagerie forever. Menagerie for life.
Voja's a pretty good attacker here, though. I mean, Vigilance, Trample, Ward 3. Like, what can it not do?
I'd be hard pressed. I don't know if I want to pressure T&K's board. They just wasted a Chain of Vapor and a land to get rid of the Crime Novelist, so they are concerned about their life total.
Yeah, I mean, it's dwindling.
Or if I pressure Nagila's life total.
Recording feature has been turned on.
Looks like we are attacking Nagila.
So maybe it's tokens going over here. Maybe it's a little bit of everybody. Like, let's throw a little damage here, a little damage there, and keep everybody lower than me. You know?
Yeah.
Which is a reasonable line to take in a four-man pod here. Four-person pod.
Memo, yes, this is the Tim Nook of Silicon Dynasty 2 fame. It is the Tim Nook on Themberchild.
I don't know why I thought I immediately went to Animal Crossing in my head.
Oh, you should see the shirt he's wearing.
It's
He's wearing the Tom Nook shirt.
That's funny.
That was I'm here with Alex.
All right, so
AKA
Voja, so Voja's stacking some counters here. We're doing some interesting stuff.
Okay. Sorry, I was showing Hire. I took a photo of Thunderchat's board state from earlier. Hire's our TO for this event. I had to show him the chatting. Taking loans and taking lives.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, we have triggers.
Yeah, so our tokens are just getting a little bit bigger. Which, not as scary just yet, but I mean, another turn or two, and this is a very lethal board state for somebody.
And we did block one of the 3/3 wolves, and that
Yeah.
shows TNK
Yeah.
is fighting for every point of damage they could possibly receive right now.
Yeah, I mean, being below 20 is not an insignificant number here.
Right. Notably, the Llanowar Elves, something I didn't consider with Voja, that is a cantrip from Voja's ability, so that's a really cool synergy.
And also interesting now, currently, you know, the Tymna player has no creatures in play. They are looking like...
Oh, jeez.
Oh, is that a Ranger Captain?
That is
Okay.
a Ranger Captain.
So, Ranger Captain, solid choice for multiple reasons here. Having the very specific ability that you can just go ahead and sack it and stop somebody from comboing off early if you need to.
Did we miss our search? Oh no.
No,
okay.
they're doing it right now.
I was like, what the heck just happened? That's like half the value of the card we just
Yeah.
missed. I'm checking time in the round. 28 minutes left in the round here.
Which you probably say there might just be more mana dorks to grab or something that fulfills that. Although it looks like Esper Sentinel and maybe something else here.
Okay, Ragavan. Something to consider as well, most of the lines in Najeela are going to be creature-based lines. So that Ranger Captain really is only keeping the Tymna Crom deck in check.
But perfectly good at that.
100%.
I would have sack it off immediately. I mean,
100%.
you just nope. I would like you to not do anything during your turn.
And we have a Eldritch Evolution.
Oh, okay.
X equals 3, possibly a Derevi, if they're just gonna go for it.
Yeah, I
which
mean,
I think
if they're
this is
playing the
your window.
Ragavan just to evolution it, they have reasons.
Yep. Derevi just wins the game. If that's what they're grabbing, you have open attack. Oh, we have Swan Song on the Eldritch with a Fierce for 6/8
Oh.
trigger. So okay, the table is realizing that this is the end game right now.
Yeah, everybody's kind of in that same boat where they have about a turn to just win here. So,
And I think we saw every player kind of try to take that opportunity. Voja's a little hard in a combat centric deck, but
yeah,
I feel T&K did try to stabilize to open that window. Themberchow definitely did try to win. I'm assuming we're going to see a Derevi hit the field, and if that is the case, that is going to be GG's with the amount of warriors that we have, because we will have 4 Najeela triggers with open attacks, and you'll just hit a critical mass. Tim don't got this. Not quite scorish. Thank you for showing up, though, buddy. Good to see you.
yeah. I mean,
Oh, we went for a... We cannot grab a Grim Hireling. Eldritch Evolution says X plus 2 or less.
if there's no going down, you only get. I mean,
It's X plus 2 or less. But Grim Hireling's 4.
yeah. It was like
There's no
it was Ragavan, right? So I was
Yeah.
like, it's only 3.
Yeah. So we are in the end game. This is going to be, unless there's some sort of trick to get rid of the Najeela or the Derevi, Najeela will attack, make the tokens. You can double target on the combat damage from Derevi to untap your lands. You can make 5 mana very easily with 4 warriors.
It's like our Voja player is pretty tapped out and not looking to have probably any answers here. I mean, Timna tried with the Swan Song, it just
Yep.
didn't work out.
And this is where I have egg on my face a little bit.
Well, I got it from
It's a
local.
creature-centric combo. If that Ranger Captain was cracked, though, we would have stopped losing.
I mean, it's a little difficult to say though because you have
100%.
to do it immediately, and you don't necessarily expect because if they just raw cast the card, then you
Yeah.
lose anyway, right?
100%.
So I think it would it's totally reasonable to hold it for the Timna player
Yep.
and just hope and pray.
Yep. Yeah. It was a gamble for sure. And I think if I'm in Voja's seat, I don't crack the Ranger
Yeah.
Captain.
I would if I
Yeah.
was in their seat, I wouldn't have either. So
Hindsight's 2020.
yeah, there's nothing you can do when it's like, oh, a spell I could have stopped. Well, it is what it is. There's nothing you could do there.
So we are demonstrating now how we can untap, reactivate Najila. We're going to make a critical mass of warriors, continually untap, make infinite combats, make a bajillion warriors. And the table probably is going to start scooping up here shortly.
Yeah.
Um,
Unless they want to make them go through the motions, which you can do. You can just have people play out their combos.
yeah. You can inflict psychic damage by doing that. Yeah, I think it's
I was like,
GG's.
this is usually everybody looks around and talks and says, anything?
Angel's Grace.
Oh my.
Wow. So that's almost like a Final Fortune, right? Like
Angel's Grace means they don't lose the game right now.
right.
So the Najila player can do whatever they want.
The TNK is getting one more turn, but then the second they pass it, they've lost the game.
Yeah, but they don't have to pass their
Exactly.
turn.
Exactly.
So
The other thing to
a stunning upset.
yeah. The other thing to consider as well is you can't profitably attack into. Oh, eventually you can. Never mind. I was gonna say you're gonna make a bunch of warriors.
I mean, you could attack the Timna player as many times as you want to create as many things as you want, and then
Yeah.
split everything off, right?
Yeah.
If that's what if you're worried about losing like Najila specifically,
Exactly. You'll make a million warriors and then you don't
yeah.
care about that board.
then it doesn't matter. But the main problem is then two people are dead and you're passing to the Timna player.
Yeah.
Who, if they can win on their turn, that makes this game super interesting.
I'd be very impressed if the Najila player has enough tokens to represent.
Oh yeah, this is although they're all Pokemon, it's cute.
They're very cute. Najila still wins. Put commander damage on the Angel's Grace player. Yep, very true. Yep. That is true. Yeah.
Yeah, so like if they specifically attack, which I don't think they had a choice anyway, because they couldn't just throw Najila into. Well, I mean they could have attacked the Themberchod player at first for
Mhm.
some reason.
Yep.
That could have also been a thing.
Yeah, you are completely correct. They do die on the next turn if that is the line they're going for. In terms of putting commander damage on, I don't think a lot of players, know or realize that. So something to consider is that is Shane's out right now, is just hoping that Najila is not hitting them.
Yeah, which we don't have the best way to tell where these are going.
Yeah.
It actually looks like they're going at the Themberchod player first.
Yeah.
He's officially at 0.
Yep.
That was a
Good run.
Yeah, solid start there. Really, really close.
Tim Nook doing the thing. Very impressed by that showing by Themberchod.
Oh yeah, like he definitely had a turn where it was very close to just being over. He just wanted to give us a little more to talk about for a while, so props to him.
Did it with style. Did it with style for sure.
Look at the storm counters. Oh.
Oh, I think that's every combat that we have. So we're going through right now.
Yeah, I was like, it's a storm of tokens.
Lex has won this game unless they are not putting commander damage on Shane.
Yeah, see, here's the thing that we're just conjecturing on, right? But just because something seems simple from the outside when you're like in a game, it's different, right? When you're thinking through things, might not necessarily be apparent.
100%.
But it does seem reasonable for them to just attack.
Yeah. Okay. What are they? Oh, we might have a Court of Calling.
Oh. Court for what? I mean, it would be for 3?
This game might be far from over. Is there some sort of board wipe that can grab? I don't know.
Or did he have a way to just turn all these? No, there's nothing that turns his stuff sideways, right?
Not that I can think of.
So I would admit, I'm not sure why these creatures are turned.
Maybe to show that they've damaged or blocked? This is the hard part of not being in the room.
Because even if they, I mean, if they're not dead, they're not dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very curious why those are tapped. But, yeah, unless commander damage... Oh, Derevi's tapping them. Okay.
Okay, I was
Got
like,
it.
I feel like they were tapped on purpose, not.
Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. I forgot that was another line of text that card can do.
You're like, how often do people have creatures to tap it?
Right.
You're like, never.
I thought we were going to see some spicy Convoke. I was jazzed for
Which
it.
would have been super interesting out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Just- I'm not sure what would have been good here, but it's
Platinum
not
Angel.
yeah, chord for 3, Platinum Angel.
Oh, dang.
I don't.
You saw the line?
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work out how you want it to.
Damn. Okay, it looks like this player might be missing the putting the combat damage.
But maybe it's just clear out everybody else and then him. I mean, who knows, right?
Yeah. Accurately tracking life. I have to applaud our players.
Yeah, not something you see every time when somebody just kind of pops off is actually still keeping track anymore.
I think Shane's just gonna put themselves to 1. Okay.
Because they would have to specify they're going to keep attacking here.
Yeah.
And if they do not do that, then Shane gets his turn back.
Yep.
So we'll see. We are all waiting to see how this goes. Man, they're over there doing the math on their phone. Appreciate them.
I would just think I'm at
Appreciate them.
100 probably. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if the life total, like, could you imagine? I mean, they're not gonna win by killing you with the life, so it's probably not super relevant. But appreciate that they're actually trying to keep track.
Yeah. I'm just like mesmerized by this board state right now. I need to like get back in it right now, but
So it's like, really interesting decks with Demerchot, Voja, like super cool. Now
Okay.
it's just kind of up to the Najila player whether they're gonna keep attacking or not.
was that an indication of passing turn?
I'm not sure. Oh,
We did
yeah.
not.
See, there you go.
Holy heck. Okay. So basically a Final Fortune turn.
I mean,
now.
I definitely. This is why I always stick to just play it out, and sometimes your opponent doesn't see it.
Yep. And we have a great example of that. Shane
Yeah.
might run away with this game.
I mean, do you often kill people with Commander Debt? What is that? An Enlightened Tutor?
Enlightened
Okay, I
Tutor
mean,
for
this,
breach. We have the LED. We're winning this game. You have a demonic tutor in your yard.
and that's the thing, right? Is sometimes it's like I said, it's just somebody's in the game, and it's a little hard to see all the aspects of winning.
Wow.
So
How much commander damage? I believe 6 points of commander damage. It's 1 or 2 attacks. Actually, maybe just 1.
it might have just been the last one attack,
Wow.
because I think Najila went at everybody else like
Wow.
the majority of times.
That's incredible. This game was stolen. And granted, Lex might have some piece of counter magic.
I mean, we're about to find out because, I mean,
Wow.
Shane has to win now.
Yep.
Which very well could.
Yeah.
Definitely has the technology to do so.
Okay, so we Enlightened Tutor upkeep. We're drawing breach for turn. We have the Lotus Petal, or the Lion's Eye Diamond.
Mhm.
We crack that for black. Search for the use Demonic Tutor, find Brain Freeze, and then win the game.
Mocks just for fun.
Okay. I like that.
Yep. Just toss a land to it. Great.
And I think we're gonna see a breach.
Maybe.
Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh.
ooh.
What a swingy game this has
Okay,
been.
a breach,
Yeah,
a breach.
GG's. And we can just Demonic Tutor right away for
I mean, what? Keeping Storm count.
Yeah. And that's probably why they cast the Mox Diamond as opposed to just pitching it to Lion's Eye Diamond.
Yeah, which is fine.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yep. Crack that for black. We have the blue available for the Brain Freeze. Escape and GG's. Oh, we have the Crom in hand.
Yeah, Crom, get out of here.
I maybe would bin it. I mean, you don't need it, and it's more fuel. You can always just move it when you're breaching anyway. You have an extra
Yeah,
card.
I mean, at this point, it kind of is just an extra card.
Scorish said Pun Palace. Thank you, Scorish, my #1 fan. Yep, 3 black. D-Toots for... Unless Najila has an Angel's Grace. Oh, no mana.
Well, they have. It's just there's no color to their mana, so.
The other thing we should note, too, Najila should have ended their loop with untapped lands.
Yeah.
That's just...
I mean,
yeah.
at this point, it is what it is. Right?
Yeah. It's unfortunate. Wow, probably won't do this next game. LOL. Yeah, I'm curious if they realized or not.
I mean, it's one of those things, right? How often do you play the deck? How often do you have to win that way? These are all things to
Right.
consider.
It's all learning curve. So we are tainted pacting instead of escaping the...
Oh,
You have to stop there.
yeah. Hello.
Oh,
uh,
we just don't care.
okay.
Okay.
Little mnemonic betrayals.
How do
and
you
some other
win
stuff.
now? How do you win with... I mean, you Praetor's Grasp and hope that they have Authorical? And this is... we have such a privileged position of being able to
Yeah,
see this very objectively.
absolutely.
It's so hard when you're actually sitting there,
Yeah, and it's definitely we try to be kind to the players because
but 100%.
being sitting there actually playing and just being in the privileged seat of watching and judging.
Yeah.
these are two different things.
Something to be mindful
Fieldred
of.
just for funsies.
Fire Exchange Metamorph.
Uh,
Maybe a Lab Man? I don't know. What do you gamble for now? I'm super confused.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like he's stopping at the gamble, but okay.
Gamble for Brain Freeze? Maybe they're just trying to Brain Freeze Najila? I'm very confused. But I'm sure they have a reason. They're playing. They're here for high stakes. There's a reason players play the way they do.
Yeah.
I'm so curious to
I
ask
was
them
like,
after the game.
he's clearly talking through whatever he's doing with
Yeah.
his opponent here, so.
B&K tapped Command Town instead of UC. Yep. I mean, what are we escaping?
1, 2.
I'm mesmerized.
Yeah.
And this is part of the issue. I've talked
Okay,
about this
get the LED
before.
back, sure.
The first round of a tournament, especially a full 4-player multiplayer tournament,
Mm-hmm.
the first round is, I don't want to say make or break, but you're easing into being in that tournament brain,
Yeah.
and you're also kind of
It's
warming
the warm
up.
up. It's
Yeah,
the warm up. It
yeah.
is.
So you have 3 red, 1 black,
Mm-hmm.
access to blue. They might just be trying to go through their storm count and then brain freeze Najila
Yeah.
for the win.
Maybe they didn't want to do the hard math of the Oracle. They're just like, you know what? I could just. How much you got? Let's just go for that line.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
excited
well,
to
here's the
talk to this
gamble.
player after the game and just kind of learn what that thought process was.
See what they were talking about.
Yeah, because maybe there's
Find out
something
the
that I
hidden
missed.
details that we
Yeah.
don't know about either.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I'm gonna check time in the round as well, because that's also something to be mindful of. We have 12 minutes.
Yeah, 12 minutes. That's more than enough
Yeah.
to do whatever is happening.
Yeah,
here.
we'll be all right.
I was like, I mean,
Okay.
Okay,
finish
so-
the brain freeze. So it looks like they're just gonna brain freeze themselves and brain freeze Najila. Yeah, that is a way to do it. You can get pretty high on Storm, you can mill your whole deck, and then just
yeah.
pass.
I mean, storm count's at a pretty decent level at this point.
I think you have to hit your own brain freeze now to fill your yard and then start looping LED.
Yeah, because otherwise you're short on cards. Just raw payables, I guess we could call them.
All right, we're pitching the gamble. Interesting.
Well, it's already in the yard. He's just using it to pay. But
Real loops with Angel's Grace, I suppose. It does.
that doesn't seem necessary.
It could be the line they're going for.
Also, that does seem a good way to die to Commander if
Yeah.
if you for some reason had to pass the turn again.
So we're gonna mill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 30?
Yeah. I mean, let's assume it's probably about half the deck in the yard at least
Yeah.
now.
And now you just brain freeze
Yeah.
your opponent.
You should have more than enough to pay for this a couple more times.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably, yeah, I was like, he's probably literally having the Najila player count right now.
Yeah.
How many do you have left?
Yeah, cards in deck.
The
No
ma-
reason.
The math is important. If you're even one off, like,
Yeah.
it's the big difference,
Feels
right?
terrible.
So you'd probably sit here, count now, and go, okay, I can do this X amount of times. Is that enough?
Yep.
Which you would imagine 2 times has got to be enough. But
has to be.
in case it's slightly short,
I think you can pretty comfortably, if you mill yourself for like 6 at a time as well, you can pretty comfortably do this 3 times.
yeah, because you're also adding additional storm every time, like, you get like an LED back into place of 2, right? So it's like you will be able to brain freeze for 40, 50 cards just off of 1.
GG's. Easy.
So this looks all wrapped up, but you know, as we've seen, you just need to allow players to finish their turn.
Yep. Yeah.
Because there's a handful of times just throughout this round where it looked like one player was winning, and then they just did not somehow.
True. Yeah, the Angel's Grace being the
Yeah.
play of the game, it came out
Yeah,
of absolutely
that was-
nowhere.
The VIP card of the round, the Angel's Grace, throwing everybody off.
Yeah.
How do you feel as the players that don't have the Angel's Grace? Like, oh, like, yeah, I guess
Thank
I'm
you.
just dead. Thanks.
Honestly, if I'm like Thunderchat or Voja, I'm like, okay, I'm so happy I'm out of this game.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, how is nobody winning? Like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, how are you guys not winning? Like,
Yeah.
but if we continue to eat through time, and I mean, clock is something that really needs to be managed right now. We have 9 minutes left. If they're doing this manually, if for whatever reason this takes 9 minutes, they're just going to.
It looks like they're talking to.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely casting it now. So they're gonna count them. They're gonna go through.
If granted, you can't talk once you're out of the game, but like Tim or Jeffrey should be like, if seeing this being manually done is so good because you can get for the draw.
That did not look like a lot of cards.
No, I think they milled themselves with it as well as
Oh, maybe aimed only some at them.
Yeah.
Sure. That very well could be.
Okay, looks like we're casting. Oh, not casting. Yeah.
Yes, important to remember. Brain freeze. You target for each copy, so you don't necessarily have to say they're all at me or they're all at you. You can do what you want with them.
Curious if Shane has a lab man.
I mean, at this point, it seems like you still just win off brain freezing your opponent like 2 times.
Yeah.
Unless I'm very wrong about how many cards the Najila player has left. Right now, 1 brain freeze should be at least like 40 cards.
Yeah, easy.
Because he's got, assuming the storm count is correct, that he's been keeping track of over there, right? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, this is a slog of a having to do this manually is so not having shortcuts is time consuming.
Yeah. So I guess if it's 9 times 3, it's a little less than 30. But then you would do 30 off of the next one. On their phone.
Objectively,
Absolutely.
it's so hard when you're actually sitting there,
Yeah, and it's definitely what we try to be kind to the players because
but 100%.
being sitting there actually playing and just being in the privileged seat of watching and judging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're also kind of
It's
warming
the warm up. It's the
Yeah,
warm up. It
yeah.
is.
So you have 4 red, or 3 red, 1 black,
Mhm.
access to blue. They might just be trying to go through their storm count and then brain freeze Najila
Yeah.
for the win.
Maybe they didn't want to do the hard math of the Oracle. And they're just like, you know what? I could just. How much you got? Let's just go for that line.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
excited
well,
to
here's the
talk to this
gamble.
player after the game and just kind of learn what that thought process was.
See what they were talking about.
Yeah, because maybe there's
Find out
something
the
that I
hidden
missed.
details that we
Yeah.
don't know about either.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I'm gonna check time in the round as well, because that's also something to be mindful of. We have 12 minutes.
Yeah, 12 minutes. That's more than enough to
Yeah.
do whatever is happening.
Yeah,
here.
we'll be all right.
I was like, I mean,
Okay.
Okay,
finish
so-
the brain freeze. So it looks like they're just gonna brain freeze themselves and brain freeze Najila. Yeah, that is a way to do it. You can get pretty high on Storm. You can mill your whole deck and then just
yeah.
pass.
I mean, storm counts at a pretty decent level at this point.
I think you have to hit your own brain freeze now to fill your yard and then start looping LED.
Yeah, because otherwise you're short on cards. Just raw payables, I guess we could call them.
All right, we're pitching the gamble. Interesting.
Well, it's already in the yard. He's just using it to pay. But
Real loops with Angel's Grace, I suppose. I suppose it does.
that doesn't seem necessary.
It could be the line they're going for.
Also, that does seem a good way to die to Commander if
Yeah.
if you for some reason had to pass the turn again.
So we're gonna mill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 30.
Yeah. I mean, let's assume it's probably about half the deck in the yard at least
Yeah.
now.
And now you just brain freeze
Yeah.
your opponent.
You should have more than enough to pay for this a couple more times.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably I was like he's probably literally having the Najila player count right now. And how
Yeah.
many do you have left?
Yeah, cards in deck.
The
No
ma-
reason.
The math is important. If you're even one off, like it's the big difference,
Feels
right?
terrible.
So you probably sit here, count now, and go, okay, I can do this X amount of times. Is that enough?
Yep.
Which you would imagine 2 times has got to be enough. But
has to be.
in case it's slightly short,
I think you can pretty comfortably, if you mill yourself for like 6 at a time as well, you can pretty comfortably do this 3 times.
yeah, because you're also adding additional storm every time like you get like an LED back in place of 2, right? So it's like you will be able to brain freeze for 40, 50 cards just off of 1.
GG's. Easy.
So this looks all wrapped up, but you know, as we've seen, you just need to allow players to finish their turn.
Yep. Yeah.
Because there's a handful of times just throughout this round where it looked like one player was winning, and then they just did not somehow.
True. Yeah, the Angel's Grace being the
Yeah.
play of the game, it came out of
Yeah,
absolutely
that was-
nowhere.
The VIP card of the round, the Angel's Grace, throwing everybody off.
Yeah.
How do you feel as the players that don't have the Angel's Grace? Like, oh, like I guess
Thank
I'm
you.
just dead. Thanks.
Honestly, if I'm like Thunderchat or Voja, I'm like, okay, I'm so happy I'm out of this game.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, how is nobody winning? Like, I'm sitting there like, how are you guys not winning? Like,
Yeah.
but if we continue to eat through time, and I mean, clock is something that really needs to be managed right now. We have 9 minutes left. If they're doing this manually, if for whatever reason this takes 9 minutes, they're just going to.
It looks like they're talking to.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely casting it now. So they're gonna count them. They're gonna go through.
If granted, you can't talk once you're out of the game, but like Tim or Jeffrey should be like, if seeing this being manually done is so good because you can get for the draw.
That did not look like a lot of cards.
No, I think they milled themselves with it as well as
Oh, maybe aimed only some at them.
Yeah.
Sure. That very well could be.
Okay, looks like we're casting. Oh, not casting. Yeah.
Yes, important to remember. Brain freeze. You target for each copy, so you don't necessarily have to say they're all at me or they're all at you. You can do what you want with them.
Curious if Shane has a lab man.
I mean, at this point, it seems like you still just win off brain freezing your opponent like 2 times.
Yeah.
Unless I'm very wrong about how many cards the Najila player has left. right now one brain freeze should be at least like 40 cards.
Yeah, easy.
Because he's got, assuming the storm count is correct, that he's been keeping track of over there, right? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, this is a slog of a having to do this manually is so not having shortcuts is time consuming.
Yeah. So I guess if it's 9 times 3, it's a little less than 30. But then you would do 30 off of the next one, and then more off
33,
of that.
yeah.
So it really comes down to exactly how many cards he has.
Yeah, I think.
Which at any point you can ask your opponent to count their cards. That is just a thing you can do.
And you're gonna get storm count +1 because you get the original copy of Brain Freeze as well.
Yeah. So. Okay, here we go. Here we go. It's a significant stack.
Yeah. we're getting there. We're getting there. What? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Wheel does loop it.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a handful. I'm curious if they think that there's anything left in their deck to be useful.
Yeah, I don't know what graveyard trick. I don't know. They might have an Angel's Grace.
Yeah.
Who knows?
It could just be that they're a careful player that has been keeping track of everything, which I appreciate, believe
Sure.
me. But it's just interesting the way they look through, like, there might have been something to consider.
Okay, yeah, we're going for it. We wheeled. Interesting wheel.
Oh.
Or are we just scooping it out?
Uh,
Yeah, we're shuffling. I think we're
Okay.
scooping.
well, I suppose these players could clean up regardless, right? But I mean, if you're out, you're out.
Yeah.
But it's hard to say what's happening.
They're
for-
getting tokens returned. I think the game's over. They're fine. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it looks like they've come to an agreement
Wow.
that's the game. So, wow, Angel's Grace.
POTG, play of the game.
That was-
nerf this.
Literally sitting there thinking, wow, the Najila player, okay, fine. They waited all that time. They racked up everything they needed,
Yeah.
and then they went for it. Good for them. And then all of a sudden, Tim McCrum player is just like, nah, I got one more turn in me.
Crazy game. What happens if they go to time? If active player cannot win the game when it goes to time, the game results in a draw for all players in the pod.
Yeah, unlike a regular, just, modern, standard, whatever kind of constructed event, EDH has that nice little built-in, like, the game's over.
Yep.
Everybody figure it out. So
Can I go talk to our players real quick?
yeah,
about
so
that
so
feature? Yeah.
so right now we're gonna wrap up. This was just round one. So right now we have probably about 5-6 minutes, a couple extra minutes probably after time gets called just to put in the last scores. And then we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. Don't leave us. You know you want to see more of these decks, right? I don't know if we'll have another Themberchaud deck.
Probably not.
But we can dream. But we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Thanks, y'all.
D&D thing. Whoa! Look at us. Welcome back, everybody. And we are coming into round 5 of the Fish Bowl number 3 triplicate. A long wait. But we appreciate everybody who stuck around. Thanks for hanging out, watching the replays. But I'm Michelle Tanner.
I am Lauren, also known as MTG Hot Dog.
And we are super stoked to be here for what should be realistically a potential win-in for one of these players here. And let's see, you did say who are we keeping an eye on for this one?
So yeah, have some interesting names, some interesting storylines going into this round 5. All of these players, if they drew this round, they would have a pretty good chance of making top 16 if they drew.
Mm-hmm.
They are deciding to play, which I like.
I respect it.
Yeah, you're playing for seat position, and when there's $1,000 on the line, it's worth playing for those points. The key player here, Max Sternberg, Wounded Satellite. You guys know him. You guys love him. You might hate him. Who knows? But Max, you're a friend of mine. I'm gonna give you a hard time. But
we'll assume only love here.
Yeah, only love here. It's all from a place of love. Yeah. Honestly, sometimes I'm just jealous of the success you have, and I don't. But
and
hey,
it's super sick Kinnan. We cannot say anything bad about that.
But I kind of a cool storyline. Owen, I think, has done some deck tech and kind of like has gotten tips from Max. So it's kind of
a little bit of Kinnan on Kinnan here with a little like mentor action. That's kind of fun.
Mentor and mentee in the same pod. Jesse Padilla. They have a channel called Spite Plays for cEDH. They're kind of a well-known SoCal tournament grinder. Their claim to fame is, they call it the Chapel, but Timna Jeska, very popular deck that they've popularized and have had some success with in tournament settings. And then Jake G here with Clark Sakashima. Tried and true. You love flipping coins. Got no thumbs, but you're flipping coins.
Yeah, I was like, I love this already, and we have not had nearly enough coin flip situations on stream, like ever. Do you think that this is 5 and 5 for unique setups? I want to say yes. I'm betting. I would bet some amount of imaginary dollars that it's yes.
I'm looking that up now to see if we've had this pod comp before. The double Kinnan, I'm not surprised by. I definitely have seen that in a tournament setting before.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The outlier here, honestly, I think is Timna Jeska. You don't see that deck very often. The people who love it, and the people who don't hate it.
And then how many times you're also with a Krark deck? Like...
Right. Yeah, Krark really has fallen out of favor, I would say, as of late. I'm going to get this pulled up here.
But yeah, so right now everybody's just kind of resolving mulligan, having a little conversation, enjoying that this is the last round.
Let me see if I can get this to work. It's like, I have to put the commanders in a certain order, and if I don't, it won't find them. But this data is given to us by Datatog on social media using Command Tower data. So very, very thankful for Datatog for making this almanac for us to utilize. This is an amazing resource, and it has over 22,000 games tracked on it. So
yeah, which is just an excessive amount of Magic playing in general, right?
Yeah, people, we love our format, maybe to a fault.
It's all the numbers.
There are 0 games.
Hey, we did it, folks.
This is yet another pod.
The most unique EDH event ever.
Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, this pod comp has never existed.
That's all I wanted today.
Never happened.
I see it in black and white.
5-4-5 every round of the Fish Bowl 3, which, might I add, is the second largest West Coast cEDH event in cEDH tournament history. It is the largest SoCal cEDH event. Y'all are wanting these events. You are hungry for them. You are playing for your TopDeck.gg Champion Series points, and you are here to win some cold, hard cash.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we can't forget, right? TCS Rockets here, we've been holding the Fish Bowls in partnership with playing with Power for a little while now. Obviously, this being the third one. But this, I believe, is the first one that's been a top deck event, right? So gold level event. So people aren't just playing for money; they're playing for points, and they're playing for points for an event that right now will end up having. I think you said earlier, maybe. We're looking to be over a $13,000 prize pool.
Yeah, prize pool is about $13,000 for a 64-person invitational.
Which is that's what the kids call sick, right?
Yeah.
Like it's just good.
No cap,
That's
as the
just
kids
good
say.
value.
straight bussin', as the kids say.
So playing, a deck you enjoy for fun and profit is just where you want to be, right?
Yeah, this is super exciting. This pod comp has not happened before.
Yeah.
And what's factored in with pod comp as well is seat position. So it's not just throwing the commanders in a blender. It's going Kirk Saka with seat 1, Timna Jessica seat 2, Kinnan. Kinnan.
Back-to-back Kinnan.
I will say,
who can Kinnan faster?
I'm no statistician, but Kinnan, I think, has like a 50% chance to win this game.
That seems reasonable odds.
So if we look at the top half, we'll see 2 Kinnan decks. I actually really like... I don't even know who's favored, to be honest. I was going to do a full in-depth analysis.
I like that you've been able to reference the data for every round and have 0% ways to actually utilize it.
It's cool, though.
First time it's ever happened, so we don't know the odds.
Yeah, it's so...
We're building the odds.
I love this.
This is just, we get to trailblaze together with all of you and watch history in the making.
Actively.
We're in it. We're in it, folks.
Here's what I like this from just a perspective of just watching the game. None of these decks win with 2 cards easily. Granted, they can. It can happen. I'm not going to say it can't happen. Don't clip that.
Not 0%, but unlikely situations.
There's not going to be a turn 1 Thoracle. Actually,
let's hope. I would like to have a little bit extra coverage and not have everybody wait for another hour.
Yeah. I will say the sandwich.
Shout out to round 4 lunch break.
Yeah. Round 4 lunch break was good. Round 5. Oh no, round 3.
Yeah,
lunch break.
I was like, we in round 5 right now. We will hopefully enjoy it till the end. But who knows? That is just the tricky part of, looking at these decks, thinking, oh well, nobody has like the super fast win, and then all of a sudden it just pops up out of nowhere. Especially when it looks like our Owen, that Kinnan player, has mulliganed quite a bit. I'm not sure exactly where he's at. I saw at least like 5 earlier, right? So going down a bit, and taking cards away from a blue player. If you're trying to resolve things, it feels a little bit better when you're across them, right? Like you're just hopeful.
I'm usually like physically not strong enough to take cards away from blue players, but I'll take the mulligan. TC's Rocket said Lauren the Rizzler. I want to know who was I rizzing, and I'm sorry. Happy to be here, though. Usually I get the Grizzler, because Glizzy Rizzler. I've heard that before.
Oh, this is the hot dog.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. If I knew I thought maybe we were going to be on, like, face cams, I would have, I had, like, a hot dog hat I almost brought.
Nope, you guys don't get to see us at all.
Dang.
No hot dog.
The Glizzler. Thank you, TC's Rockets. Happy to be here.
Thanks, Steve.
Cooking up hot plays, hot CDH gameplay here with Michelle Turner.
So it looks like we might be having a keepable hand here.
Keeping a 5.
Which is it's not 3. it's not the worst we've seen yet.
No. Oh yeah, that's the last one.
Yeah, but
Rockside.
still not ideal, right? Because you assume a keep equals a land or 2, maybe a mana rock, and like maybe a relevant spell. Like there's just not a whole lot that you could be making happen out of that.
Right.
But as we mentioned earlier, Kinnan only costs 2, so some amount of just getting that in play and kind of doing your best might be enough.
Kinnan and C4 is tough on a multi 5.
Oh,
it has to be a banger 5. You're hoping. I don't know. It's hard to deploy. You have 2 decks that really can capitalize on docksides. Jessica Timna being probably one of the better of the options here. We have pregame actions. We have early mana development already from.
Not 2 like round 4, where they just had 2 different people drop in the exact same land, which was significant.
I like the flex of the Majora's Mask, a Dark Ritual.
Hey.
Okay, humble beginnings.
All right,
now.
So starting off with a nice little Shivan Reef.
Oh, the Foil Plateau. I remember those when those came out. And we have the early Timna.
Okay, I mean that's something. Just moving it along.
Pretty.
A strong start, not a terrifying start, but just a solid value.
What's the first place player playing? Let me take a look at standings and tell you what the player in first place is playing currently. They are playing the partner pairing of Timna and Crom.
And we got a Kinnan on the field, a little Mox Amber for nothing. Let's say go. Although it could be representing something, right?
Right.
You know. You never know about a random swan song or some flusterstorm. Any of these things could be relevant.
Right.
But all right, everybody's got a little bit of mana here.
The Lord of the Rings Manamo.
Is that a pithing needle? I'm just reading this upside
That's a
down.
Felwar Stone.
Oh, is that okay?
Curious that they did not deploy the Kinnan. They opted for.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keeping an eye on that. I think what that tells me is they might have some sort of interaction in hand. I'm
Sure.
curious what that read is.
But I mean, they just dropped it and said go, and then we move on. A little Chromox, a little thumbs up, everybody.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know if I'd thumbs up the Krark player. 'cause
yeah, I know.
They
They've
don't
already
have thumbs.
that's already given him too much value there. Okay.
Okay, discarding the Twin Flame. So there's one part of an AB combo gone. I guess we still have Heat Shimmer. I don't know if that stack is on Dual Caster Heat Shimmer.
Torque,
Liquid Metal Torque. And then probably Krark.
tippity tap.
All right.
It's it's like thumbs down, but yeah, I guess.
Krark the Thumbless getting the thumbs down. Insult to injury. Tymna does have an open attack with Kinnan, seat 4 Kinnan being open.
Yeah, which seems exactly where it's going. Just a
Makes
quick,
sense.
I'm coming in.
It might be worth recasting Jessica here and just blowing out the other Kinnan. That might be a little too aggressive, but
Hard to say, right? Because I mean, if there's anybody you're concerned about right now, it might be the Kinnan player that actually has Kinnan resolved.
yeah. The Kinnan I know is better than the Kinnan I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, they do have that one potential mana sitting there. You kind of have to wonder, do they have a way to protect or counter? Or maybe it's just nothing. Maybe it's just for show.
Mm-hmm. What are we doing
It is
here?
slightly difficult to have a reason to play a Mox Amber for no value, though, right? It's just an artifact sitting there being possibly extorted.
Right.
So usually you would feel if this is going to be in play, it's for a reason.
Right, yeah. I'm curious why Max is saying, look at my hand.
Huh.
Oh. Please disregard the shade.
Yeah,
here.
I was like, I don't believe there's a Shane in this game.
I think
He might have been trying to put up a politics text to just.
So my assumption, seeing if there's like a politics in
there you go.
progress,
Yeah.
what I think is happening is Jessica is being cast. Jessica can kill the Kinnan, and I think Max is going, don't kill my Kinnan. I don't have a win. I will show you my hand.
Okay.
Don't
I mean,
kill.
that could very well be a thing.
Having, being familiar with Max's game, he's very, very good at, one of Max's strongest suits is politicking.
Sure.
And Max is one of the best players. He's top 4 on the cEDH leaderboard right now.
Hey, I mean, I would think that's a smooth talker.
Yeah, yeah,
The highest of charisma points.
yeah. He rolls nat 20s on charisma every roll. Kill it also, Spike players.
Oh.
Murder his Kinnan.
I mean, you gotta kind of work with your opponents to some degree, right? If you don't want to be the target.
So we do have politicking on the stack. Looks like there's a conversation. Why would I kill this? Why wouldn't I kill it? Da, 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 da.
Mm-hmm.
I do like, though. Granted, I'm not the biggest fan of over politicking in cEDH.
Sure.
I like that Max is putting his money where his mouth is and said, "I will show you my hand."
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue if he's like like here you go.
Oh, wow.
I will give you all the information. Please, if you attack me, I'll cry. Like that
Yeah.
kind of thing. Like,
And with the new MTR, you can do that. You can just show.
oh
I can
yeah,
go-
you can always offer information to your opponent or opponents. You can actually choose to only show it to one person. When it's your information to share.
with the multiplayer cEDH rules, they actually had to codify that because there was a gray area in the rules where if you showed one player, you had to reveal it to the table.
Yeah, which is not fair.
Right.
Like it should be your decision. There's a difference between effects that force you to reveal and you just saying, "Hey, let me show you these cards."
Exactly.
That is exactly how it should be. You should get the choice.
I completely agree. If I have my own hidden information, I can choose to disclose
Yeah,
it.
because that is a leverage point for you as the player too, right? To make your own argument based on sharing information as you see fit.
Mm-hmm.
And you can also share incorrect information and say, "Hey, I don't have this card," and you could be lying.
Yeah, it could be cowboy stuff, just lying on the range.
I certainly don't condone that, but it's not illegal.
No, not against the rules
Yeah.
to lie.
In only that particular aspect, where if somebody asks you, "Hey, do you have this card?" and you're like, "Nope,"
Yeah,
and you very well could.
Yeah, you can't
For all,
lie
it's
about
like one of the only things you can be dishonest about in a magical game here like this.
I'm also dishonest when I'm like, yeah, I'm really good at this game. They know I'm lying.
Do you have the force? Absolutely, absolutely, I do.
There's an ongoing joke for like online cEDH tournaments, and it's the off-camera force of will meta because people always have it.
Oh
and-
yeah, you always have it until you don't. Until we end up with turn 2 Thassa's Oracle win.
It's like, wow, I wish I had the off-camera force
Yeah,
of
where
will.
is it now? Where is it? Definitely a lot of discussing happening here. I feel like there's just serious talks.
Yeah,
Being the Kinnan player with only 2 cards, no one's looking at you. No,
Yeah.
no one's even making considerations.
just not
right?
looking at my hand, but I'm like, that kid is really bad, guys.
As Owen has very clearly just put 2 cards forward and said, "Please, this is all I have in the world
My
right
son,
now.
he's so sick.
just don't look this way. Just do anything else."
Now I'd be calling. I would agree. At this point, I'm calling a judge for solo play. Spell is on the stack. We need to pass priority. This is I think one of the worst parts about cEDH, and I like being able to talk about this stuff in seed and live time. This is like the worst part of going this back and forth. The spell's on the stack. You have priority. You need to make a decision at a certain point.
I mean,
that decision was made with a mana
Okay.
drain.
there you go. It's like, well, you forced it. You forced it. Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
And that's just how it is sometimes.
and now you have a Kinnan activation.
Mm-hmm.
3 mana. Are we spinning? Let's go. We're
I mean-
spinning.
Considering they were happy to show their hand having nothing, let's go for something, right?
Spinning Kinnan.
Which, funny enough, Max passed his hand, but I didn't actually see any of the cards in his hand because it was pretty quick. Just like,
Yeah.
here, look.
I believe there's an Aotawara in there, and I
Okay.
saw the mana drain. I didn't see the
Oh
other two
well,
cards.
I agree. There's no Noir, because there it is.
Damn, I'm good. I'm really good.
It's solid.
Hate this style of play so much. Yeah, I mean, there's...
There is also some level of we don't know exactly what's happening. We only assume that there's still there could be a question or something happening that like might be relevant there.
Sure.
So, but they moved it along and game actions are happening. So
Yep, happy to see it. Not happy to see this other
and then
Kinnan.
yeah, it's like now it's just Kinnan's on deck. Kinnan's to the left of me. Kinnan's to the right of me. Like
Got Kinnans
There's
everywhere.
just Kinnan's everywhere.
We have to... There's an ongoing meme as well. It's like we have to arrange an accident for the Kinnan players. Kinnan's just... There's a reason the deck is so good, and it's because you have a gosh dang dockside in your command
Well,
zone.
so here's Kan Sakashima, and this is gonna be a. Does anybody have a response to this now?
Yep. Did they hit their land drop? They did. With
Yeah,
no.
The Sakashima's on the stack.
Do they have a land drop to follow it up though?
It looks like it's not gonna. I mean, there's a lot of shifting of cards here, but that doesn't mean anybody has any way to stop this.
Right. I'm wondering if the conversation is, do you bounce the Krark or attack the Krark, stop it from entering as a copy?
Yeah,
But
it
it
looked
looks
like a
like a
simple
resolve.
just resolution pass.
Damn. I like when my spells resolve.
Well, it's kind of baited out by the Jessica for the counterspell earlier, right? So it's kind of a. You can't have 2, right?
Right.
Who's got 2?
No one has
That's
that
excessive.
in this economy. What could it cost, Michael? 2 counter spells?
I mean, it does kind of feel like Owen is not realistically going to have a whole lot with only 2 cards, right? Like, so it's really probably just staring daggers at Max going like, you can't have another spell. Like,
Exactly.
just let me have this.
Interesting for the Zibna to attack Owen rather than Max. I like this play personally. I think Owen is much more starved on cards and resources as a whole than Max is. And he also knows what's in Max's hand and doesn't know what's in Owen's hand.
Yeah.
I think that's an intricate play, but I understand and I like the logic behind it.
Yeah. A little chit chat.
Politicking is back on the stack.
Yeah. Which, I mean, we also have to remember this is round 5. This is a potential winning in for a top 16 worth $3,000, like, and gold level points. Like, there are a lot of things on the line here. If you're gonna try to get your way into a win, this will be the round that you do it.
Completely
So,
agreed.
I have to respect the grind, as it were, to a
Yep.
point, right? Because if they wanted to draw, then they could have just done that and seen what happened, right?
And they run the risk.
They're trying to win.
And they do run the risk of not being able to. I'm
Mhm.
sorry, not being able to make the top cut if they do draw.
Yeah,
But they sat down and said, one of us is going.
yeah. Or they unnaturally draw at the end. Anything's possible, right? Oh,
We have a Mog salvage.
okay.
Presumably. Oh. And it's being copied with the Kark. Oh, this could do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It's going to be free.
This is definitely one of those. Anybody? Anybody?
Yeah. If I'm...
Questions are on the stack.
'cause you have to respond to the Kark triggers.
Mhm.
They might get a copy or two, but they can easily just start clearing the board with this Mog salvage. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 targets that
I
you
mean,
can start hitting.
Yeah, I was like, there's a lot of value to be had by our Krug player all of a sudden.
Yeah. This Mog salvage is like
Oh, is that a
Dispel.
Yeah, I was like, is that an actual dispel? Very, very specific
Wow.
here. And deflected?
Deflecting SWAT
Def-
targeting the Dispel.
I mean, potentially deflected. Is it path?
yeah, we have a path.
Okay.
Probably targeting the Sakashima?
Hmm. It is the more expensive one of the two. I don't know. Probably.
Interesting. That was a clever window that Jesse chose to counter that. You know they're not getting that SWAT back. This was your time to shine to get that Sakashima out of
Yeah.
there.
Definitely a solid place for a path.
The path to the path.
But yeah, I mean, it looks like the path resolved. I mean, and now we still have SWAT dispel,
Mhm.
I believe, still chilling here.
Looks like we missed the path to exile, searching for basic land.
Unless he's picking up his deck when they're talking. 'Cause
Oh, true.
I actually don't see his deck there,
point.
so I think
point.
they might be doing both at the same time here.
Cool,
It kind of
cool.
looks like that's what's out. Yeah,
There we go. Okay.
So just being proactive in doing two things at once
Yeah.
here.
I do like the color coordination.
Yeah.
Evens.
I was
or
like,
the blue
I was like,
red.
I absolutely can't see the numbers on these dice like at all.
Oh,
So
okay, so deflecting SWAT's getting returned to hand, meaning that the dispel is resolving. Mog salvage
yeah, it's right on there.
Eve is getting copied. Probably hitting. I think you attack Max's mana base and then you attack Owen's.
I mean, now it seems right to go for Max.
yeah, because I think we are at Jesse's end step. And you have the deflecting SWAT backup as well to protect another run at it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems reasonable.
I'm excited to see how this pans out. I don't think we've rolled yet for the Mog for Kark. Okay.
It's a
so we-
little hard to tell what role is for what here, but
all right, we destroyed the Mox Diamond, and now this is for the Kark trigger.
I couldn't
Goes
tell you.
back to hand.
Couldn't tell you.
Recasting it.
That just looks bright, bright red block to me. That's all I can see.
Yeah. It's like a Lego. Okay. We're blowing up the Mox Diamond and the Wish Claw.
Which, yeah, I was gonna say the Wish Claw is probably one of the scarier things to me right now.
Definitely.
If I'm looking around going, that card means potential anything.
Mhm.
Everything else is fairly face up.
Yep. Interesting to attack the Wish Claw. I guess the Wish Claw is a future problem if you feel like you can't deal with it,
Mm-hmm.
and not attack the Mox Amber to get them from. I mean, the difference between 3 mana and 5 mana is just huge.
Yeah, maybe they're just willing to take the risk on that one and hope for the best.
Kark just have it all. I mean, that's what makes this deck so potent.
Yeah, I mean they got to cast quite a few things that turn, so
I like casting spells.
casting spells, drawing cards, these are all the things that you want to do while playing Magic, right?
And top 10 game actions.
I mean, first place is drawing cards.
Yeah.
Anything else is just additional to drawing cards, right?
Mine is convincing my opponents I have the win when I don't.
How's that been going for you?
I'm here.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, I was playing Mardu for a while. And that's really the only out. It's like, yeah, I think I have it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems good. Pretty sure I'm gonna win here.
Yeah. We've entered the politicking phase, it seems, again. We are on Owen's turn. I think just waiting to see.
Are we not on Max's turn? It looked like he untapped everything.
I think Max played a Rejuvenating Spring and passed.
Oh, okay, sure.
And Owen...
Oh, that was just a quick, yep, man, go.
Yeah. Big... Max has 2 cards in hand? Politics in progress, let's
Yeah.
go!
I mean, if anything, poor Owen just sitting there like, can I try to like just play a spell? It looks like, is that a finale of Devastation? Or it looked like the green finale.
In Owen's hand?
I think so.
Ooh.
If you look at the card he's holding over the lands, if he flips it a little bit again, okay, we'll never see it again. that's what it looked like to me. Now, I'm not even sure if he can do anything with that card right now.
Yeah, I don't know what you would finale for right now.
I don't even know if he can cast it, is what I'm saying. Like, I don't even think he has the necessary mana for it.
Yeah, he could Felwar Stone for double green, and then you can do it for 2, but I just don't know what you hit.
Yeah, I don't
There's
know
no,
what you
like,
get.
Theoretically, if there was like a Dockside on the field, you could hit a Fimage, make a bunch of mana, but Dockside count is even good after that Mog Salvage, 3 artifacts off the battlefield, so... excited to see how Kark follows this up, though. I think that Mog Salvage was POTG for tracking.
Mm-hmm.
Cue the Diva animation post-game.
Okay.
All right. Sapphire Medallion.
Everybody good? Everybody good with this? Like, no, but yeah, I guess.
I'm good with it. I'm not happy about it.
It's always like, yeah, but no. No, but yeah. But it looks like he just went ahead and passed turn after that.
Sapphire Medallion pass.
Does kind of feel like a setup, right? I'm going to try to just take a turn to protect things or stop other things and then go off.
Yep. Yeah, setting up. Sakashima is going to cost way less now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just a little swinging, just a little ping,
Yep.
a little baby bit of damage.
I think Max was trying to say, hey, you should be attacking the Krark, not me.
Mm-hmm.
And Jesse's just entering combat step and getting his
Yeah.
draw.
It's like, this is where it's going, all right? I don't trust you.
Yeah. All this politicking, we're still in the same spot.
Oh, yeah.
We have a portable hole.
Okay. I mean, who are you going for?
Yeah, I don't know.
There's plenty of options here. Literally anything is an option for the most part. So, I mean, if you're afraid that Max is going to untap with 5 mana and do things, that's not the most unrealistic option. But also, Kark is not an insignificant setup here, right? Like, we have the Sapphire. Like, there's just things. There's just things here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you
It's
maybe hit
tricky.
the Kark and try to force action. I think it is hitting Kark, and we're about to see a deflecting spot from
Yeah,
the
or
Kark to hit
yeah,
again.
I was like, at least trying.
Yeah. Portable hole was Lauren's nickname. Thank
Well,
you, Gold Saber
Oh, and I think you're so here, and like we knew about deflecting spot. That wasn't a hidden information kind of thing.
Gold Sabretooth, what do you think of your playmats on stream? Also, I have a playmat for you.
Yeah, I've already had at least one person like, can you give me the playmat from the event? I was like, I'll try. I don't know how many we have left.
Yeah, if it happens, it happens. I love you too, Tim. Tim from the top.
Okay, that looks like a swan song, but are we aiming at just the SWAT here? Oh,
So Swansong can't hit the portable hole, so it has to be hitting the SWAT. My assumption is portable hole entered the battlefield targeting Krark.
oh,
We deflecting swatted to hit the Kinnan, and then he's defending his Kinnan now
Yeah, I was
with
like,
the Swan Song, and now we have an arcane
yeah. I was like,
denial.
now it's an arcade. Let's put the stack where it needs to be here.
Welcome to cEDH,
Yeah.
where we have staples such as arcane denial and portable hole.
So it does seem that the portable hole most likely resolved in the triggers on the stack. So we have SWAT aiming at the trigger, Swan Song aiming at SWAT, and then denial, and that's where we're at.
Seven's still with us.
Yeah, so you know, not the worst stack of Magic I've ever looked at, but some things here. And with Jake still with what, at least 2 cards in hand to threaten people with.
And card triggers on the stack as well. So we do
Yeah.
have like those might just go back to hand and still
Mm-hmm.
be defensible cards moving forward. If the Arcane Denial resolves, you might want to. I don't know if it's worth countering something different to
And here's Max with,
hard cast Force of Will. I didn't know you could do that with that card.
I mean, it's a hidden mode. It's just paying an
Hidden
iron
mode.
price there. Oh, and he
Wow,
he has
unsubstantiated.
everything. He has like 1 card left in hand.
Mm-hmm. And if that doubles for some reason, you can bounce its spell or creature, right? Unsubstantiate?
I would have to double check it. It's been a minute since I've cast that card.
Let me look that up.
'Cause I thought it was just spell, but
Unsubstantiated. MTG.
it very well could be spell or creature.
Turn target spell or creature. So if
Okay.
it does get copied, it can bounce a cannon.
These are both the modes here, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening.
Love to see it.
And it also looks like he is putting this Arcane Denial back in hand.
This Kark player, I think, is going to run away with it.
I
They
mean,
are 0 for 1.
He definitely seems to be just high rolling everything here. Which seems on brand for a Kark player, but
Honestly, I love to hate this deck, but like,
how can you be mad at somebody who's just rolling their best life?
I mean this as a compliment. Karakishima's for sickos.
Which is all in.
Yeah.
This is what we're doing here.
And that's specifically at Hellenium Gaming, who's watching this right now. Karakishima's for sickos.
Bounce 1 Kinnan, aim at the other Kinnan, I believe, with this portable hole still,
Wow.
and leave nothing but Kark.
And we have the
Oh,
Legolosses,
okay.
quick reflexes. Yippee!
what a test of what's your last card, Jake? Is
Yeah.
there anything relevant here?
Yeah. You can just... Oh, it has split second.
Yeah, you cannot respond to this card.
Whoopsie.
Legacy All-Star, but I guess has also shown up quite a bit in Commander.
I like that card a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it just, there's so much text on that card. It's an unreasonable amount of text on that card for costing as little as it does.
Right. And it came out, it came in that gift set, right? Like, just out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's just like, here, surprise. Here's a very, very strong card for just 1 green.
Okay, we have a grinding station.
Oh,
So we're going, oh, you want a top deck tutor? Good luck. I got a crappy portable hole that just got Legolas.
Oh my. So I mean, we still it's like yep, Kinnan back in it,
And 2 cards in hand, 1 is in no. Oh no, the forceful was used.
and Kinnan only bouncing to hand, so like just coming back down for 2. You know, not as bad.
Kark is in command. Okay, there's the
So
finale
okay,
you mentioned.
it was the finale the whole time.
X equals 3. What do we grab? X at 3, y'all.
This would be a helpful time to know the deck list, but I guess we'll find out. We'll find
How
out
did
together
Kark
if this
draw
resolves.
3 from the Arcane Denial copied? You draw 3? I don't know. I don't know how that card works.
Fierce Guardianship.
With a Kinnan trigger.
I would like you to not finale, please. I don't know what you're gonna get for 3, but I don't like it.
Fierce of Devastation. Oh, did we not roll?
Or did he roll and lose the roll?
Then what happened to the Swan Song? I don't know. That counter war was crazy.
Well, it just got
It's swatted.
yeah. It was like SWAT happened, and then the SWAT was getting Swan Song.
Yeah.
And then the unsubstantiated. There was a lot of stuff on the
Yeah.
stack there.
I hope they're resolving everything properly.
Well, I believe everything resolved as it was supposed to.
Okay, so we are using our Arid Mesa to fetch. Presumably for a volcanic island. Dang, I'm good.
Strong call.
TC's Rockets, 10 for 10 on naming the land the fetch will grab. Okay, Max again offering. Look at my hand. Look at my
Yeah.
hand. We need to work together. It looks like.
Please understand I have no power here. I mean, to be fair, Max has not played another mana source yet, so still just kind of sitting, right? Like,
Yep.
like in the like you mentioned, like potential scary category, but not yet,
Yeah.
not quite.
I mean, that's the paradox. I guess not paradox, but that's the thing with Kinnan. It's not scary until it is.
Yeah.
So if you can stop it when it's not scary, it's never going to be scary. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. I believe it. I believe that's right. The unsubstantiate just did a lot of work there.
Yep. That's exactly what we said.
It's like all I know is a lot of spells bounced back.
So we have the
Just a talisman. A talisman,
of
nothing to worry about.
creativity. Okay.
Doesn't do anything. Snaps for mana. It's
We
fine.
Sakashiming? Oh no, Saka casts
Yes.
six.
Yeah, I was like,
Oh,
Sashi.
one less though, so five.
Yeah, I
we
was
have
like,
the five
you
mana.
could do it, but can you do anything else?
That Fierce get returned to hand?
I thought it went to the yard, but
Okay,
now I
I-
can't see the
I
yard.
think
So
you're so right. I think you're so right. That grinding station should not be slept on for what
Yeah.
it's worth. I mean, if we rip a breach or something,
yeah, but who would just do that? Who would just rip or breach and win the game?
as a Mardu sicko, me. 100% any day of the week. I'll go, oh, you guys all have 15 cards in hand? Underworld Breach on the stack.
Does Owen even have any cards left in hand? I feel like he kind of just resolved the finale got countered, and he's like, all right,
I believe Owen's Hellbent.
yeah. So it's just kind of sitting, just F6ing through this.
I think they played a land, played Finale, got Finale countered, and are big chillin'.
Yeah, which, hey, you gotta say, like, this was a reasonable setup for a mull to 5 no matter what, right?
Looks like we are going for the mill at EOT with the grinding station. We got an Arcane Signet, an Exotic Orchard, and a Tithe.
So, nothing crazy.
Those are all good breach fodders, and we might... Oh, we're not.
Mm,
We're still in
we're
end step.
not done yet. Maybe.
Which tutor we see? I'm ready.
Could be anything.
You wouldn't tutor for an Underworld Breach.
Yeah, it was like an enlightened tutor, maybe?
Seen E-Toots or Vampy.
Both of these would be reasonable.
You also have the ability to crack a top deck tutor with Timna for whatever reason if you did it during your turn.
Yeah.
But I think cue the politicking in progress, it seems. We are back.
An interesting spot to have a conversation. Again, the players are talking probably the entire game. We're not 100% sure, at what point they start making deals and decisions, right? We can only guess off of plays where people's loyalties lie.
Some cowboy stuff going on.
But one fact of the game right now is everyone is fairly low on cards.
Yep.
A lot of this game is face up.
Krakashima, I think, being the most ahead on
Mm-hmm.
just total cards.
Yeah.
Kinnan, Max has 2 cards in hand. Owen, seat 4 is Hellbent.
I mean, you do have to question, right? The Kark player having access to playing Sakashima and not does lead you to think they can do something else, right?
100%.
All this mana and you did not cast your... Okay, sure. I definitely believe you have no answers. Like,
All right, so Timna Swing gets through, trigger, drawing a card here. Looks like there was some discussion of why are you attacking me?
yeah, I mean, I feel like at any point in the game that's probably going to happen now.
Yeah.
Well, but reasonably, right? The only 2 people who look the scariest is our Kark player and the Kinnan with the most mana out.
Right.
I mean, Owen with no cards in hand seems the most behind.
Mm-hmm.
So least likely to be a target. Not out of the game exactly. Just, maybe not your first choice of trying to cut their throat.
Curious what Jesse has here for 3 mana. Tapped his duels, untapped them. I'm looking forward to seeing what this is going to result, but
Yeah.
you're not too scared right now. I don't think you're not playing against your opponent.
This is more of a try not to lose situation,
Yeah.
not necessarily a hard push situation where I'm like, I'm just gonna jam everything and try to win. I feel like this is a cautious spot to be in.
100%. It's a decent spot to be in. You know you're not losing right away.
Yeah, you can definitely tell there's just a lot of conversations happening. Yeah, the stack is clear, but the comms aren't. Yeah, that seems about right.
Yeah. The politicking sure ain't.
But
Jessica does.
I feel like that's where it kicks in, though, right? Is at this point when people don't have much else to do, every card off the top is danger. Like every situation is like maybe they might have a win here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, politicking's free. It is a free resource that you have. Free action does not cost mana, does not cost spells. Just at a certain point, though.
Just mental health points. Every time.
You do inflict psychic damage upon your opponents when you do over 5 minutes of politicking in a game.
Yeah.
But sometimes if you just wear your opponents down and you're like, look, I'm just going to keep talking every time you cast a spell.
No.
And politics in progress, I'm just going to keep talking. Your spell's on the stack. I'm going to keep talking.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to take back? Do you want to take back the casting?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep talking while it's on the stack. We can go to time.
Yeah.
Do you want to take back the cast?
Which is not a cool way to be. Okay, so it looks like we got Jessica entering the battlefield. Seemed like a thumbs up to me.
X equals 3. Jessica Timo.
Yes.
Now we're deciding, I think, on what to kill.
At this point, I feel like I would just be going to Max over conversation purposes. Like, that's it. I gave you a shot.
That's so funny. Like, look,
You had your time.
you can't talk if your kitten's dead. If I'm
I'm not saying that I'm probably not like the nicest person about it either, though.
honestly, I'd probably do the same thing.
I mean, to be 100% fair, I think realistically, Kark is probably the better target here. Oh my!
Invoke Calamity.
I knew it. I didn't know it was Invoke Calamity specifically, but I was like, there had to be something for an excessive amount of mana there.
Can I pretend like you knew it was exactly Invoke
I
Calamity?
knew it was Invoke Calamity.
Yeah. Welcome to TC's Rockets. We knew it just based on the mana that Kark player was presenting.
I mean, 5 mana up. It's either I can hard cast a Force of Will, which is not unreasonable. That's also scary, right? But Invoke Calamity is so much worse. It's about to be shenanigans.
Invoke Calamity is 1 colorless 4-red instant. You may cast up to 2 instants and or sorceries with total mana value 6 or less from your graveyard and or hand without paying their mana costs. If those spells would be put into your graveyard, exile them instead. Exile Invoke Calamity.
Which I believe Deflecting SWAT and, Unsubstantiator, because now you have a good choice of just, like, really screwing up this entire battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like Jessica was going for Kark, is what we have to guess here, right? That's the
Yep.
only way that this would grab this line here.
And it worked.
Yeah.
Gamble paid off for Jessica. Not so much for Kark, but yeah, we knew I knew the second that mana was tapped, that was an Invoke Calamity.
But yeah, it looks like Kark hits the bin, and the bin being back to the commander zone. But
Swinging for 2 with Kinnan, passing turn. 3 cards in hand.
Max still on just 4 mana for the last 3 turns where I think he had potential and just miss.
And you can see just from his demeanor, he is frustrated with this
Oh,
game.
now Owen top deck a Sylvan Library. Now that's a way to get back in it.
Yeah, 100%. That's a hot top deck. Seeing even if you don't take the 8, which I'm a big fan of, take 8 feel great, but if you're not doing that, you're still just gonna see more cards now. I like the play. You don't really have to worry about an Orcish Bowmasters, like, realistically.
And Kark coming back for more.
Hungry, thumbless goblin.
You don't need thumbs where we're going here.
That's correct. Jessica did not hit Max's Kinnan. It hit Kark. So, yeah,
Also, notably, Owen's Kinnan is dead.
Yep. Yeah.
So, like, 8 Kinnan died for this. Just not the one we all thought.
Poor Kinnans.
Kinnan down.
I don't know. Kinnan, in my opinion, is slowly becoming the Winota of 2024, 2023. people are starting to realize if you just use resources and get rid of the Kinnan, the deck has a
Mm-hmm.
very hard time getting ahead.
Yeah.
Which Winota took over very quickly back in 2 years ago. Winota, people couldn't beat it. It was the boogeyman of cEDH, and then people realized, oh, if you just get rid of Winota, that deck just folds.
A dash Dragavan. Okay.
Open attacks to
Yeah,
max.
this is just
And Owen.
super free. Is this a little 1-to-1-to-you maybe? A little splitsies?
And I'm wondering if we did the 0 ability Jessica targeting Timna?
I didn't see a motion towards Jessica, but that doesn't mean that they didn't verbalize something, right?
So we have a consider. We make a treasure. Trigger grinding station. Not sure if that's relevant. Yeah, they opened those foil duels in a revised pack. I thought that was really funny. I think they are proxies. Not sure though. Playtest cards. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, proxies are legal.
They're proxies. Don't know where he got them. They do look nice in person though. We have an E-tutor at end step. Okay. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is not an end
Yeah,
step.
I was like, this is just an actual fair.
It's in response to the Timna trigger.
Yeah, which did say you can tutor something to the top and draw it.
True. So here's the line that I think Jesse
There's
has
enough
right
mana
now.
for a breach.
Yeah, so we cast the breach, and then we use the treasure to cast Enlightened Tutor with the breach, grab a Lion's Eye Diamond, and then use Grinding Station to sacrifice Grinding Station to grind away to put LED in yard, and then we can breach loop.
Yeah, which I mean, if you're gonna pick a window, I mean, Owen has like realistically nothing to stop you. I mean, we're not 100% sure what Jake has left, but he's kind of looped his own interaction a bit already.
Yeah.
No 5 mana of it anymore.
Yeah.
So,
I'm curious what the table has to stop this, because Jesse is going for the win right now.
and it seems that this consider is still on the stack, if I'm understanding where they're at.
I don't think it's been cast yet. I think they're signifying that
Or is he just
it's
showing
an
him?
exile from the Ragavan hit.
Oh, is that what? Okay, sure.
But notably, it could be relevant to crack some sort of another top deck tutor. I'm not sure, but I think
Yeah, it's if you. I mean, Enlightened Tutor is probably already doing the job that you would need to just try to draw an extra card here.
Yep. Really cool showing from Jesse. If they're able to get away from this, you're not worried about Owen. You are fighting against 3 cards from Max, 3 cards from Jake, so 6 cards that could possibly stop you.
But waiting means they get to draw more, and that's
Not
just
worth it.
not where you probably want to be either.
You're a little tight on mana in this line, but I do like this line quite a bit. Counting cards in yard, I think this is the line we're going for. Let's see that breach.
I mean, not that we know. It could be anything that Enlightened Tutor could get. I
probably
don't know.
gonna
I don't know why it would be a breach.
A value mana crypt.
At this point, the person with like the most mana available, like I need more.
And I hold tutor for mana. And then with that mana, I'll get more mana.
Although, I guess to be fair, Jake actually has the most mana available.
Yep.
Jesse's got like second best.
Yeah. Second best in Mardu, though. I'll take it.
Yeah,
As a known Mardu enjoyer.
which most of them are just actual land and nothing really pushing along here, as opposed to Jake having like half mana rocks.
Hitting land drops is so cringe in my meta.
Oh yeah, you're just naturally playing lands. Who are you?
Disgusting. On curve. I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, you didn't just drop like 3 lands off the stuff. Oh, that's gross.
I'll take my Dark Ritual. Thanks.
Yeah, as Garfield intended.
Hates Mondays, loves lasagna.
Not that Garfield.
Oh. Do you know this is, I'm gonna derail while we're tutoring right now. Do you know the Magic player, Jim Davis?
Personally, no, but
Just
I
like
know.
know of
Yeah,
him?
I know who he is.
Anytime anyone talks about him, I'm like, oh, the creator of Garfield. And I only know that Jim Davis is the creator of Garfield from the I Think You Should Leave sketch, where
What?
she buys Jim Davis's house, and it's like
Oh, jeez.
the Garfield murder house.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of weirdly related tangent
Yeah.
thoughts here.
Welcome to my brain. This is how I think and live.
I am super curious what discussion lines could be had at this point, where it's like, it seems like this enlightened tutor is tutoring, right? Like, it seems
Yeah.
like we're at that point.
Yeah.
Could they be begging to not get them free? You're like, could you not do that?
This is
I would really like it if you didn't.
yeah. We keep putting politics on the stack, and I just don't know what's coming of it. Like, it's
Like,
the game's not changing.
It feels like the could you not?
Yeah, I'm asking nicely.
Yeah, I mean, I'll cry if you need me to. Like, will that help?
You ever seen a person cry at a
Yeah.
cEDH table?
I mean, probably.
Yeah, I have. But like, and do you know how I have it with me?
Oh,
I'm gonna go out on a limb. Oh,
what? No.
what did we reveal off of? What?
Was it? I was like, was I wrong? I could have sworn that was just an enlightened. I thought this seemed clear. Was this not clear?
What did we enlighten tutor for? Okay, we're cracking the treasure. Oh no,
Maybe it's already in hand, and like they're just.
we're just
Why would
setting
they-
up. What the heck just happened?
I didn't visibly see what the enlightened tutor got. I don't know if they. I mean, they very well could have made it visible to everybody but us. But
Yeah, I didn't see it. I didn't see anything hit the top of the library. It looks like, okay, we had a Kinnan activation for a finned horn elves. Probably not the action he was looking
the
to
super
get.
sickest. Not ideal. Not ideal.
Yeah, that's a little rough. How did we activate that?
Yeah, I thought.
1, 2, 3,
takes
4,
5,
5.
right?
It takes 7 mana to activate Kinnan. How do we activate that?
Should
Should we go find out?
I'm almost positive I should probably go.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, go maybe mention that one to the judge and just say, hey, we have a question about how that resolved. We're all a little confused here. I feel like I looked away for 2 seconds and something popped into play. Which, to my knowledge, you can't just like crack treasures and give someone else the mana. So I'm not 100% sure what happened there, unless my math skills are way off. But yeah, so so Lauren's gonna go mention it. You know, maybe somebody taps. We'll find out. We'll bring it to attention. But if there was a reason they had access, we're just not 100% sure how that happened.
All right, we figured it out.
Okay, so did he Manamo a Mox Amber?
Yep, they made a deal of sorts.
Okay, see, this is where it comes into the hidden conversation element here.
They started laughing too when the judge came up. They're like, "Yeah, we thought that might be confusing."
Yeah.
So yeah,
I need post-it notes, folks. Come on.
Manamo was activated to untap Kinnan's Mox Amber.
Okay, sure.
To then make 4 mana from it, 5, 6, 7 with the remaining lands, so that way Max could have a activation of the.
Yeah, as long as it's up and up here, you know, it makes sense. It's just we didn't notice that they must have verbalized that and just.
Yep.
So
Things
all
that are
good.
missed, yep.
All good. This is actually round 5, so this is literally our potential win and in round before top 16. So these players are definitely working hard to try to get this win out of here.
100%.
And so far, I mean, look at these life totals. Nobody's even dipped below 30. Almost no trading of damage has occurred.
No, everyone's at a very comfortable life total. It's like amazing to see this late in the game. I'm checking time in the
Yeah.
round. We have 26 minutes left in the round.
Which is solid. I mean, I believe a resolution will happen at some point. But it looks like Kinnan's just going to go ahead and take Jessica out of the fight.
Yeah.
Just with a quick, swing in. Which, interestingly enough, could have blocked with Esper Sentinel. Was like, no, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't think
Because,
it's
I mean,
worth it.
Jessica only being at 1 is like, this easy way to reset is just to cast it again, right?
Yeah. What I think is gonna happen next turn is Jesse swings in, hits Max with the Hope of Gearpore, sacks it, and then goes for the win.
Yeah.
I'm a big Hope of Gearpore enjoyer.
That card was really cool when it first came out, and then saw almost no play for a really long time afterwards.
Poor guy.
But it found a home in Commander.
Like all bad cards.
I mean, I wouldn't even say the card's bad. It's
No.
just very specific.
It is. Very narrow niche card.
Okay.
Wandering Archaic.
Which is such an odd card.
Good luck, have fun.
I will be honest, I've only cast this card in limited when it came out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like never outside of that.
Oh, trying to win through this card, you're like, okay, I'm going to cast Tainted Pact. They're like, Wandering Archaic. I'm like, go for it. It feels good when you have a demonic consultation, though, and they're like, what are you going to name?
Yeah.
Thank you for watching. Appreciate you. Thank you for thanking us.
Okay. This Mastermind just has potential.
Yeah. I don't know what kind, but
I mean, maybe you draw some cards. Maybe they're good cards.
yeah.
Maybe they do something.
I've never drawn a good card. I always have to tutor
Never
for
in my life.
Yeah.
You think people just do that? Just draw cards off the top
Yeah.
that they need?
Unlucky.
Crazy. Although, I mean, to be fair, in Commander, your ratio is just worse of actually hitting the cards you need, right?
Right.
That's why everybody plays like half the deck as tutors.
Or mana.
Yeah.
All right, we're in the thinky phase.
Is that the technical term?
Yeah.
You're gonna get on the bips and bops.
Yeah. If
Called
you
thinky
rule
phase.
155C subsection A,
Thinky phase.
thinky phase.
Okay. Okay.
Google it.
Checks out.
Yeah, we just looked it up. Don't even check.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Okay. I mean, that's a stack of mana. Are we just? Well, no. That's.
I think we're ripping the Sakashima.
Yeah. I was gonna say, is this figuring out the correct way to pay for the Sakashima?
There's a fist bump from Max to Jesse. Curious what discussion's happening here.
It's a stack of mana. That's okay. Conversation on the stack.
More conversation. If I was a gambling man, probably entering as a Krark, not a Fairy Master.
I mean, that seems realistic.
All right, we have our Sakashima and 3 mana.
Okay. Are we doing anything else though? Looks like a no. Nope, we're just passing the turn. Couple of mana available. Very specifically chosen mana may be relevant.
Yeah. It is relevant as well that he's going to have to fight through a Wandering Archaic to get through this sort of...
Yeah.
The Wandering Archaic is sneaky good. Mostly affecting Krark, Sakashima, and Timna Jessica. I think the other Kinnan player's fine with it.
Yeah, I mean that doesn't realistically stop them from doing anything, right? Like it's in a Kinnan deck. It's not probably not stopping a Kinnan deck.
Yep.
So we just got a little line of here's an Esper Sentinel, here's Hope, here's like just here. Nobody's winning the game on their own out of these cards, but
Right. And you can't swing the Hope in because you risk trading with the Fairy Mastermind. Your Timna's probably not going to get through. You can't swing into the Wandering Archaic, and that's probably the player you don't. No, because even if they can't cast spells, they can still copy with Wandering Archaic. So,
yeah.
I mean, you're up creek with no paddle, I think, right now.
I mean, you can swing for value, swing for that 1 damage. It's got flying. They ain't blocking.
We are in the politics phase again.
Conversations. Oh yeah, you can. I mean, you can half read what's happening just off of the hand motions, right?
It's like
It's almost like lip reading. Like you can like I get the gist of what's going on.
right.
But it looks like we do have an attack. Where they're going, slightly hard to say.
It's like taking the damage. So Timna's getting
Jake giving the
through.
hard thumbs up there to whatever's happening.
And Max politicking here. I don't think he's a fan of the attacks. Gave the thumbs up.
I'm gonna say Max has not been a fan of anyone attacking him at all this game.
Yeah.
I feel like anytime anyone's even looked in his direction, it's come down to why. What are you scared of over here?
I'm
I
not
don't
a threat.
have anything.
But yeah, we need to resolve our Timna attacks. It's,
Yeah, it's like attack. Okay,
and it does slow down the game when sort of everything becomes
a conversation.
a conversation
Yeah.
and everything is put like everything that's put on the stack has to be, debated Socratically. It's
Mhm.
gonna take time to.
Yeah, I mean, even if every conversation only boils down to like 2 minutes extra of time spent, right? If you do that 10 times,
Yeah.
then you've now spent 20 minutes just conversing about things that you could do,
Yep.
which will eat the clock eventually.
Yeah. I believe Hope is attacking Max in Kinnan. What is up, Priscilla? My girl. Good to see you. Thanks for joining. Happy to have you here.
It definitely wouldn't make sense to be attacking Jake. So realistically, it's attacking either Owen or Max.
Yep.
Max seems in a slightly better position, although the Wandering Archaic is not great. But like,
Yep. Yeah, Hope. I think Hope is going at Max and Timna is going at Karkashima.
and interestingly enough, Owen down to 22 life.
Jessica's Will.
It's very on brand for that deck.
She's in the command
Yeah,
zone.
it's
And
one way or another, things are happening the way she wants.
Do you get bonus flavor points if you have a Jessica and cast it with Jessica's Will?
Absolutely.
That's like the triumphs, right? Or Liliana's triumph. If you
Yeah.
control Liliana, you get bonus points.
Yeah, these are all things that if there is a scorecard, we got a little bingo sheet.
Yeah.
You get that square.
My lore, my immersion. Notably, there's a Wandering Archaic trigger. I don't think red mana or exiling cards does Owen much good, and you run the risk of losing something valuable.
Yeah, I
to you.
can't imagine it's anything. Like, you just, yeah, whatever. Like, just pass that along. Go ahead, do what you're doing.
Yep. You also can't comfortably silence with a Wandering Archaic out unless you have a butt ton of mana, because then you just run the risk of getting yourself silenced, and that is like the hardest thing for Mardu to fight against. Jesse playing the Universes Beyond.
The
Well,
theme deck.
actually, it's not Universes Beyond. Jessica's in Universe, so feel free to at me. We can have a lore battle. There was a stretch of my life where I would read magic lore to fall asleep, and then it like permeated itself into my psyche, and now I know way too much.
To fall asleep, but it's the most interesting lore.
Okay, so we have exiled a Fierce Guardianship, a Transmute
No,
Artifact, and a
Heuristic?
Thassa's Oracle.
Is that what that is? Oh yeah.
Okay. And that Fierce notably cannot be cast through for free. He can hardcast the Fierce to hit the Jessica's Will. Losing Transmute's pretty big.
Because these are all in exile, right? So it's like interesting choice to put them in exile.
Does the copy retain modes if applicable? That's a great question.
Usually, in the case of copies, they have to be a copy of how the spell was cast. So
Yeah, the
I would
attributes.
imagine so.
Yep. Okay, so we have a tainted pact, a Cabal Ritual, and a Felwar Stone, and 4 red mana floating.
Let
me
I was
read.
like, do any of these do anything right now?
I think Tainted Pact.
Yeah, I was like, Tainted Pact seems
Theoretically.
like the lead here on this.
So Jessica's Will reads, choose one. If you control a commander as you cast the spell, you may choose both. But I think if you, again, copy those attributes as a copied spell, you get that printed text.
Yeah, because I believe it's just like you're just taking this, you're making a copy of it as it is. I don't believe the same way you couldn't pay additional cost for a copy.
Agreed.
When things have like kicker and stuff, it's just not a thing you can do.
Agreed. But everything's just kicker. Every spell is just kicker, right? Just different permutations of kicker.
Sure.
You haven't
I don't think that's true.
Oh,
Is that
I saw like a funny argument. It's
Oh,
like
sure.
every ability at its core is just a different reskin version of kicker.
just casting spell?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hate the kicker cost.
Where's the farewell? I don't know.
I don't think there is one.
If there is one, that's sick.
Farewell would clean this board up pretty well.
Yeah. Okay, so we have 3 black mana floating.
Yeah, I was like, I think we're in the I'm trying to resolve spells. Can you stop me situation?
Curious when that Hope of Gearport gets cracked.
I mean, I guess who are you trying to stop now?
That's a great point.
Like, if you crack it, who are you aiming at? Or do you even need to try to do that? Can you win and just do what you can?
Yeah. We have the Tainted Pact. I don't think the Wandering Archaic player is going to want to copy that. I mean, you can put a lot of mana to recast the Jeska fairly easily.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's looking good. I'm dying to know what's in hand.
Yeah, that is the information we're working with out right now is to... I mean, some amount of mana is being used, but towards what? Or not. It looks like he's counting back up.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Thank
Appreciate
you,
you.
Jake. Big shout out to Jake helping us out.
Yeah, I mean, maintaining game state is important, especially when it comes to different colors of, like, mana being available. These are all relevant things.
All right, we spent 1 red, and we are spending 3 black.
Okay. Sure. Which, I mean, this
Casting Tainted Pact.
makes sense.
Oh no, are we just maybe what are? I just want to see a spell, please cast something, please. We have used mana. I don't see anything entering the stack yet. 1 unknown card from Owen. Yeah.
It looks like we've paused for conversation again.
And we're just eating away time. I think we started this turn with 21 minutes, and we are now at drumroll.
Solid 10. 12. I'm gonna guess 12.
I'm guessing 12. Final answer.
Final answer.
13.
Wow.
Damn, so
The
close.
closest without being over. Price is Right rules, baby.
Damn, I just lost. So it looks like we are using that Fierce Guardianship on the Tainted Pact. Makes sense.
Okay. I mean,
That had to have been the bait.
it's a good chance. I mean, there's still mana. We still got stuff to do.
Let's see. Spells. Cast your spells. I like casting spells. Losing...
I was like, nothing else, right? You could just replay Jessica and wait for your next window, but
That's worst case scenario.
that seems like not what you're trying to do this turn.
Did we miss an Esper Sentinel trigger
Uh,
from the Fierce Guardianship cast?
did he? I mean, Archaic copying the spell isn't casting, so you wouldn't get the trigger from that, right? If I'm remembering how Esper Sentinel is worded properly. So it should be.
The Fierce was cast from exile from the Jessica's Will.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like
Yeah.
if it was going to trigger at all, it should be from the Fierce.
Yeah.
But it's possible you just missed it,
So we are deploying.
or
the-
they verbalized it and we just didn't see him grab a card. I
True.
guess, but or he paid it. It would only be one. He might have just had 1 mana open or something, and we just didn't notice.
Oh, he has the mana floater.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance he just paid it.
True. Yeah, you have no real reason to keep that mana around. Okay, we are deep in the tank, it seems, on Jesse's turn. How did Owen have both modes? If a spell is copied... Oh, that floating mana is from... I actually think they're missing the red mana, Tim, Gold Sabertooth. 3 of the black mana was from a copied Cabal ritual. Jessica's Will, when it was cast, was for both modes, and when that spell's copied, I believe you get both modes for when it was copied.
Yeah, to our understanding, unless a judge can say otherwise, I believe he would just get the spell as is.
Yeah,
If it resolved one way for it, it would still be the same way.
Yeah,
Since it's a copy.
Yeah, you're not casting it, you're copying it. And I believe they use some of their millions of floating mana to just pay for that Esper Sentinel tax.
Yeah, which would make sense. It's like, here's 1 extra, sure, whatever.
Yeah, easy.
So hard to catch when verbalized, but I mean, we're trying our best.
I just don't know what conversation could be happening.
That's what I said. Like every time in between Jesse trying to make a play, it seems like we've had had to delve deep in the tank.
Yeah, and we are just hemorrhaging time at this point. 11 minutes left in the round, and this turn has taken 15 minutes. If I'm Jesse, I'm calling slow play at this point. We have wasted so much time on this turn, just to politic.
Yeah, and it's difficult because it does kind of feel like we're only about one turn away from someone winning.
Yeah.
That is kind of the situation that it feels like. But you still need time to actually win.
Yep. Yeah.
So when you have 4 people that need to take a turn and 10 minutes on the clock, let's say, that means, each of you are only getting less than 3 minutes.
Yep. Calling it now. This game will be a draw.
Which, funny if they chose to not draw and then unnaturally draw and then just kind of roll the dice as to who makes it.
Yeah.
But I mean, we'll see. I mean, they each probably have about a turn left to play.
But this is what happens, I think, when you get into that politicking heavy sort of game and you allow this to continue to go throughout the game, is you're going to have more draws. But people aren't going to be casting spells. People are going to be doing this and just not winning the game. Also, one of the playmats is upside down, I just realized.
Oh no!
That's really bothering me now. But
He's distracting you all from what's happening.
but when you get, at what point is politics a form of stalling? It's subjective.
I think once you start rotating the same conversation over and over about something, then I would think at that point you're running the risk of slow play /
Yep.
stall, right? When no relevant game action can be taken
Yep.
because you keep repeating an argument or something like that, then no progress can happen. If there is no progress, that by definition is stalling, right?
Yep. And this is just drawing out the game, and we can see the timer in the middle, and we're activating an Aotawara. I don't know what we're targeting, but this, nothing's happening. And
Yeah.
it's so...
I am curious where this Otawara is going.
Possibly
archaic?
the Wandering Archaic. Oh, maybe not. Maybe they're protecting their own Krar
Oh, was this
from a Jessica activation?
Yeah, I was saying because that would be reasonable, right?
That seems fair. Yeah, because Jessica's hitting a bunch of different stuff.
Especially because Kark has already died at least once, right? So like, if you can not have to pay 5 billion mana to replay it, I suppose
Yeah.
that's reasonable.
Okay. Dying. We got a Hullbreaker Horror
Oh
from a
my.
Kinnan activation.
That is a big old lobster.
That's like when I go to seafood boil. That's what I want to see waiting for
That's
me when
what
I
I
open
want
the bag.
on the plate.
Yeah. What would you say are the top 3, just kind of while we can politic while waiting for this politicking phase to be over.
Okay.
What do you think is the most edible magic card?
The most edible magic
Yeah,
card?
Food token's like a cop out.
That's such a random question that it's like super difficult to think
At
about.
TC's Rockets, hot takes only.
Tough cookie.
Tough cookie. Okay, I
would feel bad about it. Ginger Brute would also. Ginger Brute's probably like the classic,
yeah.
but Tough Cookie is also adorable.
Is it bad if I say like Yoshimaru?
Yeah,
Okay. I won't say Yoshimaru.
and canceled.
Okay, let me think of something else now.
So we say a flump? No.
Oh, I need the
Also,
flump.
I'm very confused by their bodies, so it's like I'm not even sure. Would it just be like? It just seems like eating a cloud.
I would want to eat it.
That seems. I don't know. That's lacking.
I'd want to eat Colossal Sky Turtle.
No, what? Your palate is so weird.
I'd like to say refined.
No.
Thank you, Michelle. It's a refined
I
palate.
stick by my words here.
Because think about it. So like turtles are turtles usually like a little bit more like gamey seafood sort of thing.
Okay, so we're getting off track. All I want to know is where's this pact to negation go? We have some things that actually seem to be happening here. So we got horror Kinnan, a little bit of mana floating
Is
over
it on
there.
the Kinnan? No.
Not
What
no.
did we cast?
That's why I can't tell what was actually cast here. Like, where is this pact going?
Weird how the politicking stopped once the Hullbreaker Horror hit the field.
Yeah.
Let's see.
But yeah,
Or is he just
I don't-
showing that it's in hand?
yeah, because I don't see a relevant target for a pact, right? Like that just doesn't seem like anybody's cast anything.
No. I think he's just showing, hey, table, we're gonna lose. Trying to see what. Oh, I guess. What's the line?
So it could be a conversation. You're right. It could be a like I'm gonna do these things. I have a pack backup, all this kind of stuff. Can you stop me, kind of thing.
And he can pay for his pact, but you can't Mox Amber Findhorn to make infinite mana because Findhorn will have summoning sickness. Another rock though with Mox Amber and Hullbreaker will completely unlock this.
So yeah, not quite sure what the conversation with the pact is. It does not actually seem to be cast right now. Hard to say.
Politics.
Politics.
We're politicking our way into a
Conversating.
draw. And that's the thing I think players need to realize is the more you're doing this, the worse your tournament record's going to be.
There is some level of, talk out the strong lines that you need to, like make your conversations count.
Right.
Let's stick with that. In the same way that somebody like me playing just regular constructed, you only get so much time to have a conversation. I know politics obviously not important in 1v1 scenarios outside of being clear with your opponent, but outside of that, it's you pick the times to really, when you need to go in the tank, you choose your times carefully because your time is precious. Unless you're playing Mono or Ed, then you don't care. But anything outside of that.
And I think being respectful to your opponent, and I'm by no means, I've played some 60 card, but my experience pales in comparison to like kind of the tournament grinding that you've done. But I think if you're being respectful of your opponent's time, when you do have to take them, you're like, I'm sorry, I'm in the tank right now, and you're actually trying to make game actions. I found that when you're being respectful like that, but you've been respectful the whole time, and you're communicating, hey, I'm actually thinking.
Yeah.
Your opponents are usually cool. Usually cool. with that.
Yeah. For the most part, no one's gonna get mad about you when you finally have a turn where you're like, especially when it's a turn where you're like, I'm winning or losing this turn.
Yep.
I'm gonna take every little bit of time that I'm legally allowed to really think through the lines.
Okay.
And we don't know exactly what. I mean, they could be having relevant conversation this whole time, and when you're in a game, it can be hard to keep track of what time is actually passing.
Yep. So
a 5-minute conversation feels like 30 seconds sometimes.
100%. And it looks like that Pact of Negation was on the Mox Amber. They had played the Findhorn Elves, bounced the Mox Amber, recast it, passing
Sure.
that.
That's what I didn't notice
stop
because
the
that
loop.
had already been in play. So
Yeah.
okay, sure.
That makes sense, seeing it in the yard now. I'm going to have a Pact trigger.
Difficult to have to take your whole turn to pay for a pact, though.
We have 3 minutes left, y'all.
Very difficult to take your whole turn to pay for a pact, though.
Yeah,
That is essentially saying I'm probably not winning,
right.
but I will make sure you don't win either.
Yep. And this is the crux of over politicking. You have a Hullbreaker Horror and pretty good odds of winning this game, but because of the pretty steady stream of conversation that's occurred throughout this game,
Yeah.
you've talked yourself out of a win.
I mean, the time is relevant to you as well as the player, right? Like,
Yep.
Okay. But yep, just pay for this and then see, or not see.
And Jesse is not going to just blow through his turn and pass it with time left.
Yeah, and would not have any reason to either.
Right.
Like, I mean, as long as you're taking relevant game actions, the time that you're allowed is your time. You do not have to give a turn away to somebody else just because you trying to make somebody be the winner here.
Yep. So time was just called. I think there's 2 minutes left.
They should have slightly extra from
Yep.
getting put on camera. That's normally the case, just because people take extra time to get sad and do all that.
I thought you said get sad, not sat. And I was like,
Can it be both?
yeah, it's probably both.
So if you actually look at their life total, there's a little timer in the middle there that looks like about almost 3 minutes.
Yeah.
That should actually be the real time.
Right.
I believe. That's
Okay,
usually where
They're showing the Consecrated Sphinx, Dosa, and Seedborn Muse cards in hand.
Okay.
Everyone's agreeing to a draw, it seems. Drawing a
Yeah, I was gonna
card.
say they might have realized that no one will be able to win anymore.
Yeah. That pact, though, saved that from becoming a loss for the table.
Or they were just showing us and finishing it out.
Yeah.
Hard to say, right? No one's actually scooped yet.
Maybe they're just showing it to expedite the process here. Karkashima could actually just win now.
I mean, if anybody's going to, it does seem like the bottom two decks
Yeah.
have the higher chance.
Yep. Was Kinnan not cast this turn?
No, I think we figured out it was the Mox that
Yeah.
was happening there.
Okay. Well, we're in this together now, y'all.
Yeah.
Buckle in.
This is just kind of a, what do we got here? What do we got?
Probably a Kark. Oh, a Bergie God
Okay.
of Storytelling front side. I recently learned that that card has front text, and it's not just a Horn of Harnfell. T-I-L. Wait. Yeah, today I learned that that card.
Sometimes you get a little extra mana, that's all.
Yeah.
Just
A little
bit.
treat.
A little treat.
A little icing on the cake. The Bergie
And,
dessert.
and I mean, Jake's still with a lot of mana to play with here.
Yeah. And you
I was like, if he's gonna be able to do anything, this is the turn. So
and it looks like time's about to be called for the feature match as well.
yeah, they should be pretty much at their limit here.
I think we
That
have,
could be why Max
we-
and Owen showed their hands because they won't get another turn now.
yeah. They're like, here's what we had. This
Yeah,
is
it's
what
like
we're passing. Yeah.
if the turn came back to me, like this would be my game. But I mean, who knows?
So gamble trigger Bergie.
As you
Bergie, Bergie's fine for storm turns, gives you the extra mana, but you can boast twice.
Yeah.
No one's doing that.
Are you trying to say you're not boasting?
No, that's a line of text
I mean, yeah, you're
for
right.
all the boast abilities,
You're right.
all the Vazagoth abilities.
I'd be surprised if there's even another card in this deck that says boast on it.
14 seconds. I'm gonna once we hit time, I'm going to use my favorite one-liner when I worked at a card shop.
Oh.
I'm ready. I've been warming up for the moment.
2, 1.
Attention, Magic players! That is time of the round. Active player, finish your turn. You have no turns remaining.
Yeah, there are no additional turns because this is not regular constructed. Yeah, where are my 5 additional turn? Not here, thank goodness.
They used to.
Yeah, and that sounds like it would take a very long time.
It was hell. The old heads will remember. Remember going to 5 turns? Yeah, it's like active player was turn 0, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it was
Yeah.
just so.
Even Pepperidge Farms doesn't want to remember that,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
That's what you get for playing Ob.
For not playing.
For not playing
Yeah.
Ob. Yo, I like Ob. Ob's cool.
So what you gambling for here?
I
Oh, it looks like a choice was made.
okay.
Something hit the hand there.
Finally, is it the end? Are we there, Michelle?
I think so.
The sweet relief.
Look, I asked for a match that would not be over in 5 minutes, and we got that.
We did.
I'm happy to actually have a conversation about Magic that lasted more than 2 seconds.
Totally. No Mox Diamond. Hey, here we
Oh
go.
yeah, we didn't just have a Thassa's resolve and be done.
We have a D5.
Oh, gamble one.
Looks
Okay,
like a
1
slice
through
of
5 here.
cheese.
Let's go. Rolling it out.
1, 5,
That dice looks wild.
3. Dockside Extortionist. I actually don't think that's what they gambled for.
I mean,
Maybe, but you
Ooh.
have so much mana.
yeah, but maybe they needed more.
Always need more mana.
I guess we'll figure it out. We'll figure
One
it out.
red mana flow. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, don't forget.
Just a reminder, that was time in round.
It sounded like Mario saying that.
Just
Just a reminder.
yeah, as everyone else is finishing up, getting some scores in, we're really close to finding out who the top 16 are.
That is a Born Upon a Wind. Possible desperation play just to draw an extra card?
Make another mana.
I think they might have needed that dockside. Oh, they probably did. Then they play Kark, play Sakashima, and then
Yeah,
just
I
go
mean, that
off
would
with
be
the
a-
Born Upon a
Yeah, I would
Wind.
say there. I mean that. The dockside would have been pretty good if we count just
Two,
Jesse's
three,
cards, right? Like, it wouldn't
four,
be
five.
insane, but it probably was enough.
And that's getting flustered.
Oh my. The last mana available
Wow.
over there.
I wonder
to
if that was
Owen.
bait.
I mean, Jake only has so many cards left.
Drawing from the Born. Oh, no, not drawing from the Born. I don't know why he just drew a card. Oh, from the Fairy Mass Rhine.
Yeah, was there an Esper Sentinel trigger that drew that a lot of trigger to draw.
Yep.
'Cause
2 red mana floating.
I know Owen couldn't have paid for it because he only had 1 mana.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, things are still being cast here, which you would imagine if he was out, he would have stopped.
We have
Mind's
a
Desire?
Mind's Desire.
Okay.
Okay, that's pretty hot.
Okay.
And it's gonna get copied by Wandering Archaic.
Yeah, sure.
I'm so excited for this, actually. This is gonna be...
My fingers are crossed, my thumbs attached for this card to possibly be able to find a winning line here.
And notably, like, the copies of the Wandering Archaic are not gonna add to the storm count, but it looks like storm count is for Gamble, Born Upon a Wind, Flusterstorm, Mind's Desire will be the 4th. I think those are the 4. Oh, and Bergie. So 5?
Yeah,
so
Bergie
5
came on
copies
this
of
turn.
Mind's Desire. So they're gonna compare whose copies of Mind's Desire are better.
This might be a question of, okay, what storm count? What do I get? Like, I didn't know I had to keep track of that right now.
That's like the de facto. Well, they actually should know because of the fluster.
Yeah. I feel like it's one of those. No one was physically keeping track, but there's probably a conversation of where are we at.
The Kinnan only gets 1. Oh, you are so right. The Kinnan only gets 1 because Storm is a cast trigger, not a copy.
Yeah, they get a copy of a real spell.
That is correct. Yeah,
Is
you are
that-
so right, Helenium. Thank you. Okay.
Is that just like, is that prototype?
That is a Moon Snare prototype.
Yeah, that's not really gonna do anything here.
No.
I don't think that was. It's not what we're looking for.
But Krark's going vroom vroom, let's go. I'm seeing 5 cards. Hail Mary, Desperation, we're in time, in turns, let's go.
You have all the conversation you want. You
Yeah.
can't stop him from. Like I said, he's either got a way to win, or he's gonna die trying.
Yep.
And poor Jesse just never got a chance to untap there.
I wonder...
had like all the technology really to kind of make something happen if they got back to their turn, but
Yeah. I'm curious why Jesse didn't go for that breach line. Maybe he didn't see it.
I'm not sure. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the problem too with so much conversation, right? Is you don't know what they talked about. Maybe verbalize that there wouldn't be a way for him to do it that turn, and or like, hey, if you don't do this now, like I'll, I mean, it could be anything.
I'm gonna ask you, Jesse. I want it recorded.
Note for later.
Note for later. Note to editor. I
Looking
am
through
curious.
the yard here.
What are we doing?
Sure,
I want to
guess.
know. I
Can you-
want to know.
Yeah, it's more of a if you have responses now, then sure, I guess this is relevant information you need. I don't know. It feels like Owen's tapped out. He has sat his hand to the side. He is
Yeah.
just like, I had one thing. This is what I did.
100%.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. We are big time F6 from Kidden.
So he's saying that we got 5, right? He sees this is what it looks like we're verbalizing. There's 5. Just straight up bolt.
What are we bolting?
Maybe Owen in the face.
Oh, I see. Okay. We're activating our. Okay, we're going through them one at a time.
Yeah. So I mean, which is fine to get to each one individually here.
Totally. Archmage Emeritus. I don't
think that
helps
does
us.
anything. Like, I think you get a couple so I mean, you have a couple of things from Bergie here, right? But like, that's still not.
Yeah, the bolt's free. The Born doesn't do too much.
And the festivity, yeah. I mean, the land's a land.
Yeah.
Uh,
Psych Rift.
I mean, yeah.
We have the original copy now. No more storm copies. I think he missed. So we're just revealing right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's very possible he could mention resolving.
Oh, they are supposed to shuffle between the Mind's Desires. Yeah, they're completely resolving this card wrong.
Oh, is it? They all have it in front of them to read.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I've ever cast a Mind's Desire, so.
I guess. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I suppose you can agree to shortcut it if there is no change in information on what's on top of the library.
Yeah.
But where's the style in that?
I mean, at this point, it's a time thing, right? And I agree. Like, if it's random and he just shuffled,
True.
because the gamble happened right before,
True,
right?
true.
So it's like it's about as shuffled as it's gonna be.
I like the style points though, of not shortcutting.
We just talked about taking too much time for other things.
We're in time already though. I'm going for it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that if the deck's sufficiently randomized, literally right beforehand, there's no reason to shuffle between every storm copy of shuffle a commander deck at that. We'll add 10 minutes for no reason.
What about the psychic damage though?
Yeah, you're already feeling it at this point. Yeah, see, we don't need Kark taking longer. We're still trying to figure out if they can even win right now, let alone.
Look, we've been doing this we're approaching hour 10 now, hour 9. I'm willing to die on the hill. Kark needs longer turns.
I mean, I'm sure the Kark player would have liked to maybe have one extra turn to not have to try to do all this right now,
True.
but so we don't always get what we want.
Looks like they're sacking the Hope of Girapur now. All right.
Well, if the...
Yippee! We have a draw. Potentially. What hill? Oh, the hill I'm willing to die on is that Kark Sakashima needs longer turns. I've been here for 10 hours, as is Michelle. Let's just full send it. Let's have hour-long turns.
Well, if they're muted, they're not going to hear your thing either. I think they're just asking the other chat.
Oh, dang. How'd they know? How are they
Rip.
listening muted? That's impressive.
I think they're just reading the chat.
Oh, nice.
I mean, I too have just thrown on Twitch streams with no audio just for a fun background friend while I play video games, so... So this is round 5, which is the last round of Swiss.
Yep.
And this does have a potential win-in situation going on right now. Also, the end festivity... Did I kill their own thing here?
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is the last round where maybe one of these players will win. If they draw, maybe one of them might still sneak into top 16. We just don't know yet.
Yep.
But they do need to finish their game. That I do know.
I will say, in defense of this Kikushima player, I felt like they were pretty expeditious.
Yeah, I mean, I would say they definitely seem to just try to make their plays efficiently and then move on. So
there was a lot of politicking in this game that really dragged out the
a lot of dice roll coin flips. But they all moved along pretty fast.
I'm just not.
If anything, it was just hard to watch because we don't know. It was hard to tell with what like is this bouncing? What's this targeting? There's a lot of things happening there.
Right. I am in complete agreement with you. There was so much talking and not enough gameplay. And now we're pretty much forcing a draw.
We do lose a lot from not being able to hear the players when there is that much politicking, because we lose crucial information as to why people are making the decisions that they do. Because it can look very odd to us.
Yep.
Like, for example, when a Kinnan activated out of nowhere,
Right.
we didn't realize there was a deal made to untap a Mox.
Yep.
Like, just not something that seemed very upfront, but
100%.
but they obviously had just verbalized, talked it out.
Yep.
But right now, I mean, we're going through all the resolution here, and it really just doesn't. I'm not seeing a way forward for our Kark player, but okay.
Okay.
Is that it? So
That might be-
Invoke Clear does get you some spells back.
I did forget about that card.
Okay. I mean, maybe this is Mind's Desire again is for a lot.
Yeah, that's actually insane.
This is a. I hope they're writing down the storm count. I honestly am not sure what it's at right now. A lot of spells just because it was what it was at 5 when it resolved. So
And we cast 5 spells.
So we cast 5 spells. Nothing else happened in the interim, right?
No.
So
Mind's Desire is probably for 10 or 11 at this point. Oh, and Max cast the Force of Vigor.
okay, sure.
You're
So,
completely
yeah,
correct. You are so correct.
So 1 extra in there.
I appreciate everyone bearing with us. We want to present the game well, but also there's a lot to keep track of, so appreciate the community assistance here.
Yeah, our storm count high.
Yeah. Storm count, yes.
Storm count strong. Doing this Mind's Desire really doing the heavy lifting for this turn. Okay. I
Team
mean,
missing storm count's 12.
so we got Relic,
Springleaf Drum,
Land that I couldn't
Light
see.
Up the Stage,
sure,
which
sure,
can see
sure.
more cards, Intuition, Imp Recruiter,
A
a
Braid.
Braid, Dual Caster,
A Mox. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That can't be all of them, right?
no, we're going deeper.
Yeah, we're making another space here, I think. Right.
Theoretic, oh.
Is
Right.
Right? It should be more.
It should be. Should I go and say something?
I mean, I would hope that
Okay, they're just drawing.
I was like, they might have just realized that there's just no line here.
Okay.
Uh,
We have a draw, round 5, after a lot of politicking being put on the stack. I feel someone could have won this game if we were able to reduce the amount of conversation that was happening. I felt, this is kind of, I think, what people think of when they think of cEDH in a bad light is just this over communication of stuff. And in my opinion, we over politic this game. People were trying
it's a draw.
People were trying to play with their words rather than their cards. That only gets you so far. You got 1 match point instead of a possible 5. I feel like any of these players at a certain point of the game had a chance to win, and we just talked ourselves out of it.
Yeah, but difficult, right? Because again, they're playing for a lot here, and it's really, really hard to give up an argument to try to not lose.
Yep.
So, especially if they're trying not to lose here. Either like a draw or them winning is better for potential making it in, right? But so it looks like we're gonna go call out top 16. We'll be back in probably 5 minutes or less. Okay, so don't go anywhere. We're gonna figure out who the pods are, and then try to move over whatever we think will be the most interesting one.
Yep.
But we will bring you as much magic as we possibly can still.
Thank you, everyone, for watching.
But-
Super appreciate you.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 5.
Bye, guys. Hello and welcome to TC's Rockets coverage of the FishBowl 3. I am Lauren, also known as MTG Hot Dog, here with...
Hey, I'm Michelle Tanner, and welcome back. This was easily the shortest break we've had all day, so excited. Great. Solid start here. But yeah, so 5 rounds of Swiss. We've broken it down to our top 16 players. And right now, who are we bringing?
We have Shelby P, seat 1, Ori, Ori won, I think, the last FishBowl event.
Yeah, I do remember Ori from the previous FishBowl. So nice to see another run back of a potential victory here.
Yeah, Ori's a scary competitor. Ori, I think, is number 8 on this Top Deck leaderboard right now.
Oh,
Ori
okay.
won the Top Deck.gg Expo.
Nice.
He's forced to be reckoned with. We have Matt Sperling, seat 3, Pro Tour player.
Yeah, I was like, well, I've heard Matt's pretty good. I don't know.
Yeah, he's all right.
He's all right.
What's something and something Pro Tour. And we have Zen, also known as Peter, playing on Rograk Silas. So we have 2 Rogside decks. All of these players are names to know. All of these people are grinders. Shelby's kind of the dark horse here. I know Ori's on the leaderboard. Ori's already guaranteed an invitation to the Invitational. I know Zen is a frequent tournament grinder. Matt Sperling as well. This is Shelby's, I think, first tournament in months that he has come back and played.
Okay. I mean,
So-
definitely racking up some points today.
Incredible to see him top 16, his first major tournament in like 18 months. So
Okay.
yeah, very proud of Shelby. Good friend of mine, but I'm really rooting for everybody here. I've played with all of these players. All of these players are deserve to be where they are. Incredible, talented players, and I'm very excited to see how this game pans out because they all truly deserve to be here.
Yeah, so we got some strong talent in this pod, and definitely some players to watch. Right now, I mean, it's interesting to have 2 of the Rogside decks together. And Timna finally moving over to the
Yeah.
left-hand side of the screen for some reason.
Yeah.
Shifting. But a lot of interesting cards here as far as potential. One of the things that I notice immediately is like everybody's got access to blue mana.
Yep.
And this could be potential for a real slow game because again we're effectively untimed. There is no nobody should be stalling or like really like conversating their way out of the game here, but there's nothing to stop them from trying really hard to win.
Completely agreed. And I think the player that can gain the most from a slowed down game is Talion. They want to see this game grind to a halt. They want to see players casting 1 spell at a time, using their interaction on each other while they slowly accrue value. And these 2 Rockside decks, they want to win before that can happen. And then Timna Krom is somewhere in the middle. So it's a really interesting pod comp with this. I'm going to look to see if we're going to continue with our all unique
that's
pods.
true. So far, 5 for 5. We hope to not drop that. And sometimes for content purposes, we don't always go with whoever's in first seed for stuff like this because sometimes the pod looks like it might be one that finishes really fast. And again, we have no backup matches, and sometimes top 16s can take a very long time. So we're just trying to leverage finding a pod that seems to have decks that might take longer than 2 seconds to win.
And we also want to feature players. We featured a lot of different players as the day goes on, and wanted to feature these people.
Which I don't think Shelby's made. Okay, so Shelby just kind of popping off already. With a quickness.
And got hit with the Mind Break Trap on the Mystic Remora. Wow, that was fast.
Yeah, I was saying we got just cribbed into, mantling on this, and it's just, I think they have about 3 cards left in hand.
I like that start, though, truly.
So strong thing to note here, though, no lands.
Yeah, missed the land drop. I think was really banking on that fish.
Just a significant amount of mana still, either way, but no actual lands.
Looking up on the database here.
And then Ori just decided to drop a few things into play as well, so
Wow.
we might have a slightly faster start than it initially seemed.
Okay. I can't find any data on this pod.
All right.
I think the
Six
wild
for
card. Oh wait, no,
6.
it's because I picked the wrong one.
No.
Hold on, hold
Oh,
on.
Brutality.
I will say the Italian deck is gaining a lot of popularity, but that might be the change up in terms of pod comp.
Sure. Okay, well, this is just a quick, we'll just throw, Crom into play, I guess.
Cool.
Just throw it in play.
I would draw Janelle and you don't.
Quick with the token.
All right, we ready?
True competitor here. Don't break my heart.
This pod has happened once before.
Oh,
In 22,000 games, this pod has happened once before.
Wow.
Do you want to know the result of that?
Yes.
It was a draw.
Oh gosh. Well, that will not be the case here. So
Sure won't.
this will be new content in a different way. We're certainly popping off on some spells here on Ori's side.
Mm-hmm.
Ori said, "I definitely want to win again."
Yeah. You don't have an MVP? I'm going for it. Yeah, I like... Ori basically saw writing on the wall. Shields are down. I'm going for it. This is my turn to shine.
Yeah, I mean that is accurate.
I am worried if I am Talion. The bottom half of the table, I think we're in a situation where they're favored. Looks like we Demonic Tutor passed.
Yeah.
Now we're dealing with a turn 1 Talion. Okay.
I would still think 2's the number.
I'll
still throw it back to 2. I think all of the the relevant 1-drop situations may have passed along here.
I'm just here to listen to TCG's hot dog's sweet, soothing voice. I've never been told my voice is either soothing nor sweet, but happy you think
First
so.
for everything.
It's MTG hot dog, not TCG. Just kidding. I played other TCGs. I really need to rebrand. My profile picture on Twitter is me with a Psyduck, so like.
Oh, well, I mean, that doesn't seem that doesn't seem entirely accurate anymore. Seems like Matt might be a little bit in the tank as to what number to name here.
I'm curious if.
But I
it's...
think he's still going with 2. Okay, I mean that's probably where I would lean at this. Very strong turn 1 of the game. You do assume that 2 drops will become more relevant now.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate, and I'm gonna say this just to be difficult. And we're in top 16. I'm a little delirious. I'm gonna say 1. And I'm gonna track it.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep a note of what would trigger and when. This 1, boom, right away.
Oh no.
All right.
But that's it. No, they have to be okay. I mean, I guess that's a fine start. It just seems like slightly less than anybody else did.
Yeah.
Right. If I'm Zen, I might feel a little behind here. But maybe their hands stacked with like interaction.
If I'm Shelby, I'm a little grumpy. I'm like, why did his fish get countered? We might be seeing a twine twister.
Not the twine twister.
The twine twister. Wait, twister. Twine, tickle the twine. Any hockey fans in the chat? Anyone? San Diego goals. We're here by TC's Rockets. Anybody?
I feel like you're in the wrong chat for. I
Damn.
want to call. I'm just gonna call it sport ball. It all falls under sport ball to me.
It's ice puck.
No, same thing.
Damn.
These are all sport ball.
If you are a hockey fan, I'm an Arizona Coyotes fan. Please don't roast me. Is there any way to find out the name of this event? Yeah, we can tell you. This is the FishBowl 3 at TC's Rockets, hosted in conjunction with Playing with Power.
just in case you missed it on all the playmats in the background. I was like, I don't know if they're memeing us or not, but
Michelle, they fixed the playmat that was upside down.
oh ha!
Thank
Look
you.
at that.
Thank you, Steven.
Did you even mention it? Or
I said on chat, maybe
yeah.
here.
I was like, I bet Steven fixed it.
Thank you, Steven. I do like this wheel. 1, it's resetting Shelby, but 2, it got rid of that demonic tutor that Ori had.
Yeah.
I'm really liking that.
I mean, it does seem like a reasonable place to go, right? With that much pressure already on the field, you want to slow them down as much as possible.
Yeah.
And that's one way to do it.
No, if the joke was me saying I'm an Arizona Coyotes fan, I'm not joking. I'm a diehard, tried and true, not even memeing. I know I'm known as kind of a memer online. I'm a diehard Arizona Coyotes fan. Worst in the league. Let's go.
All right, let's see if Shelby found some land.
All right, I'll reel it in. Back on topic.
Well, I mean, we had a second. They all shuffled and like did all the things happened, right? But But yeah, super curious if there's gonna be a land drop here.
If there isn't, it's so
I
funny.
mean, if there isn't, that's actual brutality.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. Back in it.
You did it, Shelby.
Back in it.
I have a friend of our Shelby and our Shauna Gillies, who does some work in the commander realm. Love you, Shauna. She texted me, doesn't Shelby know to play around my break trap? Thank you, Shauna.
I mean, it does now, I guess.
Yeah. Lessons learned the hard way.
All right, Ori just throwing down some more land here.
I think we're gonna see possibly a Timna.
I mean, if there's nothing else to do, nope,
A
there's something else
smothering
to
tithe. Wow.
do. Like the
Okay.
best smothering tithe too.
Such good art.
It's just so funny.
Okay, I'm glad we're not fighting over hockey. We have a mana vault.
Take a little ping here. Yep.
Okay. Oh, that would have been another one trigger.
Oh, come on now.
Dang.
That's only what, 2? That's 2 of them.
2-0. If it's any consolation, I did the same thing with Zane, and I actually was wrong at the end of it. But
I mean, we'll find out. I mean, to be fair, Matt did have to kind of tank on it for a bit,
Yeah.
playing Talion that early, right?
Right.
So
yeah, all in good fun. So we have an Underground River. Shout out for the original art Underground River. Super hot. I love that art.
are we doing anything cool with it?
We're triggering. Oh no, Lotho is gone. What am I thinking? We're triggering Smothering Tithe with our draw for turn. Hitting a rock side in the air.
The swang of the Italian.
The swing. And we're passing.
Okay.
I
mean,
have to imagine he's paying for fish here.
I mean, this seems like a fair turn to do it if you don't have a way to just pop off, and I don't think we have enough mana or anything to really do too much yet.
He bled his hand a bit. I see a City of Traders in his hand and an Underworld Breach.
Sure.
Something to be mindful of.
Yeah, I mean, be interesting if anything could happen this turn, but that is potential, right? That
I don't think he has it by any means, but it is something to be conscious of.
yeah.
All right.
Maybe a little conversation happening here. Because otherwise, it seems like just a lot of tanking to.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be thinking, but there very well could be talk happening.
One person's thinking is another person's tanking, and I think what he's tanking on now
Is to pay or not pay.
he had a Vamp Tutor in hand that I saw he bled a little bit. So I'm wondering if he was thinking of vamping or also paying for the Remora.
Yeah, well, I guess you have to do math, right? If you have most of what you need, but can only do like one thing or the other, maybe you don't need to naturally try to draw anymore.
True.
Maybe you just need to cast your spells.
My favorite thing in the world.
I mean, it's a good start to winning the game. Okay.
Let's see.
A little row.
Okay, we are
Row,
exiling
row.
Simian Spirit Guide for a
To
spring leaf
get
drum.
the spring leaf voucher.
We can make a lot of mana. We have access to 4 mana now.
Is that
Is that a treasure cruise?
Is that a tithe? Yeah, it was Ori tithe.
Ristic study. Yeah, we do need to tap down the rug.
Well, it makes way more sense, especially if you don't have anything else to do, then fine. You don't pay for a fish because you have another fish.
Yeah, very well said.
Essentially.
Yep. I agree with you, Eddie. I think Ori is really, really well positioned. I don't want to say definitively that they're in the driver's seat, but we're on top of the Ristic study.
Yep.
Oh, wait, I missed the spring leaf drum. It's 3 now. It would have triggered it 3 times. Oops.
Okay. Does anyone have a response? I feel like yes, right? Okay, sure.
Fierce guardianship.
I mean, this table's full of blue players. It's
True.
just this is kind of probably one of those you have to jam when you are maybe ahead on cards before they draw half their decks, and then definitely have it.
I
Pick
completely
your
agree.
windows.
Yeah, you're forcing them to use their interaction reactively rather than proactively.
Yeah.
Um,
Better to stop you than protect their own stuff sometimes.
Yep.
If-
Oh,
And then sure, a fierce fight.
fierce fight. Lots of guardianship happening
Yeah.
right Yeah, no, that's a clean Adnos on top of a Ristic Study.
This opens up some conversation to the other players at the table as to do you have anything? Do you want to contribute?
Do you?
Who wants to contribute to somebody not winning right now?
Yeah. And that's the hard part too. I mean, it's a rock in a hard place. Ristic Study can theoretically draw more cards over the course of the game, but Adnos is so potent, especially when Ori is going to be in tapping with a couple extra treasures and a bunch of mana.
Oh, and then we got the forest pitching card I can't see.
Chain of Vapor.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
I have to presume that's just going straight onto the Adnos.
Yeah, I think that's where you have to start, right? And yeah, funny enough, Ori does seem to have drawn quite a hand off that Twister that was not his own.
Yeah.
But that's a risk of playing a card like that, right? Is that sometimes you just give somebody the bee's knees of a hand and it's your fault.
Looks like it did get countered. Also, shout out Tad. Thank you for joining, Tad. Big fan of yours. Thank you for being here.
Whoa, I was
our
like, where's that
grip.
dice? There we go.
We are...
Also, the funny part of conversations is sometimes people just start getting domed by their own crypt super hard when they haven't done enough in their turn. You're like, all right, well, I'm down to 3 life. Oh, Matt said, nope, you're at 32. Math is hard, folks.
Yeah.
Also, I mean,
Excuse me.
Shelby's still not having like really any lands. There you go. There you go. Volk to save the day.
Yeah, he Wooded Foothills for the Volk.
Oh, there. Okay, sure. Oh, I missed him playing it to fetch. Okay.
I think that's why Matt did the one.
Oh, sure.
He's like, no. Every life point matters.
That's funny. Where my mic is like kind of slow, like just cutting off his decks very specifically. So I just didn't see him grab it to fetch.
That. I thought his first name. No, my first name's Lauren.
I thought you mean it's not dog.
Not dog.
Dog.
Imp Seal. Okay.
Hmm.
Wonder how we're going to crack this. Oh, that's another.
Oh no!
We're 4-0
This
right
is
now.
all hindsight. This is all hindsight.
I'm telling you, I think one's the correct answer.
Maybe one is only reasonable if you have played Talion on turn 1 specifically.
Maybe.
Maybe you just name the number of the turn. It's on 2, you put it on 2. It's on 1, you do it on 1.
We're Cabal ritualing in response to an Imperial Seal.
I feel like you would like to make that not happen. Hey, this is the first opposition agent that has been cast on camera all day.
Poor Shelby.
We've literally not had a single op agent all day.
Poor Shelby.
Shelby was like, "Oh, okay."
Your turn 1 Mystic Reward just got blown out.
Yeah,
Your
Shelby-
Imp Seal's getting blown
Shelby
out.
does seem to be getting the brunt of the hard plays here.
Now do you just counter your Imp Seal? Born upon a wind.
Okay. An answer this time.
Okay. Oh, wait, that's a 2.
Hey,
We're 4 to 1. We're 4 to 1. What could we be borning for?
this is a okay. Well, you did this. This is a 2. I'm gonna draw here.
6 treasure.
Oh boy,
Wow.
that's a couple.
It's more than 5.
Yeah,
Less than 7.
these are all accurate things you're saying.
You came here for hot takes. We're giving you hot takes.
Strong commentary.
Isn't it 5 to 1? The Rog side from Zen. Oh, you're so right. It is 5 to 1.
No.
Shout out to a fan of rice. Thank you so much. You are so
Stop
correct.
helping.
Thank you. Wow.
How dare you pay attention
Thank
to the
you.
game?
Yeah, I agree. I think Ori is really well positioned.
Yeah,
Curious if the
even
card
with all
position-
this happening, I feel like Ori's just kind of sitting in the back going, yep,
I will continue to make
yeah,
sure.
yeah, you guys, sure, yep, you guys fight over that.
Yeah, feels real good. So we are borning, waiting for this to resolve.
Yeah, possibly resolving. I think there's some conversation happening right now. But
Resolving.
yeah, it does look like it's resolved.
What could we have? Unless that was just a desperation. Oh,
No, okay, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
all right, Shelby.
It's so much more mana
Go off, King.
for activities.
Oh, he's getting the M seal.
Hey,
What?
why are you taking my card?
What are we doing there?
I was like, wait, did I miss something?
Okay. So it looks like the imp seal is resolving.
Oh,
Not sure why Peter grabbed
yeah.
Shelby's deck.
I assume there's some sort of conversation that we are not aware of here yet.
Very fair. Flashing in the Mox Amber is extremely interesting to me.
I mean, it does represent something. We just don't know what.
A tutor and oh, they're rebuilding the stack. Okay, we have an Imperial Skill opposition agent, and now I'm wondering if we're demonic tutoring in response somehow. Some sort. Oh no, we can't. We don't have the mana. Oh yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Yeah, because you have Paradox in yeah. Which might make sense as to why this is a mod specifically, but Judge Call. Oh, okay. There might be a question as to what has resolved, what hasn't. Is there what's still on the stack, kind of thing. Almost impossible for us to say without actually hearing them talking. So we're just gonna chill.
The confusing part to me is just what they're grabbing off of Shelby's deck. They keep reaching for the top of it. Very, very confused about that.
Yeah, because I don't think he never got a chance to like put anything on top. Like, there's no known information there, right? So, yeah, I guess we'll find out. We'll find out, friends. We'll all find out together. In the meanwhile, did you know that you can just buy this super cool playmat that they're playing on right now?
Can you?
Oh, absolutely.
Surely it's $50,
Hey,
$60.
Oh, I believe it's less than 40.
It's 30.
30?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a steal.
I saw someone buy one. I was like, yo, those are only $30.
That's crazy.
Beautiful art by Gold Sabertooth, Tim Toronto. Big fan of Tim. Tim is kind of the resident cEDH artist. Does this very cool, almost like Keith Haring-esque graffiti style art.
Yeah, absolutely a flex to be able to draw and then play on your own playmat there
Yeah.
if you want.
And he's a good player too.
Yeah. But super solid, and you can pick him up in the TCS Rockets shop now. But it looks like the judge call may have completed here. Okay, so it looks like that all resolved to the point where he got the Mox, and then is that a Jessica?
Jessica's will in response.
Okay. He's like,
Okay.
I'm making mana, doing the things,
Yeah.
controlling a commander. These are all things that are happening.
All relevant actions. I like that Shelby's not scared of that Oppo.
Yeah, you tell him, Shelby. So not today.
I'm curious.
Not on my watch.
I want to know cards in hand on Ori's board. He's quietly
Probably
making
whatever he
this
needs to
treasure.
win.
Yeah.
given that it seemed like his hand was super stacked off of a twister that he didn't even have a choice over. Like,
Oh.
is that a spirit guide? Was that a
Simeon Spirit Guide, Wheel of Fortune, Grim Monolith.
Those are some cards.
And we have
Those are some cards.
we have 10 red mana.
Those
Those are representing X5.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I was like, that makes sense. Right, because then you're just like, I'll put one back and a couple. Okay, sure.
So we can Grim Monolith pretty comfortably pay for that Ristic Study and Wheel and have a 2/2 for 3 at the end of it.
These, okay, we're tapping.
Floating 3 color. Yeah, we're casting the wheel and we're still on the Born Upon a Wind.
You're probably just verbalizing and only grabbing the tokens for like the leftovers here, which makes it slightly confusing for us, but we'll try to pay attention.
Oh, we do have a Grim Monolith that does trigger the Talion.
Oh,
We're 5-2 right now, Michelle.
Oh, we're doing.
This is also a crazy wheel. You are going to wheel into a Smothering Tithe.
Yeah, buddy.
I like it.
No fear on this corner of the table.
You can't play with fear.
Yeah.
Matt Sperling actually did an incredible article about playing Magic with the fear, as he refers to it. Shout out Matt Sperling, playing Talion right here. I don't know where you can find that article, but if you look at Matt Sperling, the fear, it's an incredible article of how to not play scared. You play informed, but don't play scared.
I feel like it would help my mental health if these mana tokens moved off of the cards, but but you know, make your plays how you need to.
We are enlightened tutoring in response to the Wheel of Fortune. Oh, that's a 1.
Ah, dang it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear you in my 6-2 lead, Michelle. I'm sorry. That is a Tim
Getting
Nook
ratioed here.
signed Wheel of Fortune, by the way.
That is so
Thumber
funny.
Chowd Pilot, Wheel of Misfortune.
Okay.
Oh.
So I guess we just heard that the judge call was that he wristed and then drew off of Shelby's deck. So when we saw him reaching for cards, because he drew off the wrong deck
That's
by accident.
so funny.
If we are hearing appropriately, that's unfortunate. I mean, the decks are very close together, so you know, you just kind of space out, grab the wrong card, I guess.
Oh my! I've never seen that happen.
You know what's funny is I have.
Oh really?
But it tends to be when two people are, you know, you're playing 1v1, you have the same deck sleeves or something like that. I've seen somebody accidentally give the wrong deck back after like shuffling like at the start, right?
Wow.
You both have like matte black sleeves. You hand it over. You go to draw and go, Judge, this is not my deck.
That's so funny.
I've seen it happen. I don't think it's a hard fix. It's just hilarious.
Yeah, that's hilarious. I love that. Oh, so we had a Dark Ritual into Culling the Week. 2 number 1 spells.
I was really
triggering.
hoping you wouldn't notice this.
So we're into 2 now, Michelle. Crazy how this continues to be
Look,
a fight
it's
I
not
have
my
with people.
Italian, okay?
Well, if it was your Italian, you would have drawn 2 cards. I would have drawn 8.
Okay, sure. No, because you would have thought about it and you'd been like, you know what, I should name 2. After previously it would have been a good number.
I think 1. I'm willing to, at me, please. I'm willing to fight about it. I think 1's just better.
Like I said, I think if you stick to just whatever turn you cast Italian, just pick that number, that's probably the right
What if
answer.
it's like turn 8?
Then you've lost the game because you're casting Italian on turn.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
I'm talking about reasonable turns, okay? Not magical fantasy.
We have a Born Upon the Wind.
Man, how much of this is still on the stack?
We have
A significant amount, I feel like.
Imperial Seal, Opposition Agent, Wheel of Misfortune, Wheel of Fortune,
Mm-hmm.
and oh wait, I have to add your 2.
Yeah,
now a Born Upon the Wind.
don't forget my numbers, please.
8 to 3.
Yeah, this opposition agent is still just chilling, I believe, right? Like, I'm not 100% sure that it's even in play. Because so many things have happened on
Yeah.
this deck.
This is a crazy game. So right now, if
Here's an Adnaz for fun. You know, why not?
Oh, Adnan's not okay. In response to a
Help.
So here's the stack currently.
Mm-hmm.
At the bottom, we have Imperial Seal,
Mm-hmm.
Opposition Agent,
Yep.
Wheel of Fortune,
Okay.
Born Upon a Wind,
Mm-hmm.
Ad Nauseam.
That sounds accurate.
With many things resolved between those spells.
Or you just put a breach on top.
Yeah, he Enlightened Tutored for the Breach, and cast the Born Upon a Wind.
Thank you, players, for making this slightly more cognizant here.
The Born Upon a Wind will crack that top deck tutor and allow him to flash in the Underworld Breach and win on Shelby's turn.
Which is insane.
He'll also be being fed by Shelby's Wheel of Fortune.
Does Ori just have like the most crazy stacked hand like in the world over here to kind of pop off?
Seems good. Born Upon a Wind is a hit card. I love that card quite a bit.
We've seen. I mean, I knew with all blue player, blue X decks, right? Like there's going to be interaction,
Mm-hmm.
but like what significant interaction for just this one turn? Meanwhile, Shelby's just trying to cast spells.
These complicated stacks though, or draw me as a cEDH player. This is like what I love to see.
This is what you live for.
This is what I live for. I'm
Sure.
like, oh, and now we have another Born Upon a Wind. But I'm
Nah.
like, this is
Zen, please.
Peter, don't do it. But like, this is what gets me excited.
Mm-hmm.
This is what draws me to the game. I love seeing complicated plays like this. I really just enjoy gameplay like this.
Oh, this is the Adnauts, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Adnauts is resolving.
Necro for 30 into Born goes crazy. Very true.
Is this a possible stopping point already? Thinking about it.
There's no.
I mean, it kind of depends on what's in his hand, right? He does have quite a few cards in hand.
He might be scared
but no,
of
it
the
looks-
wheel resolving.
It looks like he's still moving. I mean, he's got a decent amount of life to play with here,
Mhm.
but not forever. Okay. It is like almost impossible for me to read some of these cards upside down.
I got you. We have Born Upon a Wind, Vampiric Tutor, Brain Freeze, Cabal Ritual,
Mhm.
Grim Tutor, Verdant
Like turning my head.
Gemstone Gemstone
Pyro.
Gemstone Caverns, Diabolic Intent, Talisman of Indulgence, Pyroblast, Gamble, the One Ring.
Okay. That could be a stopping point.
This is the terrible part about like I play like an okay amount of webcam like cEDH, and you just like know, okay, that blurry photo is that card.
Especially when like there's just so many different arts for certain cards, and like proxies are legal for this event, like all the kind of things that are just, you know, like I'm not 100% sure what that card is. He was looking at his hand, and definitely seems like this could be the spot to just make use of these.
I'm curious what he has in his hand that would make this worth it. And I know we're gonna find out, and I'm excited.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, show us what you got.
Show me your moves.
Show me moves.
Okay, Born Upon a Wind looks like it's resolving.
Politics.
Politics are in progress. A lot of 1 CMCs in there. I know. Dockside, Chain of Vapor.
I suggest he doesn't cast any of those cards.
Just the 2 drops. Just the 2
Just
drops.
the 2 drops. Look, I need you to pump up my numbers. Rookie numbers.
All right, who in chat? Who thinks Talion should be at 2? Who thinks Talion should have been at 1? Who in chat? I want to hear your thoughts.
Look, I still think it's supposed to be at 2. I feel like that still is the more relevant number.
Who's the true 1 Talion
Being
believer?
result biased here on this one. Win a couple more. What, hit Pact and 2 land? I think.
Yep.
So maybe the Pact's in it.
Tad says it should have been on a 7. I would put it on 7 so everyone knows my deck's power level.
It should be on 7. Oof.
Someone plays a Thorn Elemental.
Got him.
Trigger.
Got him.
Yep.
I would be triggered. That's for sure.
I love that card. That's actually my favorite card.
Are you serious?
Thorn Elemental 7th edition foil is the card that got me into Magic the Gathering.
Wow. You read that card and you're like, oh, no looking back.
It was the art.
Oh, was
like,
it?
This card
Oh,
is sick.
you
And
didn't even care what it did.
It was the ability. I was like,
That's
I can
funny.
attack and I get through no matter what.
You're like, I cannot be stopped.
Oh yeah, casting Dockside triggers Talion on 1. That we'll call that a wash
Yeah.
if it happens.
it's one to both sides.
Should have been left in the trade binder. Which card, Hal?
What, Thorn Elemental?
Yeah, if you have Thorn Elementals in your trade binder, trade them to me.
Yeah, like that's the super sick tech.
Oh, Soul Ring triggers
still going,
Talion at
okay.
1. Okay, Snap triggers stupid.
I imagine there's some conversation happening every so often here.
I just don't know
He
what
doesn't have
mana
that much
he
life
has.
left, so I mean, is he down to 9 already? Jeez.
I'm curious what mana he has that gets him through this.
Yeah, because I'm not. This is not his turn, so there's only so many ways to make anything happen here, right?
Oh, Hal says Talion should have been left in the trade binder. I don't know. I think
Oh.
Matt's doing well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an interesting scenario. I mean, obviously Matt's done well enough to be in top 16, so you know.
And the Pro Tour.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. If we're not counting regular constructed events.
Something I want to point out too with that Underworld Breach, if it does resolve from Ori, we are in the end step, so he'll have an Underworld Breach active his entire turn once he untaps.
Which is it's a lot. It's a while.
Pretty good.
It's pretty good. I imagine he can win with it.
I would hope so. I would hope so. At this point, Zen is dead to Talion triggers.
Which is so funny. We're just sitting here in Shelby's turn while he's just popping off with this ad nause up here still for possible value.
Mm-hmm. And we're still waiting for Ori's Born Upon
Yeah.
a Wind to resolve.
It's mostly man, if nothing, if Shelby can't win, it certainly seems like Ori's gonna have a good shot.
Peter could also just say, all right, someone just top forward.
Yeah, it does sound like a pod just found a winner out there.
They said top 4, baby, and I don't know why babies are playing today.
They were earlier, but just for the Pokemon
Oh,
pre-release.
that's true, yeah. Honestly, it's crazy. The Pokemon pre-release, so we had a cEDH event here at TC's Rockets today in the Pokemon pre-release. The Pokemon pre-release had more judge calls. It was more cutthroat than this 3K
Oh
tournament.
yeah, they're
Those
they're
kids are
aggressive.
ruthless.
They're aggressive with that.
The one jumped me in the bathroom. They took my lunch money.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, it was brutal.
I hope you reported it.
No, I'm not going to report a kid.
Oh well, you just did now.
Oh, shoot. He did it with such confidence. Like, I just had to give him my wallet.
Which is funny to be so cutthroat because their pre-release doesn't matter if they win; they just play and get 3 packs at the end anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It
Why are
doesn't-
they so mean to me?
Looking through the stack here, making mention of some notables, right? Like Brain Freeze being in the yard, and some other things, right?
Huge
Uh,
spells.
Definitely a lot of strong guards in there. What?
Okay,
Or not in the just in, just in the ad nos pile. But what you gonna do with all of this stuff?
so while we're working through this, I would like to add Pod 4 did win. We have
Okay.
a winner. Mason Lynch is our first person in top 4.
All right.
So congrats to Mason Lynch.
Which I don't think we've had Mason on
No.
camera yet, huh? So
Kind of snuck in then. But congratulations, Mason Lynch.
which means that Mason's guaranteed one of these super sick Fishbowl 3 playmats.
To scale.
In addition to some ridiculous amount of gold level points and some amount of money.
Yeah, a couple $100 in his pocket.
But really, it's the playmat you're playing for.
Oh, I'll play for a playmat.
Yeah.
All right, we are waiting for the Born Upon a Wind to resolve.
Yeah, I feel like we're still in 10 minutes ago
Yeah.
when the stack started.
That ad nos had very little implications other than there's a pact of negation if Peter's like, I'm just done.
I would just like you just all at home to see half of my deck. All right, continue. I mean, there's obvious conversation that we have no idea about. So, somebody's talking through some lines here. Maybe somebody's trying to stop somebody. Everybody's probably pointing at Oregon. Look at this breach on top of the deck. Who can do something about this? Meanwhile, Shelby's just sitting in their turn.
Mhm.
All this mana floating, just hanging out.
Oh, he's so right. I'm sorry. We are in main phase. That breach will go away at end step. I thought we were at end step for some reason, but we did.
Oh yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
we're still here.
Got
we're,
lost in the thoughts a little bit. You're
We're-
so right.
we're still here.
Got lost in the sauce.
How much time of our lives just here? It feels like all of it. But I mean, considering this is untimed, this is kind of just coming down to them conversing and resolving in hopefully an appropriate amount of time.
Totally.
Like, there's nothing wrong with discussion lines, provided, like I said earlier, they don't become the same line of discussion over and over and over.
Yep.
But I mean, all strong players here. Everybody wants to win. These are all true facts. So
Yeah.
it's just trying to make your argument for yourself, and that's a hard thing to do when everyone else wants that same spot.
I think Matt is explaining that they cannot let that Born Upon a Wind resolve.
Yeah.
Oh, Vamp Tutor. Trigger.
Hey, oh.
Trigger one.
I'm also triggered.
So we're 9 to 3.
Down to 7, though. I mean, not a lot of life left to play with here.
No.
A bolt and a dream away just from like dying. it's
Aren't we
a
all?
nothing, right? So it's losing some amount of life to play with here.
Michelle, what's the mana value of Lightning Bolt?
I wouldn't know.
2. We should make lightning.
Lightning strike.
Lightning strikes to trigger tally it.
Clearly the better card.
Yeah, obviously you can't get mental misstep.
Yeah. See, the lines play themselves.
Yeah. Checkmate. All right. Priority.
Strong hand gestures. So I think we're resolving some things here.
And I think Matt is correct in being like, this Born Upon a Wind will kill us.
Yeah. Hard to say. Definitely.
I'm pretty terrified of that resolving. You just flash in the breach in response to the wheel. Pretty dang good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Keep spinning up the treasure. You have a lot of treasure.
Look at how much mana this man has.
And you're going to make 21 treasure.
Billionaires would be jealous of this much treasure. A dragon would be jealous of this much treasure.
I got rich off of this one trig. It's about 3 times. Yeah, this top 16. We do not have a time limit in top 16.
Yeah, we just we ask that everybody play efficiently.
Yep.
And-
Fishbowlently.
No.
Sorry, was that
I'm already losing one race. I can't let you have more.
was that not to scale? I feel guilty about it. I guess you're not a fan of these jokes.
I was like, I can feel you have one more in the tank.
I have two no more.
Oh wait, is that a bowmaster?
All right. That's,
Okay, he
wait,
might
that's a
just
wa-
die to a bowmaster.
that's a watch. That's a 1 and a 2.
It should count double for me.
What? No, no,
Just 'cause
no,
that's
no,
the-
no, no, no.
Politics in progress. I would like that to count as 2.
That's actually a good band name too. Politics in
Politics in
Progress.
progress.
Anyone wants to do a Magic the Gathering themed cover band? Politics in Progress. I'm taking auditions now. Do I have musical talent? Kind of, but like,
Oh, a subtlety.
whoa,
Oh, that's
out of nowhere.
What did he pitch to it? It was a stern.
A stern
scolding?
scolding being pitched to a subtlety.
Okay. Okay.
Likely putting. I don't know if you're putting the Bowmasters back on. No, there's no way it's the Bowie. There's no way it's the Bowie. Subtlety puts a spell back on top, not a. Or is
Well,
it just a creature.
it's a creature planeswalker, but it's the player's choice whether they put it on top or bottom.
Okay. Got it.
So he still chose to put it on top, which is reasonable.
Yep. 100%. So notably, we can just grab that again, right? Because we could.
Yeah, I was gonna say interesting
reach.
if he just has a way to just pop it off again. He still has plenty of treasure here.
It does force Ori to use more treasure and to trigger Talion twice because you can breach and then you get Born Upon a Wind to grab the Orcish Bowmasters.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay, we're 9-4.
This is still all just happening with this is man, these turn or this turn that has been dissolved into everyone using Shelby's turn for their own personal profit here.
Our turn.
Yeah.
This is a very exciting.
I just keep looking at these little mana tokens just waiting to do some like we're still
Please
floating.
let me wheel.
We're still floating here.
Please, I need to wheel, please.
Like not even this is just raw mana just hanging out.
Oh.
Packed and engaged. Why do you all have so many cards? Well, I mean, we already knew Zendrew, like 50 million cards there.
Packed with no ability to pay for it.
That is a
Why?
strong choice, I suppose.
I suppose. Oh, the wheel could maybe find him mana somehow. But
Mm,
you've used your dark.
that we would
Ritual.
still get to his turn before he has to pay in his upkeep.
Yeah, we have a Fimmage. Maybe entering as Italian.
Does he have an Angel's Grace or like some way to not lose? I mean, he definitely didn't hit one off of Adnaz because we would have saw it.
Right.
So I mean, he has cards in hand, but I don't know.
Oh, we're 9-5 now, by the way, with the Fimmage. That's a
Hmm.
2.
I don't know. That sounds like fake news.
You heard it here first, folks.
I'm glad that Matt tossed that Stern Skull. It's just one more one drop gone, exiled.
He did it for you.
Thanks, Matt.
I'm wondering if Zen did the pact, not thinking it was gonna resolve.
That would be a bold choice, or a like. I want this person to have a better shot. maybe I can scrape something. I mean, I just feel like you have to have a way to win, right?
He has Born Upon a Wind from his reveal, so in response to his pact trigger, he can Born.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of spicy.
You could. That would be the one that gets countered.
Yeah. Yeah. So Fimmage on the stack. That one's signed by Nils Hom. I like Nils Hom as an artist. They post a lot of cool stuff on Instagram.
Yeah, definitely a lot of
Little-
interesting artwork.
Froggy little frog freak things.
Oh, there's so many cards in the stack still.
Yo, did we miss our Crom triggers, by the way?
No, or he wouldn't have been missing, I don't think, right? I mean,
I hope not. Okay, we've calmed down a little bit. That Fimmage is less scary, I think, than the that Fimmage is less scary than that Born or that Breach. He's still under a Born though.
yeah. I'm super curious what they could be talking about, right? With this much stuff on the stack, like, there's just so much happening, and we're lacking critical political information.
Maybe they're talking about their dinner plans, like what they want to do after this. Like,
How are you spending your top 16 money?
yeah, do you want to share and like we can go on like a
Yeah.
vacation together? That might be nice. If they're, I like to think that they're just being sweet to each other.
See, somebody did say Ori did draw. I believe in Ori.
Okay, thank you very much for checking that, y'all. There's a
Yeah.
lot going on.
Yeah, I
in
was
this
like,
game.
we're trying to keep an eye on everything, but it is slightly difficult.
Thank you, beautiful chat viewers. Really appreciate you.
So yeah, definitely some just motions towards the stack. We don't know.
The reality I want to live in is they're dead silent,
Just
and
keep
it's all
pointing.
interpretive.
The Spider-Man meme, everyone's just
Yeah.
pointing at each other. You're all the problem here.
Gonna check to see. Okay, we have a pod 1 also has a confirmed winner, Sebastian Frias.
Oh, look at us with the we picked the right pod to throw up if everybody else finishing
We
early, but that's
did.
good. That's good.
Matt Box, notably, who went 3-0-2, tastes defeat in top 16. So crazy storyline to have followed that. Went undefeated up until top 16, loses
Wow.
in top 16.
I mean, sometimes it catches up to you.
Force of Will pitching a swan song.
We see Steven noted Matt said he would protect Zen if he counters Wheel. That apparently was one of the offers made here.
Wow. Okay.
Whether he took the offer, I guess we'll
Maybe a stifle effect
Mm.
to like, hit the trigger. Okay. Wheel got countered. And Talion's result. Wow, they forced the wheel
Okay.
to stop Ori. Okay, wow. I was not expecting the stack to go that way. Looks like it did enter as a copy of Talion, with 4 being the number.
Okay. That is a choice.
Wow. And honestly,
Everybody drawing from Shelby's deck here.
yo. That's funny.
Oh, Shelby.
So we have half of our top 4 locked in. I think this one card, Matt could also be bluffing. Matt can go, yeah, I'll make sure that pack's not an issue.
That would be brutality.
And just goes and wins.
I mean, he doesn't strike me as the type to make a deal he wouldn't keep, but
I mean, he's keeping the deal.
yeah.
I'm
I-
stopping that pack from getting you.
That's-
I'm winning the game.
Yeah, that is one of those technically accurate scenarios.
Yeah. Zen also dies to attack, so he could just kill Zen and be like, look, I stopped you from dying to from back.
Yeah, I mean, Zen dies to like a bowmaster's almost at this point.
Zen dies to like a draft in the air.
Yeah, a strong breeze.
Okay, Deadly Relic face up. Notably, you don't need to have that. Okay, we're just using it. Got it.
Sure. Well, yeah, it was like this is just happening.
So 4, and that triggers.
Mana.
Ooh,
Oh.
that's how he's getting the Bowmasters. Shelby's using his mana now. What do we got, Shelbs?
Like, I would like to. I'd probably cast this Bowmasters. If he ends up drawing more cards in some way, I mean, Zen's dead. If there was
Yeah.
a wheel effect, the Bowmasters, Zen would just die.
Yep.
So
we have a Fimage trigger from the cast, just targeting. Oh, what a stack. Yep, Fimage is gone.
Yep. Murdered. Maybe.
Rollicked.
Hello? Maybe not. He put in the art and then, or it seemed to motion like it was dying and then did not.
Orcish Bowmasters, that's a wash for both of us.
Yep, sure. Definitely should count double. It's been cast twice.
Okay, so we each get one?
I believe I get 2.
Oh, no. I'm not. These are. No. I'm not gonna be robbed.
Look, I'm testing my political skills.
I mean, I like the guts though behind it. That
Get a little orc guy. Okay.
just little,
Okay.
little guys.
Just a little guy. Nothing to worry
That
about.
image should be gone.
Yeah, I think he was just doing a response for whatever reason and then moving on.
All right, we are untapping. Wow.
Was that? Oh, okay. All right. Well, here's the test, right?
I hope Shelby had fun that everyone got to do stuff on his turn.
Yeah. Like, what a turn. What a turn.
Yeah. I hope he liked it. He's like, we're all here together, guys. Just friends. Just a bunch of pals casting spells together.
All right, Ori, what you got? I mean, Ori has like lethal for Zen, right? Just
Yeah.
swing, and death, right?
We might see him rip the Savine's rack.
Hmm.
Who knows?
Let's see where we start.
Yeah, the momentum has completely shifted now. We have a land. We could possibly do Timna. You can comfortably hit Shelby and kill Zen.
Hmm.
But maybe you don't use resources on killing Zen because they have a pack trigger that they have to fight through.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of what does Ori have to do this turn? If Ori can just win, then
Casting a Timna.
then killing Zen doesn't matter.
Right.
But taking a player with interaction out of the way could also be relevant.
Very true. Very, very true.
Like his hand is stacked.
Yeah.
Like his hand is significant, right?
Did we
Because of
see
the
a
ad nos?
Born on the Nas?
No, because he cast it, right? Or wasn't there one that ended up in his yard? Not. Maybe we did. No, maybe we did see it off the
I
Adnos.
think we did.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, I think it wasn't the yard. It was the Adnos. It was the first card, and you thought he was casting, and I was like, no, that's just the Adnos resolving. That's what it was.
Okay, so he has a known Born, so he can react. Yeah. Okay.
So there you go. That could very well be a reason to kill Zen first.
Yep. Great point. Very good point. All right, we are attacking. Okay, we're spreading the attacks
Oh, okay.
to get the maximum amount of Timna draws. So Ori's gonna be drawing 3 cards from that attack, presumably. Oh, Timna is points for you.
Hey.
Shoot.
Get
9-6. My favorite though.
got.
Skillish. All right.
So if he spread out, did he decide not to take Zen out of the
Did
game?
not kill Zen.
It's an interesting choice then, because of known interaction, right?
Known interaction, known Born, but this
Mhm.
is when the stacks get slogged like that. Sometimes you miss that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, maybe forgot. Maybe just not worried about it. I don't know. I feel like if there's potential to take someone's interaction out of the game, I would probably do it.
Yeah.
But maybe other things were said.
And to not have to think about a Ristic study.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are all things. But the Ristic study doesn't matter with the Bowmaster. You're like, yeah,
True.
please draw a card.
Very good
Please.
point. And maybe that's why he didn't.
I feel like I would still just put him to one ping where you want to draw, you draw one card, you're dead. I don't know. If he made some kind of argument for like, if you let me live this turn, I'll protect all of you. I won't let anything resolve. Like, I don't
I'm
know.
Papa Matt Sperling. I will protect you.
So there could be some level of discussion, deals made that we're just not sure about.
Exotic Orchard. I mean, he could just rip the Thorkel right now, though.
There's so many treasures. Like he has plenty of mana.
Yeah, mana's not a concern. Has a couple cards in hand. I want to know what you got up your sleeve, Mr. Sperling. Thank you to everyone watching, by the way. It's a treat to have you.
Oh yeah. Happy to have you all.
We are dismembering. What the heck are we dismembering? And feeding the Ristic study, presumably. We hitting Timna?
Seems like a strong play. Did he just point to the Ristic? Point to the Bowmaster.
Yeah. Or are we hitting Bowie? Could be hitting Bowie pretty reasonably. We are in the discussion phase. Okay. Dismember's hitting Bowie. Orcish Bowie. And we're dropping a Mystic Remora. Okay.
Okay.
I was about to put a 1, but
I was like, everybody was getting into dangerous Bowmaster territory, but
yeah,
no more Bowmasters.
makes sense to get rid of it.
Yeah, it's too strong.
Yep. We triggered the Crom on the way out as well, but not a huge concern. 1 blue mana open from Matt. I am curious if he's going to be of his word. Oh,
Hmm.
we are going to red elemental blast. A 1 mana spell. Okay.
You just can't miss. Can't miss it.
Mental misstep. Countering the red elemental blast.
Hmm.
All right. Meanwhile, Zen's just
Yeah.
drawing cards.
Yeah, I mean,
like-
now it's safe.
Yeah.
Your path is clear. Still curious how Zen's gonna live through his own pact. But...
Yeah. Just simply forget the trigger.
I mean, interesting. Like he didn't. It's not sitting on top. And there's no dice. There's like no reminder here, right?
I think we're gonna see the Born. It's hard because you can't play lands through the Born, so you're gonna miss your land drop.
Yeah.
You can't recast your Rog to make mana for Springleaf Drum because Rog costs 2 because you Culling Luiked it.
Mm-hmm.
Mox Diamond trigger risk study.
So many cards, John. So many.
As Ori's just quietly making treasure. Again, very patient play from Ori.
Yeah.
He's been stopped at every possible opportunity to be stopped. And he's just going. We pitched a Gemstone Caverns to the Mox Diamond. What are we casting? Arcane Signet. Okay, developing our mana now. Ristic Study is just going to go burr, keep drawing. Mox Opal. Ristic Study trigger. Curious how this pact is stopped. Matt doesn't seem like the guy to like bluff that he has it or something to
Yeah.
help him.
So it's just one of those like, what is going to occur right now?
As Zen has half their deck in his hands.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's just a stack of cards.
Oh, he's
Cast the ring at instant speed.
eyeballing the One Ring, which would give him protection from everything.
Including losing the game.
Yep. That's actually kind of hot.
I just don't know how he would do it.
No, I don't know either. And I think he's realizing he's short on it. A lot of lands. What are we thinking?
I mean, you have to imagine there is something has to have, or like he was not incentivized at all to cast that pact.
Right. I want to know what the bargaining chip was that Sperling
Yeah.
has, or I'll back it up or something, maybe? I don't know. Very curious.
He doesn't have a way to help him like untap a land or something. We already saw that, or you know, a Mox that couldn't even be helpful here.
We might have a line here, actually. He has Mox Opal, Mox Amber. I saw Lion's Eye Diamond. There might be a way to piece this together on the stack.
Okay.
Yeah, Zen does have 1 colorless mana after the Born. I think, yeah, you just have to go for it here. Let's see it happen.
Yeah, I was like, we're all super interested to figure out how he doesn't lose the game here. So
I think he is too.
we'll all be pleasantly surprised if he finds the line.
And that's just gonna feed the Mystic. This is actually best case scenario, I think, for Matt.
But it's interesting, right? Because like, if he didn't have I would think to make a decision to cast the pack when he did, he knows what he needs to
Going
do.
upon the wind. There's all right.
Okay.
We're 10 to
Sure.
7.
Go to 2. If any Bowmaster triggers had resolved on him, he would just be dead.
Yep. Yeah, he can only cast 1 more 2 mana spell. Oh, Red Elemental or Pyroblast, excuse me, on the Born. 7 to 11. Triggering Mystic Remora.
Okay.
Shelby's loving this right now. I think, you know? Like,
Meanwhile, Shelby only has like 1 card left in hand.
sometimes it's all it takes. Who knows? Who knows?
Like, just get the turn back to me.
Yeah. I didn't think I'd make it this far. That's what I'm thinking if I'm Shelby. Shelby's getting ready to untap.
Yeah, like, come on.
Give me.
Like, if Zen was able to, A, not die here, but B, somehow still win the game, it's super impressive. at
Completely
2 life,
agreed.
like literally just insanely.
Without casting another 2-drop.
Yeah. Also by being tags.
Yeah.
If it being 2 mana is like what puts him in a way to not be able to do it.
Hold on. Hold on. Confirmation bias.
Extra points.
I'll give you half a point. If it was that 1, though, I think he for sure is just dead by now, though.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like the Pyroblast does resolve.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, everybody's a little empty-handed outside of Zen, actually. Like,
Yeah.
like just not a whole lot of interaction left.
Then scooping it up. Okay, Zen died to his pack trigger.
Wow.
Shovel.
I would have loved to hear the conversation that led to him casting a confident pact with not enough mana to actually pay for it. So, interesting.
Here's what came of it, though. I'm gonna do an impression of the sound.
Or he had a way to like not die, but it was gonna be something that cost 2, and he would kill himself to do it. Which I would like to know if that's accurate.
I think that to answer your question, I think that pact was cast with the intention of Born Upon a Wind on top of the stack. You drew 1,000,000 cards, and people were playing through your heuristic study, and you are hoping to win on top of it. Silas does trigger at 2, 11 to 8.
I don't know what you mean.
I'm giving you credit. You're correct. Yeah, I don't know at what point Ori just pays for fish.
I mean, probably not yet.
I believe, okay, seeing the phone on the table, I believe we have a bathroom break.
Oh,
Um,
sure. Oh,
yeah,
I was like,
I was also
I
considering.
was like, maybe turn your phone's face down,
Yeah.
just for privacy reasons.
But for those who don't know, in comp REL settings, leaving your phone, especially if you're a feature match game, leaving your phone at the table in the view of the judge shows them that you are not getting or outside information during the
Yeah.
course of the game.
Not messaging a friend that's better at Magic than you, saying, "Look, I'm in stream. What do I do?
How do I get out of this?
Or more relevantly, what cards are in their hands or something like that.
Yep.
You know, there are things you can unfortunately find out in these scenarios.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just good solid play to just leave your phone.
Proper decorum.
Yep.
I have unfortunately I've called judge.
Yeah, you can't watch the stream while in game. No two boxing it here. You can't have both.
I think Tad's a good friend of mine. I think he's joking around a little bit. But yes, Tad. It's kind of concerning considering you're a top deck TO for us. But yes, Tad, you cannot watch the stream while you are in a game.
But what if it's not the game you're playing?
Oh yeah, that's fine. No, it's not. You still can. We still don't have pods 2, or this is pod 3. Pod 2 is not confirmed, so
we still got one playing.
we're in the thick of
This
it.
is not the
folks.
last one, but we do have 2 of the 4 already.
We are in the thick of it. But thank you for everyone who's been watching this content throughout the day. We
Yeah.
are so happy to have cast this tournament with y'all. And provide the best commentary, casting, whatever you want to call it, for the FishBowl 3.
Hey.
And I personally want to thank TC Rockets, thank you Chase and Hire for allowing me the opportunity to cast here. It's been an absolute pleasure. Setup's been awesome. Everyone's been professional. Michelle, it's been awesome casting
we
with
do
you.
our best.
Yeah.
We try.
Yeah, this has been super awesome. It's been an absolute highlight of my my year so far to be down here. So super cool to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you. Hot dog suit or no?
I
Maybe next time.
I
We'll
almost
see if
brought the hat.
Well, I was like, we'll see if the cameras are set up next time.
Yeah, I have this hot dog hat that a friend of mine sent me. He goes, I bought it. He was with his son. He's like, I think it's a kid size.
Sure.
But, he said
As most hot dog hats probably are.
So I was trying to find clothing with a hot dog pattern on it, because kind of up my game from the hot dog suit. Like I want an actual suit pattern. I don't understand why all hot dog pattern clothing is either for dogs or children.
I've absolutely seen the hot dog costumes at Halloween that are like only adult size, or for wiener dogs. There's like no in between there.
I'm not a wiener dog.
Are you sure?
No.
They do make adult ones, was my point. I've just never seen one for a child.
I haven't seen it. I've only seen like
Really?
when I've looked for hot dog clothing, I've only seen it.
I've seen the food ones at Target like every year, and there's always like a burger, a hot dog, like some other ones.
I like that.
I don't know why. I just randomly know they exist.
Do you at least have the FishBowl deck box on you? Tad, I did not buy the FishBowl deck box, and I'm very jealous that you did. Did you see this deck box?
The deck box?
Yeah.
I feel like I missed this one.
I'll show this to you while we're kind of in the interim. Looks like Shelby cast Silas past turn.
Oh, are we actually back in the game? Oh, okay. Well, let's turn our attention to what seems to be a game back in progress.
I'm gonna pull up the FishBowl deck box by Gatherer's Tavern. I think is the who makes this. It's one of the most perfect things I've ever seen.
Is Zen put himself at -69? Oh, that one. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It is really cute. I would just be worried about a fuzzy deck box accruing too much random just like gunk from tables and stuff.
I'm gonna eat Cheetos and touch it.
Oh, that's awful. but that would be my concern over a cute but fuzzy deck box carrying around an expensive deck.
Yeah, 100%. Do not blame me there.
We're just getting a little art at a time.
Yeah.
And in the meanwhile, a little self-expression. That's
Yeah,
fun.
but I lost.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I don't think they actually came back yet. I don't know. Or some people did and some people didn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I only see Matt and I feel like our bottom two players aren't back yet.
Leave that on the stack.
Or wait, what? Why is? Oh no, maybe. Okay.
I think we're back. I think we're back at it. I saw Shelby pick up his phone. I thought I saw.
I was
Ori.
like, I see a pact. What's this pact going? Was something verbalized that I?
Mean bet.
Oh, okay. There we go. I see it.
Yeah.
Look away for 2 seconds, and then everybody came back and started popping off spells.
Mean bet is pretty good right now. Because you can imp seal and then crack it with Born Upon a Wind or a wheel.
Man, this is the second pact cast, but I feel like Matt could pay for his.
Yeah, definitely can. Let's see here. 4 cards in hand. We can draw 2 more this turn. Oh no, we can't.
just swing on you.
Yeah, we can't really get through on Rogsai. They will just block with the 2/2. Losing a life, drawing a card. We have 5 cards in hand. We know Meme Bet is in the graveyard, as is Breach.
Yeah, which
Running out of ways to win.
yeah, straight up damage. Let's go swinging in. I mean, Matt's at 24, Ori's at 18, and
Yep.
Shelby's at 20. So like we're down to just regular constructed life totals at this
Yeah.
point.
Fair magic.
Yeah.
I am wondering
Okay.
if he can Born Upon a Wind in response to his pact tree.
Why do I feel like 20 Born Upon the Winds have been cast in this game?
Paying for Mystic Remora.
Okay, you would imagine he doesn't quite have it then. Otherwise, you just don't pay for it.
Oh, he is thinking about it.
Maybe
1,
does it?
2, 3,
'Cause I
4,
don't think
5.
Matt actually has that many cards in hand, right? And he has to pay for Pact this turn.
Yep.
So if he pays for a Remora, pays for Pact, and just accepts that he probably can't do anything else right now,
hmm
maybe that's all he can do.
I think keeping that engine alive is
Tap a
important.
little different. Make some choices.
Okay, so we paid for the Remora. I'm sorry, we paid for the
Pay for the Pact, pay for the Remora, because that, yeah, right? Okay, okay.
Thank you for the casting compliments. We are doing our best.
Yeah, I mean, this has definitely been one of the more complicated matches.
I love it though.
Which you do kind of assume in top 16 you will start to see some of the crazy stacks, right?
Yep. This pod to me is like Evanescence. It wakes me up inside.
Oh, but it looks like, yeah, I guess he chose not to pay for it.
Yeah,
So
really.
yeah, just that, but still has 2 mana available for what? We don't know.
Have a Takanuma. That Oppo, I think, is doing more work than we realize. If Ori's not casting spells.
Yeah. But interesting, because this leads me to believe that Matt has something he would like to cast, right?
100%.
Because if you have mana available and you don't pay for your fish, then you have something else to do, right? You have to.
OBM? with bated breath.
Maybe.
Let's see it. Let's go. Oh, Gilded Drake.
Okay.
Ooh, Gilded Drake.
I was like, something that doesn't just flash in and kill somebody.
Notably, if you grab the Crom, it'll still be taps. And
How much does that Gilded Drake cost?
it's a 1 blue, 1 colorless.
Oh, is it 2?
Shoot.
You looked at me so confidently. Yeah, 2.
11
what
to
are
9.
you? What are you dumb? 2.
11 to 9. Eating my own words. I'm still
Catching up?
winning. Do you know what you call almost
Like I
winning?
said, I just want to know if Zen could have figured out a line and then couldn't pay for something that cost 2 mana. Because if that would have been the case, I would be overjoyed.
Hold on, I'm gonna Google what almost winning's called. Oh, it's still called losing, Michelle.
My point is he was locked under if he was locked under a 2 mana spell, then naming 2 was incredibly significant.
True. True. Who would have thought? We made it all day. We were doing so well. This is what broke us.
Yeah. Oh,
Grabbing the Tymna.
Yeah, let's say a little switcheroo here.
Okay, I like that.
But I would like to be the Tymna player.
I like that. I'm the Tymna now.
Yeah.
Italian Tymna partner pairing.
But yeah, it looks like that's about all he could do that.
Yep.
I mean, a solid turn, not losing the game and also stealing a command. These are things that you can do.
Pretty decent.
And all right, Shelby, here's your window.
Oh, we're touching mana.
Hey.
Oh, it's gonna be a talisman. It's gonna cost 2, and I'm gonna be pissed.
Living on borrowed time for this crypt.
What are we casting? Please.
Thinking.
Please
Thinking
be a 1 mana
thoughts.
spell.
I mean, we got a 1 fetch in place. 1, 2, 3. I mean, it's a significant amount of mana here to do something with. But is there anything he can do to win right now?
Oh, we
That's
are
the case.
Audawara. What are we channeling?
What?
Tymna? Rimna?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Ruh-roh.
that seems reasonable.
Ruby? That does seem reasonable. Was that an end step? Why did Shelby tap his mana crypt?
That is a good question because this seems like a
Cool.
okay. Sure.
Go off, bestie.
Did he just pass turn? I guess.
Oh, sorry.
This did not look like Shelby moved on with his turn, but I guess he did.
What are we casting? Tymna. Whoa!
Surprise.
So we can get Shelby down to 7. No, I think you spread your attacks here. You do run the risk of getting hit with the Italian. I see 3 mana.
It's him back and a Drake. Ha! Got him.
All right.
The value.
Yeah. Feels good to have now 2 flyers. With
Yeah,
the Tymna.
I mean, you gotta do a little bit here and there, so be it, right?
Yep.
You run out of win cons, you know it's a win con, just going for face.
Seems fine. Shelby touching his cards. Spun around his mana.
Yeah, I'm a little curious what happened with the kind of what seemed to just be a like tap of a cryptid.
Audawara
Sure.
targeting the Drake. Oh, interesting. And Matt's Brewing's like, you want to hit the Tymna? You don't want to hit the Tymna?
Where's this going?
I mean, if you hit the Drake, you force, Matt to have to redeploy it. That makes some sense?
Sure.
Question mark?
Yeah, because it eats part of his turn, right? If he wants to do that, he can.
Also makes it so Shelby doesn't take more damage.
I mean, I'm all about him needing to cast another 2 mana spell. I'm just saying. Thanks, Shelby.
It doesn't count. It doesn't count.
Shelby's helping
Shelby,
my team.
Shelby, we're going to talk about this later. I'm going to check to see if we have any updates on standings here. Let's take a look-see.
It's like, it definitely sounds like a lot of conversing out there still. So
Yeah,
it
Pod
sound-
2 still going strong.
probably similar to this, where it's like a couple different people getting worn down.
Yeah. Agreed. Did Ori has not passed turn yet.
Yeah, or he's still kind of thinking thoughts here.
So whatever we drew might have changed things.
Yeah, because Ori's had plenty of mana. It's just I don't think Ori's had enough things to do with it. Maybe Ori just has more interaction.
Oh, chat's so right. The mana crit paid for Smothering Tithe.
Oh, sure. That's reasonable.
Thank you, chat. Chat's so good to us.
Yeah, it's hard when like people normally point to like the Ristic, but you're not necessarily pointing to like Tithe.
Ugh. This is a game and a half. You are getting what
I
y'all
was like,
paid for.
This is a game.
I like games like this though. There's actual like game actions being taken,
Yeah.
and it's super swingy. Shelby came out of the gates swinging, and Tally in a control deck really staring down some tough matchups here, and keeping everyone in check, keeping everyone honest. Smothering Tithe trigger. Now we're unlocked. We're not under the pact.
Mm-hmm.
If we cast, oh wait, no, the Gilded Drake won't trigger Talion.
Well, no, it's his own 2-drop.
Shwoo. Our count. We are
It
paying.
still counts as a 2-drop.
Whoa! No,
I thought we were
no,
just
no.
counting 1s and 2s.
No, just ones that trigger Talion.
Well, we counted it earlier, and he was the one that cast it.
Oh shit! I need to take it off.
I'm losing now. Come on.
11 to 8.
How am I losing a number? That's just not fair.
If the stenographer looks back on the court records, you'll see I did not perjure myself.
I feel like this is not how we intend to run these numbers.
I've only been I got tricked. I got tricked. My mental has been worn down.
I'm super curious how many cards Matt actually has in hand, because it doesn't seem like many.
We have a Gilded Drake.
Surprise.
Hello.
I would like to take the card with the Paradise Mantle on it now.
Oh.
Which would be interesting. It would be an interesting choice. But yeah, I think taking Timna here is still just fine.
The Rog would still have Summoning Sickness though, or would gain Summoning Sickness from switching controllers.
It shouldn't, right? It never leaves the field, right?
So like Switcheroo, which is like 5 mana exchange control of 2 creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Those creatures gain Summoning Sickness because they have to be under your control for a turn to lose Summoning Sickness. It's like Gilded Drake. If you Gilded Drake like a Crom, it has Summoning Sickness, I believe. I've been wrong before.
Either way, he's definitely not going for that.
It would be Summoning Sickness. Thank you, Ted.
Yeah, in general, that's why I like Act of Treason effects specifically give
Yep.
haste.
I'm gonna add that to my numbers. I think that should give me a +1.
What? I think not. Matt, it's 17 from the Timno draw?
We are Praetor's Grasping. Yeah, I believe Matt needs to lose 1 life. Hopefully they catch it. There we go.
Or maybe not. Taking a look here. Yeah, if he didn't ping himself down, he should.
Should we go let him know?
I was like, Steven might tell him, but
Okay.
what? Zen, why did you lose a life?
Yeah, Steven, I know you're listening.
Yeah.
How are you?
It looks like Matt should have lost a life there. If they don't note it, we'll mention it to the judge in a sec.
Mm-hmm. Praetor's Grasp. Targeting. Looking at yards, see, I think you target Shelby. There's a Underworld Breach and a Mnemonic Betrayal.
It's so hard to think that you're supposed to target Shelby right now, but
After everything the poor boy's been through.
It still seems like Ori's just the scary one, right?
Everything's in yard though. You can't
that's fair.
rip it.
That's just
I think a mean. No, there's no real fast mana. Mean Bet probably doesn't get there. I like the hand gesture.
yeah.
Okay. I am very curious what we're grabbing. I don't think it's something like a breach. That seems
Oh, okay.
insane.
Then yeah, it looks like he pinged down. It's just it was just probably so fast. no one
Thank
noticed.
you.
But yeah, as long as everything's maintained, if it comes down to 1 life point, no matter what, that's an interesting game regardless, right? But
So it looks like Storm is 4. In response to the Praetor's Grasp, a brain freeze targeting himself to deprive the resources.
Okay.
Demonic Consultation, notably,
That looked like a lot of lands.
and a Thorkel.
Wow,
Wow.
it's just everything. Ori, you need just more creatures in play to start swinging with, I guess. I don't know what else could happen here.
Yeah, Thorkel and Consult are now in the yard. If Shelby can rip a meme bet, he might win the game.
Mm,
Wow.
okay.
Smart play by Ori to deprive Matt of resources as well.
Yeah, at this point, I it was like Shelby just had such a ridiculous turn where everybody took it like took the turn as their own. I'm like, I'm kind of rooting for Shelby at this point.
Yeah, Ori's also one Savine's Wreck away.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of lines that while all these scary cards are in yards, anything that can take advantage of that seems
Yeah.
good.
Yep. Yeah, Shelby's one good top deck away, I think, from truly winning the game. I don't know how much control magic is still available to Matt right now.
Yeah, it kind of comes down to what he's just naturally drawn, right? He's had a little time to sit here and accrue a tiny bit more value, but he just doesn't have that many cards.
Tad, I'm inclined to agree with you. I believe Savine's Wreck is in hand as well.
As we should have just guessed, his hand's been pretty stacked all games. So
Let's see. Yeah, we're able to see a lot of the cards.
that he has
Yeah.
access to here, but yeah, you know.
Haven't,
show the camera, man.
haven't
show the people.
seen. Stopped on a Mystical Tutor, so he's thinking on Mystical Tutor, thinking on Snap. Fascinating.
I wonder if it's coming down to if I can't win this turn, I want to make sure that you don't win on your turn scenarios, that kind of thing.
Or he just has enough to cast it twice if the first one gets countered.
Yeah.
Yep, very true.
It's like sit back and just collect the tithe.
Feels good. Yeah, I think that brain freeze was a clutch play, deprive the Praetor's Grasp resources, and you stop the Thorkel. So if Matt was digging for one of the 1/2s, if he has one in hand, it's a very smart play by Ori, which is why he's one of the top players on the data or on the leaderboard right now.
Yeah. Like I said, Ori's won once, and he's just like, I'll do it again. I'll do it again if you don't stop me.
Yeah, I done it once. I'll do it again. All right, we got our card. Hopefully, it's a good one. Lion's Eye
I was like an
Diamond.
LED, sure. What you gonna do with it?
Make it harder for Ori, maybe. I don't see a Lotus Petal quite yet. Brain Freeze should be in yard. Paying 3. Praetor's Grasp 2. Meme bet. Oh my.
Oh!
Wow. Cracking LED in response?
As you do.
Because now you can redeploy LED. Matt Sperling might have just clutched this game, guys.
Oh man.
So that he will have access to his 3 blue mana floating, presumably. Has access to Thorkel Consult
Mm-hmm.
and LED to try again if somehow it gets stopped.
Yeah, I mean, this. I believe we're falling into the test line of if you have something, now's the time.
I count 5 cards from Ori. What a patient play. Shelby has to be passing priority on this. I can't imagine.
Shelby has like 1 card in hand, and
Mysterious
it's a land. It's an
Forest.
actual land. Oh, and that's it. Matt takes it.
Congratulations to Matt Sperling. You are making top 4, my friend, with a very patient play on Talion. And his opponents have to be feeling good. They all contributed to that game. Everyone tried to do their thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This was all hard fought on all sides, right? Everyone was doing the most.
Shout out to Viral Drake Sasser. Thank you so much for being here watching.
Hey.
I know you're good friends with Matt Sperling, so cool. Thanks for rooting your buddy on and being here and chat with us, Drake. Thank you.
Sending him the good energy. But yeah, that was clutch.
Hell of
So,
a win.
Crazy stacks, good plays,
Wow.
solid competitors all around.
Absolutely a roller coaster of a game. Well deserved by Matt Sperling. All 4 of these players deserve to be here. Matt Sperling with patient play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just biding his time.
Yeah. I haven't seen Talion navigated so patiently and so surgically precise like that. And it just goes to show you, I mean, Matt Sperling has, you know, a litany of accolades under his
job.
belt, and he just showed us why.
Yeah. Sometimes you're just good at winning.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. So while we know that now we have 3 of the 4
Yep.
of our top 4 competitors, the last pod is still playing at the moment. And because this is untimed, we're not 100% sure when they will finish. So we'll go check it out. Fingers crossed. We're hoping 10 minutes or less here.
Hoping so.
It's possible.
Yeah.
So stick around. Because we're definitely bringing you the finals, and we'll see who actually gets to be the top fish.
The fish bowler.
The top fish here.
Big
But
fish in a little pond.
big fish in the bowl.
Big fish in the bowl.
There you go.
Who will be the bullfish?
But yeah, so don't go anywhere. Hang out. You know, mute us if you got it. But we'll be back shortly. So yeah. See
Thank
ya.
you, everyone. Huge congrats, Matt Sperling.
Welcome back, everybody. Kinda. If you're still here with us, we're at the end in the finals of the Fishbowl 3. I'm Michelle Tanner.
And I'm Lauren, aka MTG Hot Dog.
And we bring you the fortunate but unfortunate. Fortunate for us that get to go home, but unfortunate for anybody who wanted to see a super sick finals. All the players decided it's late and better off just splitting prizes and, you know, a handshake and heading out the door instead of another, you know, couple hours of Magic potentially.
Yep.
So you gotta respect it. A lot of people traveled a decent ways for this, and sometimes you gotta leverage mental health with actually playing a whole other round of Magic. So while we do bring that news, we just wanted to let you know, appreciate everybody who stuck it out and streamed with us all day. You know, we brought you some hopefully pretty interesting games, some decent commentary, and look, you know, this is just what we do. We try to bring you guys as much content as possible, and you'll be able to go ahead and rewatch anything from today on the TCS Rockets YouTube, on our Twitch. So feel free, if you missed anything, to run it back.
Yeah, thank you everyone so much, and thank you again, TC's Rockets, for having me here. A huge shout out to Chase and Alex. Thank you for having me. This was it's not something I take lightly. Very thankful, and I hope you guys enjoyed the content. I hope you guys enjoyed the cast. We had some crazy games, and, and it was such a blast to be able to be here, part of the casting team, and make this event a success. This is the second largest West Coast event ever for cEDH. It's the largest SoCal event for cEDH ever so far. I mean, to date, probably FishBowl 4 will probably top it.
Yeah,
but...
hey, we'll see. Maybe we'll free up a couple extra tables.
Yeah.
It'll end up being a 2-day event at that point. But yeah, and don't forget, if you enjoyed the FishBowl playmat, we can still get you one. Just go ahead to the TCS Rockets shop online and pick yourself up one.
Yeah, and we're going to have special guest Alex Heyer playing with Power. He's going to be joining. He was our TO today, and he will be here with us.
Oh, hey, I guess we're hopping on.
Real quick.
Say hello to the folks, Alex.
Hi, I'm out. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you guys for watching today's stream. I know the hate comments that we're going to be getting for having a no final spot after the 2-hour lead up. Oh my gosh. But the players are tired. It's been a super, super long day. But the good news is that the next FishBowl, we do not have a date yet, but we have confirmed that it will be a 2-day.
Hey, see?
7 rounds.
It's almost like I knew.
Tournament. And we are so excited. The turnout was insane. We are actually the next FishBowl, I think, is going to be around 190 to 200 players.
Yeah, whatever puts us at 2 days, which
yeah,
definitely high.
Yeah, and so we're so excited. Today was an amazing turnout, and amazing plays. Oh my gosh.
Oh
wow,
yeah.
Games.
I think for the games we got, we had some heat on camera for most of today.
Gosh dang. But yeah, I just want to jump on and say thank you all for watching. And thank you all for joining the FishBowl today.
Yeah. Thanks guys. Have a great night.